Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome TechCrunch Editor-in-Chief, Matthew Panzarino.
Hello, everyone. It's amazing to see you here, and it's actually quite encouraging to see so many of you in your seats this early. It's a toss-up. You never quite know whether people are going to get here on time, but we're glad you enjoyed the pancakes next door if you had those. We plan these events around single topics for a variety of reasons. We've done ones on robotics, we've done ones on various other topics, but in general, what we like to do is make sure that people are in the room that can learn from one another. So we're going to be presenting some information on stage for you. We're going to be talking to some players in the industry that hopefully will have some interesting and compelling things to say, brought out by our excellent moderators. But then, of course, in between, you'll have time to talk to one another. And this audience is full of, we know, because we know who comes, entrepreneurs, investors, people that work in the enterprise in your case, or people that are just interested in analyzing the industry. So it's a really nice broad mix of people, and of course, always a contingent of students. So recruiters, be on the lookout, I guess. But it's always encouraging to see that interplay, and that's what we view our job to be, is to bring you together and allow you to interact and talk, and then hopefully we can provide some topics for discussion for you from the stage. We've got a great show ahead of us. Susan Prescott, who runs Enterprise at Apple, is going to be here. Aaron Levy from Box will be here. They haven't been in the news, so he probably won't have much to talk about. Scott Farquhar from Atlassian, and of course, Bill McDermott, CEO of SAP. So we've got a really packed schedule. We'll get right into it. We're going to be talking about security. We're going to be talking about AI and quantum in the enterprise, and of course, a variety of other topics related to the industry. So thank you all for being here, and I will turn it over to our capable moderators.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage TechCrunch Silicon Valley editor and Enterprise MC, Connie Loizis.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for braving the traffic today by foot, Uber, one-wheel, pedicab, however you did it. Thank you so much for coming here. As Matthew said, we've got a great show for you. I'm going to be helping MC today and sort of letting you know about a few things that are happening, including some breakout sessions and Q&A sessions that are going to be terrific. I'll let you know as they are approaching, but so you know, they are happening on the second floor of the forum, and that's apparently right above where you picked up your registration badges. We also wanted to let you know that if you stick around for the reception at the end of the show, we'd love to see you. You can meet with the team, with speakers. Will also have an icy cold beer for you. If you want to follow the conversation today on Twitter, the hashtag is TCEnterprise. And we would love for you to follow along. We'd love for you to contribute. It's always nice for us when you sort of record some of the notable events at our events. So we would love for you to tweet away if that's of interest. And last, before we jump into today's conversation, we wanted to let you know that as part of your being a guest here, which again we very much appreciate, you will find a discount code in your inboxes at the end of the day for our next really big event, which is happening like a block from here at Moscone Center on October 2nd through 4th. So we would love to see you at that event as well. So now, if you will help me in joining our first panelists, I'm about to introduce 3 top-notch VCs who think a lot about enterprise startups, and we're going to talk to them about how to separate them from their money. Maha Ibrahim of Canaan Partners, Rebecca Lynn of Canvas Ventures, and Jason Green of Emergence Capital. Thank you so much for coming.
Great to be here.
Always nice. So Jason, we'll start with you if that's okay. We have a lot of people in the audience, a lot of founders, enterprise startups. How many do you hear from every year? How many do you actually meet with? And then how many do you actually fund?
Emergence Capital is 100% focused on enterprise. We've been doing it for about 15 years. And we are in the golden age of enterprise right now. So when we started, maybe we saw a few hundred startups a year. We funded about 5 or 6. Today we see over 1,000 a year. We probably do deep diligence on 25.
Wow.
And same deal flow though, in terms of like the number of deals we actually end up investing in, because our focus is early stage and being an important partner to these companies. So you can only invest in so many and do that well.
So tons of startups to choose from, obviously. Rebecca, you focus part of your efforts on enterprise. What are you looking for in a team exactly? What makes you kind of more comfortable with a founder? Is it certain certifications, industry expertise?
This is sort of hard. It's like, what do you look for in a husband, right? I mean, it's because you're essentially married. I mean, you're there. Sorry, you're there for 10 years, right? Exactly. So you are working for this person or with this person for 10 years, oftentimes, through good times and bad. And so you're looking for somebody who, of course, you're looking for a big market. So you're looking for a TAM that you believe a really big company can evolve and grow into. And then you're looking looking for some unique insight, especially in enterprise, that team had. Maybe they worked somewhere, they had a problem they were dealing with there, that they found a great way to solve it, right? And they had some unique insight. And I think especially on enterprise, that's critical to understand the market dynamics and the market forces. And then I don't know how to call it anything else but grit. Like, I always talk to the founders, and I like their story. I want to hear about them, right? I want to hear about how they got there, right? And something about their personal life and their personal story that shows the grit that they have, because you have to have it. I mean, very few companies are, up and to the right their entire lives, and it's those times that that things don't go right that you have to pick yourself up and keep going and keep fighting, and that's what we look for.
Right. So many founders coming out of so many different industries, fintech, cybersecurity, real estate. Maha, how do you think about these different verticals? I mean, are you sort of shopping by vertical? Or are you sort of more interested in the founders who walk through the door?
So I'd say it's a mix of both. To your point, the golden age of enterprise is completely upon us, but it's transformed. So years ago, when we started enterprise investing decades ago, we were looking at more horizontal apps, and that could be CRM, it could be marketing automation, et cetera. And over the last, I'd say 10 years or so, we have at Canaan been really focused on franchise areas within enterprise, and that could be fintech, it could be insurance tech, where we have probably 5 investments in the last 2 years, could be real estate tech, where we have equivalent activity, and it's morphing more and more from traditional infrastructure software, and again, these horizontal apps, to things that are much more verticalized and specialized.
Jason, what are you tired of seeing? What are you seeing too much of?
There's an increasing, well, the horizontal apps we've seen a lot of, but they're taking increasingly smaller slices of the problem and trying to pitch AI as basically a next generation solution for that. And to be honest with you, it feels more like a feature than a reason to start a company. So we like also these industry cloud, we call them industry cloud strategies, where you're really trying to build a company that can own 50% plus market share, be a leader in its category. So I think it's really tough to kind of pick off these little slices and build a significant company. Our business is all about building iconic companies, decacorns or $20 billion businesses, and it's rare that you can do that on a very thin slice. It's great to be focused to start, but you got to have a vision for how you can build a really significant business.
So obviously, right, you're looking for big markets, but you're also, as they're sort of maturing, you're looking for different metrics. Rebecca, if it's not too general a question, what sort of metrics are most important to you, and how are they sort of changing with subsequent funding rounds?
What metrics are important and how do they change? So I think in enterprise, probably one of the most important metrics is how much will your customer pay for this, and what is the sales force you have to have behind it. So we all hope for lightning in a bottle, where you build it and it's self-serve and you put it on your website and everyone comes and there's no sales force and you can sell it for $3,000, annually. Those things don't exist very often, right? And so what you look for in metrics are metrics that make sense for your business model. So if you have a fully staffed enterprise sales force that you need to really execute against your plan, you need an ACV that's between 50 and 100 grand, right, to really actually support that. And you need to be able to believe you can get there. And in addition to that, we look heavily, especially later stage, at upsells, right? Are you upselling? Are you cross-selling? Are you growing that? Is your net churn, do you have a negative net churn, essentially? And so how do you get there? And so we really pay attention to that, because that shows us, with just the numbers, that, you've built something the customers value, that they'll pay a lot for, and that you can sell into that. You can hire salespeople and continue to scale your sales organization to really go after it.
Maha, you invest in consumer and enterprise software. How do those metrics sort of change? I mean, you can sort of also upsell a consumer customer. What are you looking for?
There's a lot of overlap with respect to metrics. I'll tell you that as an early stage investor, I tend not to be so focused on metrics as I'm sure these guys would say. And frankly, at the early stage, in my industry, I feel like people are focusing almost too much on metrics and not as much, to Rebecca's point, on TAM. Ultimately, we make money, and this goes to Jason's point, investing in those decacorns, which frankly don't necessarily have that initial traction early. We're betting on huge, huge markets. But once the companies evolve, it is so much, there's so much of a correlation between consumer and enterprise in that we want customers that love the product. We want customers that come back and come back and come back to us without us having to pay for them to come back. So the equivalent in a consumer company would be me having to spend advertising dollars to acquire that customer again, as opposed to that customer just coming back because he or she loves what I'm doing. So the same goes for the enterprise. I have customers that come to us because they love the service, they love the product, and they keep buying more and more and more. So there's a lot of similarities.
I have to say, I think we all probably rely on some enterprise products that we don't love, that for some reason just will not go away. I just wondered, when it comes to enterprise software, is, salesmanship as important as selling the product? It sometimes seems like it is. Jason, what do you think?
I mean, nowadays, the beauty of enterprise is the product can sell itself. It almost sell itself. So great products are emerging today that are almost just being bought off the web. So Zoom's a good example of that, where it just spreads virally. You can build an enterprise team on top of it, but it's got that beautiful kind of nugget of self-service product. For the enterprise, we still find you need to have the go-to-market capabilities and support for those large accounts that requires just a lot of resources and time and effort. So even a product like Zoom, which is a fantastic product, can be bought by an individual. I was at my school this morning, and they are using Zoom for parent-teacher conferences, right? And Walmart's a user of Zoom as well, with tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of users. But you have to have the resources to support a Walmart, and you just can't buy it off the web. So I do think it's important to have that go-to-market expertise. At Emergence, we have several people from Box and Google and Salesforce, our platform team, that have expertise in building go-to-market teams. Mm-hmm. And that's been really effective in helping our companies scale. So.
You talk about Zoom. Slack is another one that sort of sold itself, so to speak. The employees started bringing it in, and then it sort of moved its way up to the upper echelons of companies. Is there sort of one way or the other that's better? Like, these days, is it better to go sort of bottom up or talk to CTOs? Rebecca,
I don't know if there's a better. I mean, there's no right way, right? We have a company, Viva Systems, that is the antithesis of viral and product-driven, right? They're an enterprise sales. Now, we raised $4 million, and they never raised another penny, and it's a $25 billion market cap company. So incredibly capital efficient and zero kind of product-led sales is all enterprise. And then you have the opposite extreme of a Slack or a Zoom, which is very much at the low end, kind of moving up, also very capital efficient. So I think the key is being internally consistent in terms of your sales and marketing engine and muscle with the market opportunity. And then that right fit, there's product market fit and there's go-to-market fit, and I think you need both.
Which is tricky, though, to find. So, Rebecca, when you're talking to startups, in some cases, growth trumps profitability, as you were talking about on email, Jason. How much is a reasonable amount of your revenue to be spending on growth?
This is a great question. I think it depends on your market timing. I've been through a couple cycles in the market right now, right? And there are all kinds of metrics out there that you can read about, right, in terms of different rules of SaaS and everything else. But, I think it depends a lot on and those metrics sort of dive into whether or not, what your churn rate is, if people are expanding, if those customers are expanding in their annual spend with you, or if they're churning. But I always like to have a very clear eye on if you couldn't continue to fund that growth, how fast could you get profitable and support yourself? So I think there's this sort of balance that companies should walk, that kind of keep an eye on that metric of what would be the path to profitability if we needed to hit it. Now, it looks like the markets are going to continue to do well, and that everything is up and to the right. But having lived through a couple cycles where even though people had a lot of money and and weren't willing to let go of it, I think it's really it's prudent for the board and the founding team to look at what would happen and what if, and how, if they needed to get profitable, what they could do, and then intelligently make those growth decisions based upon their customer metrics and at the later stage, as you were pointing out, right?
I still think growth, as I pointed out, growth trumps profitability in the market today.
Yeah, so growth absolutely trumps.
You have to grow, and you have to be a market leader to generate.
And you have to grow significantly. 20% growth rate's not enough.
Doesn't
right?
cut it
You
anymore.
need to be 40% plus, right? And that's a requirement in this market today.
I think is a requirement in all markets.
Yeah,
especially at the companies at the stage that we're investing. We need to have companies at that early stage or beyond that are growing 50, 60, 70%.
Right.
When they get bigger, of course, the growth rate slows. But once growth is abandoned, nobody wants to fund these companies in any market. Right.
Yeah, but yes, growth it has to keep going absolutely, no matter what.
But capital efficiency is super important. Sales and marketing efficiency is the single largest cost for enterprise companies.
Absolutely.
So if you're spending $1 to generate $1 of recurring revenue, and you have churn, that's not such a great business.
No.
Companies like Zoom are spending a fraction of $1 and then selling more than $1 for follow-ons, so the lifetime value relative to the acquisition cost of that customer is so much more valuable.
Absolutely. It's all about the lifetime
growth
value.
Plus capital efficiency is what builds.
Yes.
So that's
value.
ideal.
Yeah.
But there are many companies that have been that have done public offerings in the last couple of years that have had sales and marketing expenses that have exceeded revenue. And as long as they are growing at that 50, 60% level, or 40 even, the markets are giving them absolute credit for it. Will they eventually reach profitability? I have absolutely no idea. They say they will.
But the market
doesn't care.
The market
can turn like that, too.
That's right.
That's right.
You have to be prepared for the opposite.
The fortunate or unfortunate thing is that you have 3 VCs here who have lived through ups and downs. So in many ways, at least I'm going to speak for you too, I'm sorry, but I find myself being sometimes the naysayer in the board meeting saying, gosh, you know what, always keep an eye on that profitability. If you have to get there,
right. You want to know how to get there.
But on the other hand, what I think that can do, and we have to put that optimistic hat on, that sort of mindset can leave dollars on the table.
Yeah.
So again, we are in this business of making hay while the sun shines, and so we've got to push these companies to grow, and that oftentimes means spending more than you get in revenue.
So you're spending, but not everything's going to be Slack or Zoom. So sometimes these companies, their growth slows. You have to turn to Plan B.
Right.
I'm wondering, what are your conversations? Your jobs as VCs are also to talk to corporates, try to find a home for your companies in that case. Are those conversations any different now than they were? Because the public markets are giving such rich valuations. I'm just wondering what acquirers are making of companies that are maybe not on that same trajectory.
The M&A market is really fascinating right now because there are a bunch of very, very large public companies that are acquiring they're acquiring not for necessarily strategic value for new product expansion, but they are acquiring because they need things to be big and accretive, right? So it's these $8 billion acquisitions. It's Salesforce buying Tableau. It's Microsoft buying LinkedIn. If they're going to acquire, they're either going to go really big or they're going to have tuck-in acquisitions of, let's say, $200 or $100 million or less. And those can be fine acquisitions, by the way. But if you notice, gone right now are the days of these $500 to $1 billion M&A outcomes. It's just not happening. It may, but I just feel like the large public companies are not interested. And they've told us that.
Our philosophy has always been you got to kind of assume you're going to have to build an independent company. Because you want to be bought, you don't want to be sold. It's really tough to sell a company. It's much easier to be bought. And the best alternative is to have an independent path. And it is challenging when companies start to slow their growth rate, and an IPO is not a possibility. And they've raised a lot of capital. Like that is it's a tough situation. And then it comes down to grit. It comes
It's
down
grit.
to, does the founder, want to slug it out and build a company
Right.
and going to do what it takes? I think Aaron Levy's a good example of that. Like it took a lot of capital to get to where he is, but it's a $700 million, revenue business and a great product and a great market opportunity. But it took grit to do that.
Takes a lot, and it takes a lot of really hard decisions. I mean, if you hit that point, I mean, the decisions to cut, right, and cut soon enough in terms of expenses to really try to reinvest then in growth. Those are hard decisions to make, but are options for entrepreneurs that have a lot of grit, right? To
Yeah.
sort of look and see where they can sort of rekindle that growth, and we've seen that with some really impressive.
One of the
founders.
nice thing about SaaS businesses is the recurring revenue business, right? So in 2007, we took SuccessFactors public. In 2008, the financial crisis hit, and all of a sudden, profitability mattered a lot more. So
Right.
we reduced our growth rate and then started generating cash, right? And then when the markets came back again, we accelerated growth again. So at a certain scale, you have the opportunity to choose
Right.
growth
and levers,
versus
right?
profitability.
And choose which one you want to push.
What is one of the most common mistakes that you see enterprise companies make? They could have all the grit in the world, but mistakes are made. What do they tend to be?
I see a lot of them,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
There's one,
Hiring like a VP of
Yeah.
growth too
say
quickly? or-
staffing up a massive enterprise sales force too
Yeah.
quickly. Like
Going
they get
too
some
fast
good, yeah,
up
They-
market.
yeah, and they go too fast at market, and
Yeah.
they get some really great initial sales, and they think, oh, if I just had 10 more salespeople, right? And they don't quite have that go-to-market thing figured out quite yet, right? And then they end up spending a ton of money on sales too early before it's really sorted out.
I think growing your ACV, right, the amount that you can collect from every customer is a super important metric in the business. But if you're going from, let's say, a $10,000 or $20,000 ACV, and you're all of a sudden starting to sell $500,000 ACV, like something's probably wrong. Like you should really think about being a little bit more incremental in that growth. I've seen companies have false signals of success by a big customer coming and knocking on the door and realizing they didn't have the capabilities to actually service that customer. So my advice is always kind of grow, try and double your ACV year over year, but don't 5X it.
The counterpoint to that is that we as venture people are wanting growth in these businesses. And I keep saying this word growth, but it really does matter. And when you're spending in a stepwise fashion, in a really methodical way, it can actually cause you to not have a large enough sales force to meet these growth numbers that you're anticipating for year 2 or year 3 or year 4. So it's actually really important that you invest ahead of that so that you can, collect the fruits of your labor. But there's this caution that we all have in not wanting to spend because we don't necessarily have a lot of those indications at that early stage. And that's the rub, right? It's a mistake, yes, but it's also a natural outcome of what we all are in this for. And so we just have to have our hands really delicately and deftly on the dial to be able to move things back and forth when we're seeing indications of growth or slowdown.
Going back even further, how do you help your startups, I guess, land that first big customer? How do you get that pilot project, turned into that first big sale?
I mean, we actually most of our investments have what I'd call very early product market fit, so a handful of customers that we can validate that there's minimum viable product there. So it's rare that we're investing in a company that's totally pre-product and 0 customers. But like for the first significant enterprise deal, I remember sitting down with the ServiceMax folks when they were talking to GE. And, it was like, that was like the ultimate customer for ServiceMax. They sell field service applications. And, we sat in the room and convinced them somehow, to bet on ServiceMax as a young company. And part of it was, we brought together folks from Salesforce and other successful SaaS businesses and really presented a vision for how we were going to build ServiceMax into this, mega company. Ultimately, GE became the acquirer of that company. They bought it for $1 billion 8 years later. So it was actually a really interesting story.
Very interesting.
Going back even further still, I wonder, again, consumer versus enterprise, is there a first mover advantage in any way for a SaaS company? I mean, we see so many companies out that sound exactly the same, but
Yeah.
I always wonder if there's,
So I have an opinion on this one, and I think it's a first mover disadvantage oftentimes.
Okay.
Having grown up at P&G, that was funny because even with them, they were like, let somebody else spend all the money on proving the market, talking to the consumer, making sure there's a need here, and then we'll just come in and kill them with like better technology and better sales, right? And so there are very few companies. I mean, look at Zoom, for example. I mean, Google Hangout should have owned that market, right? There are very few companies out there that are truly first mover. I mean, perhaps Amazon, right, with selling the books online and stuff. But other than that, if you name a company, you can pretty much name like 3 that came before it, right? And so I think there's a lot of talk about first mover advantage, and I always challenge people, and we can have this discussion about like, okay, tell me a true first mover. Because in hindsight, when you rewrite history, they look like first movers because you don't hear about the 5 that died before them, right? But oftentimes it's really smart to see a company that's really getting some traction, but not quite doing things right. And if people come in afterwards, the first company is going to have, tech debt that they have to overcome. They're going to spend a ton of money on just proving to the market that this is something that needs to happen. And if you come in on top of that with just a much cleaner, better solution, I think Zoom is a prime example, right? And a really great go-to-market, you can definitely win. So I am personally not a huge first mover advantage kind of person. And also it creates this FOMO, right? Where people who are thinking they have this fear, this first mover, they spend money on a bunch of stuff out of fear, right? And oftentimes it's better just to sort of come in later.
I think some consumer businesses have this network effect, right, where the land grab kind of mentality does really pay off. Rarely is that true in the enterprise space. I only have one example, which was Yammer, which I felt like was kind of a new use case in some ways. And there was a network effect of the more people that use the product. But then we have
Slack, right? Mm-hmm. So
Slack came after.
Right?
And
so we have Facebook and we have, MySpace.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, so it's harder. There's no question. The evangelical new use cases are riskier bets. Sometimes they pay off, though. So
Sometimes.
So Rebecca, we're almost out of time, but you sounded an optimistic note at the beginning. You said it seems like things are still going very well, but it does, to me, feel like there could be finally a recession around the corner. Who knows? I'm just wondering, are your conversations any different with your startups right now in terms of runway and how much they should have?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think going into the election next year, I think what the markets don't like is uncertainty, and no market likes that. And so I'm not. No matter how that comes out, I think things tend to freeze up beforehand a little bit. So, I think it's wise to tell people to, raise what they can now, and capital's flowing pretty freely. Right. So
we have a portfolio review coming up, and I think it's the first time in several years we've said, like, we want to do a stress test on the portfolio.
Smart.
Like, how much cash is in the bank? What's the runway? What's the fundraising plans? Like literally every company in the portfolio, and how are they managing expenses? I just think now is the time to be a little bit more thoughtful about it.
Are you going to do the rest in peace thing now?
No, I'm not going to do this Sequoia rest in peace thing. So.
Guys, thank you so much for coming. It was great to see you. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Connie.
Thank you, Connie.
Thank you. Okay, so if you want to learn more from these 3, and I think you see they've got a lot of valuable insights, head over to the breakout room. They're going to be addressing questions in the next 5 minutes. For the rest of you, we are very happy to introduce our next on-stage conversation with Scott Farquhar, the co-founder and co-CEO of Atlassian, with our esteemed colleague Frederic Lardinois moderating. Thank you.
Good morning. Is my microphone working? Yep. Yes? Good. We've been trying to get you to one of these events for a while, so thanks for making it out.
It's great to be here.
The story I read about kind of the foundation myth of Atlassian is that when you founded the company, you never wanted to wear suits, and you wanted to make more than 48,000 Australian dollars. I assume the money worked out. What about the suit? Never a suit?
Never have to wear a suit, yeah.
Not for the Queen, nobody. No.
I mean, weddings, funerals, that type of thing. But ties are off limits completely.
Sure.
So.
But I think that speaks to kind of the philosophy at Atlassian too, especially in those early days, right? Because when I think of suits in the enterprise, I think of salespeople. You never had a sales force.
Yeah, so I think Atlassian started almost 19 years ago now, and at the time, software was sold either, if you're too young, you won't remember this, but in a shrink wrap box in a Best Buy store, or it was sold on the golf course. That was kind of the two ways software got sold. And if you wanted to sell to businesses, you were selling on the golf course. And largely it was Fortune 500 companies that consumed software. They could afford the transaction costs. And if you're going to sell on a golf course, it's got to cost 6 or 7 figures to do that. And we felt that with the advent of the internet, that would change. Partially, I think, because we had bought shareware games through the internet as teenagers and felt like, well, of course, we can buy software that way. And so we pioneered, I guess, selling software online. And I think that some of the things we did well in the early days that are probably still applicable now in different ways was that we used open source software to build things fast. So we competed with other companies that had spent 20 years building something that we could replicate or get to that same level in a year or two. We were one of the first people to use Google AdWords in terms of acquiring customers. And I remember we would spend 10 cents a click on things that are now $10 or $20 a click. And I only wish I had a bit of marketing budget back then. It seemed like a lot of money to spend $200 in a week on Google Words. And so we did
more
that.
These days.
Yeah, you spend more of that in an hour on Google. And we sold online, and we had very much a self-service model because we wanted to sell globally. And we knew that firstly, Mike and I didn't know what sales was, so we couldn't do it if we'd been asked.
What was your background, just for the audience?
So I had an engineering degree, sort of half business, half engineering degree, and both Mike and I dropped out through our university to start our company. So didn't really, like the most entrepreneurial thing I'd done before that was sell effectively cookies for the scouting organization, right? Like that's the closest I got to selling anything. And anyway, so we built a product and sold it globally, and we realized if we were going to sell globally, we couldn't have a salesperson that call it to various times, so it had to sell itself on the internet. If it had to sell itself on the internet, it had to be easy to use, and so we pioneered really ease of use of getting started, and so forth all the way through our business model.
How much of that early choice was choice, and how much was necessity?
When I look at some people who feel like, you look at them and they've got a 20-year business plan on how it's all going to work out, and I'm in admiration of those people. I think in the early days we were 21-year-old students who really didn't want to get a real job, and so a lot of the things were sort of hunches in early days that worked out well, and we've. One of those was, early on, I think of pivotal moments in Atlassian. One of them was we created importers for competitive products. If you think about it, moving from one software product to another, used to involve consultants, and you might get, a big consulting firm to come in, and it would take 6 months to do. And we built a one-button importer from one of our competing products. And I think that was a huge inflection point for us, because someone could go from almost black and white, this other product, to Technicolor, in Atlassian, in a couple of hours by just pressing a button. And that was very unusual.
Sure. And in those early days, I'm guessing there was a lot of shadow IT happening, teams buying your products without necessarily the blessing of a CTO or CIO.
Yeah, I think that's happening more and more. There's the sort of bring your own device, but there's bring your own software now that people talk about. But Atlassian was built on that, in that we would have very large banks, and we'd one day get a call from the CIO of that bank who says, "Look, I really need to have a chat with you. We need to have a conversation. It turns out you're like a huge vendor to us, and we use your stuff everywhere." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. What do you want? What do you want to chat about?" I don't know. I just feel like I should call you and have a chat because you're a huge vendor, and we didn't really have anything to discuss. And it turns out, selling to teams, in an enterprise, if you're selling at the right price point, they could swipe a credit card, which up until the last 15 or 20 years never happened because software was so expensive, it had to go on budgets and so forth. And we're seeing this now with everything from Slack to Zoom and other companies where they just get into an individual team and go up from there. And it sounds simple, but there's a few things that we've learned. If you want to, there's people in the audience doing their own startups in the enterprise space. If you want to go that way, you've got to think about it in a certain fashion. And we found if you're going to go into a certain team, you've got to coexist with your competitors. If you're Workday never has to work with Microsoft, HR or Oracle's version. Like you have one of them at a time. But if you're going to go in at a team level, you are going to be with competing products, and you have to have integrations with products that you might compete with or might even want to displace one day. And so that was really important. You have to have a product that's useful for a team. There's some products that are only useful for an entire organization because they require a whole organization's data or that number of people to do it. It has to be at a price point that people can swipe their credit card and get going. Even if later on there might be other versions that they pay more for, they have to be able to get going at a team level. And I guess we figured that out by accident, 20 years ago. I think those things are still true today.
Sure. Have you had to play golf with anybody yet to make a sale?
No, I'm terrible at golf.
All right.
Yeah. It does seem like golf courses are on the decline these days, and I can't help but think that may be something to do with how enterprise software is sold.
Same is probably true for, maybe same is true for steakhouses. What was that first big enterprise sale you made, and how did that come about? Was it just one of these just coincidental team signing up sales? Or?
Yeah, the first sale that really stands out for me was we sold to a company called American Airlines that you would all know, and we didn't really know them coming from Australia, and they sent us a fax with a credit card number written down, and we never heard from them before, or they hadn't called us up or anything like that, and that was our first sale. And these days we sell to companies, 150,000 companies around the world, and they buy online and transact online. I was thinking we're chatting backstage. I don't know too many founders in the audience these days are waiting for the fax machine to deliver money like we did at that time.
Do you still have a fax machine?
No, we probably still have an eFax account somewhere lying around. We haven't cancelled. But yeah, sort of when the great thing about software is if it works, it's got zero transactional costs.
Sure.
So someone swipes a credit card, and you hand over license keys, or in the SaaS world, you spin up an instance. But effectively, it's zero marginal cost.
Sure. Now that you have 150,000 customers, there must be those who want more service from you, who want more of a white glove service from you. What are you doing for them?
Yeah, so it's interesting, we sell to companies from 5, people use our products with, anywhere from 1, but 5 people will be a team to 50,000 people. And, historically, we've been pretty famous for not having a sales force. And people say, well, that's great, just don't have a sales force, but how do you sell things? And we spend all the effort to make our products self-serve and so forth. And it's evolved over time. So we now have salespeople in various parts of the business doing roles. But people are, what's my bright line? Why are we different to other companies? And what I've found is that, I'll give you an example. We will experiment with people and sales, but when we have to scale it up, we are very thoughtful about how we do that. And an example, our very first salesperson was actually, we call them loyalty advocates now, but their job was to make sure our customers renewed their software. It was our sort of a semi-subscription model. You get services and support if you pay us every year. And when we hired 3 people to do that first job, we hired 2 people sitting in downtown San Francisco, and we hired effectively a robot as our third person. And,
is it a person or a robot?
It was like an email robot. Effectively, we said, well, we had a control group. Mm-hmm. And, I don't think the salespeople were too happy to have a control group, because they're racing no one. That was interesting to chat through our president at the time and convince him that that's what we wanted to do. And we found that having, salespeople was good, but it wasn't anywhere near as good as we thought it was because the control group did pretty well. And even today, for that group of people that we chase renewals on, we'll send them an email, 90, 60, 30 days before and all the way through their renewal time, but we don't actually pick up the phone and call them until 30 days after renewal. And every year we experiment with that. We'll take a cohort and we'll call them 30 days earlier or 90 days earlier, or we'll do different things with them. And we found that if I bring it 30 days before the renewal's due, I have to call 5 times as many people, and I make a marginally improvement on my conversion rate. And so I think at Atlassian we've just always taken a very experimental approach. We don't know what the right answer is. And I compare that with some of our enterprise peers where they would say, let's have salespeople who will go call our enterprise customers, like our best cohort, let's go target them. And they find, well and behold, that, wow, there's a short-term bump in revenue as a result. And then they, well, we should do our mid-market people. And then, before too long, within a year or two, they now got salespeople touching every part of their cycle, even if that wasn't necessarily the most optimal thing. It's just the most expedient way to get revenue. And if you are, in the public markets and you have to get revenue this quarter, or you're venture capital backed and you've got to show results in the very, very short term, throwing salespeople will always get you short-term results.
Sure.
We're lucky enough that took 10 years to go public, so we had a lot more sort of flexibility to kind of prove out the revenue model. And even today, we experiment with sales.
Sure. And you have some announcements today that kind of fit in there as well. Maybe you can tell us about those for a second.
Yeah, so one of the things that we have done well over the years is, from small to very large companies. And we've had most of our, sales historically when we started were behind the firewall. People would buy our software and they would install it on their own servers. And even today, we find that our largest companies were historically kind of using that server-based products, and we scale them up, and we've got a data center version and that scales for tens of thousands of users. And we found that most of our small customers, our startups and so forth, they were all using our cloud-based products. And what we found, in the last couple of years is that even the biggest of big companies are turning up and saying, we now want to be across in the cloud. And it doesn't make sense for us now to, buy hardware, put it in our own chilled data center, and then maintain all that. We want you to do all that for us.
That seems to be on the way out.
Yeah, it definitely seems that the SaaS and cloud world is kind of the way of the future. And I'm talking about the biggest of big companies, regulated industries, people that you wouldn't have thought would be interested are totally turning the corner now. And so we've made a lot of improvements to our cloud offerings. A year ago, we introduced a thing called Access, which allowed us to, for users to manage, or companies to manage their users. Because you imagine with a team-based software, if someone's using Trello across their entire organization, as an organization, you want to make sure that when someone leaves the company that we lock the data down and a whole bunch of security around that. So we introduced a product a year ago. And today we're announcing 2 pricing changes. And I think it's important because this audience, pricing and packaging, once you've got your product market fit, how you price and how you do that and do it disruptively is really important. And we've always wanted to be really affordable at the low end, so every single company in the world can afford our products. And we've also wanted to make sure we scale at the high end, but we haven't really done that well in cloud and to date. So today we're announcing, right here, I think there's people at the office pressing the buttons to go live. We have announcing free versions of Jira and Confluence to join free versions of the other products we have.
Which means pretty much all your products now have a free version.
Almost, yeah, I think almost all of our products now have a free version to get started. And that's really important because we know that many of you in the audience, if you're doing a startup, that you may want to use Atlassian's products because you know that you can use, there's a lot of products when you're a 5-person team, but when you get to 15 and 20 people, Atlassian helps you scale, and it's better to get started at 5 people than it is to try and go through changing all that out. So now we have free versions for every startup of all our products. And the other thing we're announcing today are premium versions of all of our cloud products. So that means now for larger enterprises who want to move, from running stuff themselves to the cloud, they get, premium involves high levels of SLAs, storage, high levels of support, as well as things like data locality and a lot of other things that bigger companies are after. So we're really proud to announce those here, and we think that changing the pricing and allowing kind of all companies to be in the cloud is really important.
For sure. You can read about it on TechCrunch. Why did it take you so long to get to this point? Because I assume a lot of enterprises wanted these kinds of SLAs. They wanted these extra services.
So it's interesting that as a company, we've always been pretty disruptive on pricing. One of the things, I mentioned importers from competitive being one of the inflection points. One of the other inflection points was when we released $10 starter licenses of our products. And a bit in context, we used to have years ago, we used to have 3 versions of our products. One would be $1,200, one would be $2,400 and $4,800. And those numbers were picked purely out of the air, and because my co-founder read a textbook that said you should have 3 versions of your product, and we kind of roughly made it up from there.
Worked out all right.
Yeah, and these days there's a whole bunch of pricing professionals out there that you can read that'll tell you the same thing. But we took our $1,200 product and released it for $10, and because we felt that there's a whole bunch of people out there that wanted to, in countries around the world that couldn't afford that. And again, if I look at that, it cost us about 5 to 10% of our revenue years ago, and that was this huge inflection point. And on the cloud, it's harder to do that because there's real costs of running software in the cloud. And in the last year, we've made huge investments in reducing those costs now so that we got to a point where we can offer free versions of our products in the cloud.
Another, outside of these announcements, but about 2 years ago you announced Stride. It's one of the latest products, full products you announced probably, that was completely new. And you shut it down, well, you sold it off to Slack within about 1.5 to 2 years. What happened there?
Yes, I mean, you come to these conferences to learn, other people's mistakes or lessons, and that's what you'll hear. So we acquired a product called HipChat years ago, and it was great, great product. It was growing really fast. HipChat was tripling year on year, and we were like, wow, this is fantastic. Everything else is doubling year on year or growing 50%. This is tripling. We're doing great. And it turns out the market was way larger than even that. We should have been growing 10 times year on year. And we eventually, had to sort of concede that market to Slack, who had done a good job at kind of making their space in the market. So
did you just miss that wave?
So I'll tell you the mistakes. When you make mistakes, you sort of like, kiddies, sit down and let me tell you what Grandpa made mistakes, so you don't do the same ones. As startup founders, what we found is that when you grow from 3 people, which is the company we acquired, the number of people it takes to do something doesn't go 3, 4, 5, 6. It goes 3, 4, 5, 30. Because a team of 3 operates in a certain manner, and a team of 10 needs to actually change all the practices and the way they work and so forth. That meant that we really needed to go to 30 people as opposed to the incremental investment, and so that's a lesson we've learned. And with other acquisitions we've done, now we put a lot more people on them day one. I think the other one is that in a market that is great and nascent and so forth, even a product that is growing ridiculously fast and has great, customer feedback is, may not be gaining market share vis-a-vis competitors. And so that's something that, if we were back now, we probably would have put way more, investment behind that product. And we rebuilt the product, called Stride, and actually helped out build out Atlassian platform. So we now have, an amazing platform for all of our products that run on, like things like identity and other things. In fact, as an aside, as a founder, you've got to make a choice sometimes. Do you want to be a one-product company, or do you want to be a multiple product company? And at some stage, you need to make that decision, and it really affects everything you do. If you're a one-product company, you have a head of product management that manages that product. If you're a multi-product company, you have a head of product management that manages product management, but not any individual product. And so we've chosen that multi-product company, and we built an entire platform around it. And we built Stride was the first thing we built on that platform. But the issue with that was that even though we thought it was a better product, by the time we'd got it out, that there was mind share elsewhere, and in many cases an ecosystem and things that are hard to beat. So we thought, instead of doing that, let's team up with Slack instead. And so we're working together with them on building out great integrations with their products, and we do what we do really well, and they do what they do well.
Sure. You got a bit of a stake in Slack in return, so you probably will make some money off.
Yeah, I mean, we got a chance to invest in Slack as a result of this partnership.
Now, looking forward, what's next for Atlassian? Is it this move to the cloud that we're talking about earlier, where maybe you're giving up on your server products, or what's happening? What's next?
Yeah, I wouldn't use the word giving up, but the market is moving towards cloud. We're seeing that more than ever before. So, and this is from us, where we really have strengths in both sides. But on the thing we're seeing from a customer perspective is that the combination of IT and software. There was a movement a little while ago called Agile, where you took business analysts or product managers and engineers and put them together. Instead of throwing documentation over the wall and programmers doing it, you put them in the same room and they'd talk and things would get better. These days, until recently, it's been developers would produce binaries and throw them over the wall to an IT team who would then be responsible for deploying them. And we're finding, again, people saying, well, let's put that in the room, all those people in the same room to make that happen faster. So DevOps, or bringing together of IT and software, is a really huge movement we're seeing everywhere, and it's changing the way that code gets delivered and deployed and monitored and so forth. There's a lot of exciting things happening there. But we're getting a lot of feedback from our customers on, hey, you're amazing for software. We want you to make sure that you're also amazing for those people that traditionally deployed the software.
Sure. And they want to play golf with you. Thank you very much. That's all
Thank
the
you
time
very much.
we have.
Appreciate it. Thanks a
Thank
lot.
you.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next we have a sponsored innovation break. Please welcome to the stage Monty Gray from Okta, DJ Paoni from SAP, and Sanjay Poonen from VMware. And your moderator is Shruta Tornatore of Sapphire Ventures.
Great to be here with all of you today. And we're going to be diving into a topic that is pretty much the number one concern for a lot of startup CEOs. And that is the topic of how do you get to sustainable, predictable, recurring enterprise revenue streams, whether from enterprise customers or partners. And we are seeing that startups are becoming a pretty commonplace component within enterprise IT portfolios. In fact, Sapphire Ventures just wrapped up an innovation indexing study recently where we found remarkably that CIOs were estimating that close to 10% of their IT budgets, by their estimate, were being consumed by products from venture-backed startups. But we also know that only a small sliver of VC-backed startups will get to the kind of repeatable revenue clip that is going to put them on the path to unicorn status. And what we have here today is a lineup of executives that frankly know the enterprise customer and go-to-market motion in a way that few other executives in our industry do. So we'll spend the next 20 minutes trying to shake them down for as many trade secrets on enterprise selling and partnering as we can. We have Sanjay Poonen, Chief Operating Officer of VMware, and as such responsible for all sales, marketing, alliances. DJ Paoni, President of SAP North America, driving sales strategy and operations across the entire region. And Monty Gray, Head of Corporate Development at Okta, driving all strategic growth initiatives, including M&A. And by the way, worth noting that Okta was not that long ago a startup itself. In fact, I think you guys were founded 10 years ago.
10 years ago.
And today, some 15 billion in market cap and counting, and an enterprise in your own right.
All of us at some point were not a startup.
That is correct.
We're a small startup.
I wanted to kick off by posing the fundamental question of how enterprise technology buyers view startups. And if it's okay, DJ, Sanjay, I'll start with the two of you first, because I think collectively you sort of represent some of the very largest cohorts of enterprise technology buyers across IT, lines of business, and across industries. Tell us a little bit about how your Global 2000, Fortune 500 customers view engagement with startups. How do they think about the greatest areas of customer value they're going to derive, and how do they think about risks? DJ, if we could start with you.
So first off, it's great to be here. So appreciate being up on stage with all of you. And I wish the audience that's watching online could see kind of the vibe in the room here and the vibe as we were walking around earlier today. But yeah, with SAP, I'm very fortunate that we have 150,000 customers here in North America. So each week I spend time in front of customers all over the country in every single industry, just listening to some of their challenges, discussing opportunities that they might have out there in the marketplace. And a couple themes that I hear that I think are relevant for this audience is first and foremost talent management. These companies are looking at how do we acquire and how do we retain the most talented people in the industry so that we can become the employer of choice in our industry. And so for those of you who are out there, whether you have 3 people in your company, whether you have 300 people in your company, talent management should absolutely have a seat at the table as a strategic priority of your organization. I also see companies looking at their brand growth, and their brand, protecting their brand. If you think about how long it takes for you to build a positive brand, to build that experience with your customers, and it could be gone like that. We live in an experience economy, right? So if there's a negative experience that someone might have with your brand, that could be very detrimental, and you could be digging out of that for a long time. So these are issues that our customers are looking for companies like VMware and like SAP to solve for them. They are also looking at startups to help solve some of these issues and some of these challenges. And I think the value that the startups are providing is just really that fresh outside-in perspective that they might not have where their traditional organizational structures, their comp plans, their silos, their just way of doing things that they've always done encumbers their ability to innovate a little bit. And so they look at startups to help them with that. And I see the engagements being very pointed. They're very pointed around business outcomes, less about kind of the flashy technology and more about, here's a strategic priority that we have, here's a business outcome that we're looking for, can you help solve that? So they'll bring startups in for very specific use cases to talk through how can that help me in this area. So they want you to be very good at something and not just average at a lot of things. And that's how you build an enterprise foundation. That's how you build enterprise products. That's how SAP got started when we started with financials. And we went to customer A and B and C and D. We did that very well. And then we came back with logistics and supply chain. So they're looking for you to be very good at something and to be able to come in and prove your technology out in a limited use case environment.
Thanks, DJ. It's actually sort of interesting. We're all ex-SAP people at some point.
That's right.
So that's the common thread here. I just add a few things to what DJ is. I think as all of us, as we get to be bigger companies, VMware is a little over 10 billion. SAP is what, 30 plus billion. Okta will probably be billion pretty soon. The danger we all face as bigger companies is that, we will probably get scale understood pretty well. But the danger that we have is we will miss speed. And everything in life and technology is about combining speed and scale. And you folks who are startups get the speed part pretty well. And obviously you'll come to us to learn about scale, or as you grow bigger, you'll understand scale. And if you can be an elephant and a cheetah in one, where you get the scale and speed together, that's the magic. So I spend a lot of my time, especially as we've sought to bring innovation into our company. And the thing that's been special about VMware, and the same thing when I was at SAP that I sought to do there, was innovate in new areas that were outside the core of what you're known for. And so at SAP, a lot of my time there was we were known for ERP, and I was helping the company get into analytics. Here at VMware, we're known for virtualization, but there's so much more than just server virtualization that companies care about, and now we've become a de facto cloud infrastructure company. And you do that because you're learning from other companies like you who get the innovation and speed part. And you can't just acquire all of them. So if you come to VMworld, one of our big conferences, we probably have about 100,000 people who come to all of our VMworld conferences across the world, and maybe 1 million people who watch it. We proliferate a large number of startups in that community who've on their own become successful companies. We may acquire a few of them, but we seek to really build a platform that can make a very vibrant ecosystem of startups. And it's largely because our customers ask us to go and partner with a few of these folks who are doing something very specialized for them. So a CIO might have a relationship with a SAP or a VMware or a few others that are the big strategic vendors, but they want to have a handful of really, really creative startups that they're also working with. Many of these CIOs of banks have, Silicon Valley visits where they come and meet some of the vendors here, but in addition to the big vendors, they're also meeting startups. And it's really important for us big companies to have those startups on our radar because they become the future, VMware and SAPs or Oktas. So me personally, what I do, I try to spend 1 day a week. It might be a Friday, it might be, depending on what it is, meeting at least, 1 or 2 startups and getting to know their CEOs and their teams. In many cases, there's something I can learn from their CEO about what they're doing that's different from what VMware does at scale. And it's usually something about speed. So just last week, without naming the company, because I don't want to put the company on the spot, I found something really interesting about the way they're doing demand generation and marketing that I would love our CMO and our marketing team to just learn from. And I asked the CEO, would you mind if we come to your offices and you do a lecture to us on how you're doing creative next-gen marketing? That's just a way by which all of a sudden this startup now is incredibly special. They've got the time of us spending time. So if you have that growth mindset, and by the way, that's how our customers think too. The customers who are successful, the CIOs and IT leaders are successful, they've got that growth mindset where they're not satisfied with the status quo. Okay, you understand this, but you don't understand these things. And many of you folks who are successful entrepreneurs have that in your DNA, and that's the reason I'm here at this conference. There's things I want to learn from you guys.
Monty, what are some of the most common recurring mistakes that you see startups make when they are pitching their innovation message, either to end customers or to potential partners like you guys?
Yeah, I think DJ made a good point here about stay focused, right? So stay focused on your value proposition that you might have. One common mistake that we see is you may have an incredible technical innovation or good vision, but when you're talking to a customer or a partner and think about their customers, your partner's customers, distill that use case and that value proposition to something that matters to them versus like you can do everything else out there, right? And what I often see is companies try to present themselves as they would to an investor versus what they would to a customer. And so practice that elevation, hone that thesis, and oftentimes with a startup, they're probably still figuring out product market fit. So at least have a thesis and test it with your customers, test it with your partners, but be open, but stay focused.
Yeah, and I think you brought up a good point there. Some of the mistakes that I see are when salespeople and sales organizations will go out and they will miss providing a point of view that is tailored to a business outcome. They get very focused on, hey, we got some really cool technology, and we have this is customer A, customer B likes it. Let's just go right in here, and they got the tunnel vision on I'm going to demo this. I'm going to go feature function, and so they lose kind of the bigger picture of what is the ultimate outcome, what is the business value, and how do we work backwards from the strategic priority, that this is going to solve for that organization, as opposed to just focusing on a feature and function. I think that's kind of one of the big mistakes and the big misses sometimes that I see with startups.
I wanted to touch briefly on the topic of incumbents, because you can't really talk about a startup's journey from inception into the enterprise customer base without talking about some of the pre-existing players they're going to encounter along the way. And specifically when you're talking about a pre-established domain of spending, a pre-established sort of technology category, you're going to have a number of pre-existing players that often have long-standing relationships with the customer and all kinds of other advantages. So, Sanjay, if you could just sort of share any one or two sort of pieces of advice that you might give to a startup CEO that is going into a domain that already is populated by incumbents, how should they think about sort of navigating their journey and finding a way to really hold their own relative to sort of deeply established players?
I think the amazing story of TechStreet is that it's sort of a David and Goliath, again and again and again and again. I mean, SAP was that at some point, 40, 45 years ago when Hasso started the company and was toppling incumbents that should have built SAP, maybe IBM. And they came out of IBM and did that. When Diane Green and her husband and a few people started VMware, nobody thought that server virtualization was possible in x86, and they invented it out of Stanford. And from that was born what's today one of the fastest growing companies to 10 billion. So I think you have to have, first off, an incredible David and Goliath mindset that you're going to topple a Goliath. I mean, it doesn't matter that you are so much smaller than them, but you have something about what you built that's either from and it has to be a technology, it can't be just a go-to-market, that is disruptively innovative, and that the incumbent will always have, again, like I described earlier, will have scale but won't have speed. And if you have something that's disruptively innovative, you can move fast. I think Okta's proven that pretty well recently in terms of their fighting incumbents. And in some senses, VMware has, over the course of time, even as we've gotten bigger, had to navigate among other bigger incumbents that have gotten. And I'll give you an example. In the early days of VMware, the company that should have probably obliterated us in the early days was Microsoft, because bulk of our virtualization proposition was on Windows servers. But there was one thing VMware did really well, which was they covered Linux. Okay? And for a long time, Microsoft just denied that Linux existed. This is now 20 years ago. And that build a better product and just cover heterogeneity became the proposition that in the early days. I'm sure Diane would say there's a lot more than what VMware, but the early days, just watching from the outside in, they did that really well. And at some point in time, Microsoft admitted Linux existed. But by that point in time, VMware was on the map. So it's something as small as that that put us on the map, and I see startups doing that again, and they just hone in on that David versus Goliath mindset, and then it starts to pop, and then 50, 100, 250, 500 million. And once you get to $1 billion you've created, then you've got to watch that the next startup's not trying to come in to disrupt you.
I wanted to switch gears briefly to talk about what the startup ecosystem means to your individual companies and your own innovation strategies. And I think, Sanjay, you touched on what that sort of engagement looks like for VMware earlier on. But Monty, DJ, if you could just talk a little bit about what role startups play in SAP and Okta's innovation strategies going forward.
Sure. So for Okta, our company's vision, or our mission, is to enable any company to use any technology. That's a broad charter, and so there's plenty of room for innovation there. So if you think about Okta, at the Okta Integration Network, we have 6,500 integrations, and that can evolve into, if you think about the funnel of engagement you can have with a company like Okta, that evolves into maybe co-marketing, to an advanced API to API integration, all the way down to maybe some commercial relationship for a resale. We also have an investment fund to help along that journey, and in the odd situation, we could also acquire you. I think Okta's still a young company, up and coming. 10-year anniversary. We've done 5 acquisitions so far, and those have all resulted in major product lines for the company. So I think there's a broad surface area to engage with if you're a startup, and I think the key piece of advice I would give is understand where you fit in a large partner's journey, like what their strategy is and what their philosophy is, and then just have that thesis and just work with them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, Monty, you said it very nicely there. I mean, at SAP, we and I like Sanjay, what you'd said earlier. You can't acquire everybody, and so you have to have this mentality of working with partners out in the ecosystem, because that's what our customers want us to do. They don't want us to be closed loop. They want us to provide our offerings so that other companies can plug their offerings into ours. And so we realize that. And so very much like Okta, we'll partner with organizations where we see there is a particular niche or fit that fits very complementary into our product line that may not be on our product roadmap, that we can provide that value to a customer and plugging that into our overall environment. And in some cases, we'll make some acquisitions. But obviously, SAP's acquired some pretty big companies over the past few years. We're mostly doing some tuck-in acquisitions now. I don't think we're going to be doing some major acquisitions. We could not pass up the opportunity for Qualtrics and what that can do and how that touches every single product area, the experience management of this, and how that resonates out there in the marketplace. And so we'll look to partner. We'll look for resell. We have about 25 companies that we resell. So if you think about how your product might fit into the strategy, a complementary strategy to SAP, instant sales force of over 1,000 people here in North America that are be selling those products. So huge revenue gain, huge revenue boost for that organization, and huge value we can provide our customers by integrating them into our portfolio.
Shruti, let me just add one other thing which I would add to the sort of incumbent, which doesn't quite fit the David and Goliath narrative, but I think it's important for you startups. One way to fight the incumbent is just to fight them. That's the David and Goliath part. The other part is to partner with them and join them. Okay, and because even at our stage, we're a $10 billion company. I described us as in the land of other big incumbents. So who is the threat to VMware now, today at our stage? It's the big public clouds, Amazon, Azure, Google, Alibaba, whoever have you. And I think it was a seminal point for us 3 years ago where we felt for us to turn that incumbent into a friend, we needed to really strategically go and partner with them and not view them as the enemy. And to the extent that you can actually make that incumbent, sometimes it's not possible, you just got to fight them. That's David versus Goliath. But sometimes there's this sort of, I described a Berlin Wall moment where the US and Soviet Union get together in 1987. That's a big, and when we did that, we found all of a sudden the narrative that changed for us was so fundamentally different. We've become an arms broker to all of the public clouds, and that's catapulted the VMware story to a huge different league. We've done the same thing recently in terms of what we're doing with containers and leveraging this incredible movement called Kubernetes, and we just last week announced our intent to buy Pivotal and become a major force there. So I think the other lesson I would share with you is to the extent that you could become part of, Bill Joy had this line, which I always like, which is, listen, when you see a parade happening, go grab a baton and be at the front of that parade. Okay, don't try to fight the parade because it's happening. Open source is a good example of that. If you are a startup, so that at the beginning of that, and you can join a parade or make the incumbent join you, you get even 10 times the impact that you could have just on your own.
Partnerships between venture-backed startups and large tech giants do have a somewhat mixed track record in the sense that they can consume a lot of resources from the startup side and sometimes deliver sustainable top-line growth and sometimes don't. Sanjay, in just a few words, if you could call out the key success ingredients or patterns that startup CEOs should look for when they're trying to figure out whether to invest resources in pursuing an alliance with a tech giant, what might be a few words of advice there?
Just very quickly, because we've seen a number of successful startups we've acquired, as have these folks. I would say the CEOs and their teams that we like are folks who are just, they've got grit, and in their sense, they just are mini Steve Jobs. They think they're going to conquer the world. And even if their business isn't as big as an iPhone, they have that mindset. They understand product and they understand go-to-market very well, and then they're constantly, ruthlessly focused on their people. Hiring, recruiting, retaining. And those qualities, ultimately, if we can scale them, we actually like keeping those people because they could run bigger businesses for us. So we often try to keep CEOs of companies we acquire for as long as we can. Sometimes they get the bug and they want to go do it again, unfortunately. But I think a general manager at a bigger company is a startup that's a person who's really done well at a startup as a CEO and then can build a big business. I think the best general managers in our business, whether I saw them at SAP or at VMware, were people who at some point in time were a startup CEO.
Just in a couple of words each, which emerging technology in the enterprise are you most excited about that you believe is sort of an area of unmet demand where startups should be delivering innovation?
Sure. I think from the identity standpoint, the multi-cloud trend right now is just in the early innings, and that's going to shift the control plane for a variety of different offerings, whether it's security, whether it's SaaS management, and there's a ton of innovation happening there. The role of data and machine learning in that one as well.
I'd have to go with experience management. I mean, it's a $40 billion industry. Being able to provide your customers a better experience for their customers and how you can plug into that. I mean, augmented reality, these are hot things that are going to be in the enterprise soon.
I'm excited about a lot of things. The ones I'm probably most recently excited about, I mentioned two. One is Kubernetes and containers, and the other is security. I think both industries are going to rapidly be changed. I look forward to startups like you who are innovating in those two areas. I think there's a rich set of innovation on both containers and security that the world needs.
Terrific. I think that's a wrap. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi again, everyone. I actually thought that was a pretty useful conversation on how to adapt your strategy. A couple of quick housekeeping notes. If you would like to submit questions for one of our Q&A sessions today, you can do that using Slido. Also, I'm sorry, Slido, and you have to use the code TC Enterprise. Also, if you'd like to find a transcript of any of today's conversations, you can do that at Otter AI, and also look up TC Enterprise. I think it's like Otter AI/TC Enterprise. And now, without further ado, we're really excited to be welcoming Susan Prescott, VP of Apple, in conversation with our Editor-in-Chief, Matthew Panzarino.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
It's a pleasure.
All right, all right. So
nailing it so far.
Okay, so Apple's in the process of making a big, transition is one way to put it, definitely a push on the consumer side into services to flesh out their services businesses. Obviously, the hardware businesses are well established and understandable to the market, but what does the enterprise side of that look like?
Yep. So tremendous opportunity, right? A lot of companies offering services. For Apple, we have a few things that are targeted squarely at business from a services point of view that we can talk about. One of them is our technology called Apple Business Manager, which is a one-stop shop for IT where you can create and manage Apple IDs, where you can purchase and distribute apps, and you can set your policies with protocols to feed into the MDM solution that you might be using. That service we started about 1.5 years ago. It's a for free service available to businesses, and actually, never before stated, Matthew, hot off the press.
Thanks for telegraphing. That's good.
We just past 80,000 organizations, which includes corporations with subsidiaries and so forth, that are taking advantage of Apple Business Managers. So that's
this is an evolution of the MDM solution, right?
Yeah, we used to have something called device enrollment, the DEP solution, and we had a volume purchase program, and we had some disparate pieces, some of it on the policy side, some of it on the app side, and it was a little bit of a hassle, and we really do want to remove friction, and so we were getting a lot of feedback from IT departments, and maybe some of you here today, saying you've got to make this simpler. So we kind of consolidated the tasks an IT organization might want to do, managing a fleet of Apple devices, into this Apple Business Manager. So that's one offering that we have from a services point of view.
Yeah, and that's first-party software like Business Manager. Business Chat is another one that you offer, right? And is this like a pillar of the Apple Enterprise strategy, offering these first-party tools to the enterprise?
Yeah, where we think we can do it in a meaningful way or a differentiated way, where it helps remove friction in the process, we look to provide that. So Business Chat, for anyone who's not aware, is a sort of a riff off messages where customers can communicate directly to a business, for example, Lowe's, just by texting or SMSing through messages their question or their issue.
Right.
And so that's been a great addition to the portfolio as well. And then even AppleCare is a big part of our service offering, and we have a dedicated AppleCare for enterprise as another service offering.
So you don't have to bring like 300 devices to the Apple Store.
Exactly. It's a little awkward. We found that didn't always work well. So we have a offering that has been in place for a little while. We've been evolving it as we have growing deployments. We have hundreds of businesses now with tens of thousands of devices, and the support needs there are of a certain kind. You need an account manager, right? IT doesn't want to have a nameless, faceless conversation just over Business Chat. You need 24/7 tech support. You need on-site hardware repair, an easy ability to switch out devices, and so forth. So we do have a dedicated AppleCare for Enterprise service offering that's been pretty well received and part of our overall AppleCare offering. And we even have something cryptically named Apple Financial Services, which are financial services from Apple.
Never would I guessed.
Right? I know sometimes our naming. But the interesting thing there is they're very flexible, transparent models that look at a company to understand the kind of upgrade cycles, for example, that they prefer. And we're able to customize the financial services model to that. The other
is there a partner in that financial service?
There's a back end partner who helps execute the Apple Financial Services, and but the discussion is with Apple to establish that for an account, and it also takes advantage of something that I hope is not a well kept secret, but we have great hardware residual value for our devices. And with our Apple Financial Services offerings, we're also able to take advantage of that to make the cash flow and the affordability of the devices over, say, a 3 to 4 year term for a Mac or a 2 to 3 year term for a phone or an iPad, allows the business to take advantage of those residual values throughout the process, the term of the agreement.
Is that a two-way program? Is it like trade-in or upgrade?
You can do either. You can own at the end, or you can replace at the end. So you can as I said, it's really pretty flexible.
Right.
And the idea is to just make it easy and underscore ways to make our products the affordability more apparent for businesses. Those are some examples of our services, Matthew. And
got it.
Watch this space. Who knows?
Okay, so to riff on the Business Chat thing a little tiny bit, so that's obviously one offering, and it's based on the backbone of the work you've done with messages.
Yep.
I think there are a lot of corporations, a lot of big companies use Messages, FaceTime, and other tools that Apple provides as ad hoc, corporate comms. And I know Apple uses Messages internally as corporate comms.
We do.
So is there plans to package that more holistically for a company? Because it seems like, you have Slack and these other offerings out there. But I know, like, personally, we often have reservations about how much data we share with Slack, how safe that data is, and that sort of thing. So with Apple's reputation, it seems like you can make a strong offering there.
Yeah. We have nothing to talk about today, but it is a case that people are using those, doing things like expanding FaceTime for 32 people at once is something that a family may use if you have a lot of kids. I only have 3, but
it's pretty extreme. Yeah.
But also could be great for teams collaborating in businesses. So we're moving some of those offerings towards indoor mapping that we offer in Maps, where you could have not just inside of an airport or a mall, but inside of a campus like Apple Park, which can be kind of confusing
you get, like,
to navigate.
Stuff, yeah.
So there's a lot of ways you could imagine applying those services to business today. Nothing specific about packaging them up, but I hear you, and I think there is opportunity for these products to be used more into business.
Yeah, I mean, I hate every messenger we use, so besides Messages, so just as a personal.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Is he just saying that because I'm here? But
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Okay, so historically, the story of Apple in the enterprise has been about, sort of hinged on the story of BYOD, right? People fall in love with Apple devices outside. They're like, I really want to use these for work, and they bring them in, and the IT sort of has to wrap their heads around how to incorporate those. A lot of that work has been done and been done over the years. But how has enterprises' approach to selling into that channel changed as you started to start to come in the front door through CSOs and that kind of thing?
We see it kind of as an evolution, and it did start really with iPhone back in 2007 and with the BYOD model, and of course triggering a lot of the consumerization of IT, and your team's written about that, and I'm sure most of the audience is quite familiar with that as well. And that was great for us. That worked really well for us, taking the passion of the consumers for technology to bring it into the business. I would say there was kind of 3 phases. So the second thing was the availability of the iPad in 2010. And the iPad was an interesting trigger. People were already having, pretty decent numbers of iPhones in their workplaces. We did a lot of the work for integration and security, the basics to have those work. As the iPad came out, it became more apparent, gee, we have a lot of these devices. iPad seemed like a great business tool, and there's a super cool SDK. So what started to happen then was a little bit more attention to corporate liable and to building custom apps for iPad, but also for iPhone. And so that was a little different, and that kind of, because it would be, for example, for, maybe it was a field service organization that was going to be using the devices, corporate liable made sense, that the hardware would be purchased and the plans would be paid for by the company. So that changed the BYOD to some degree. What we see today, as we continue, obviously building those custom apps happen on a Mac, which is part of the 3rd phase. But what we see is BYOD continues to coexist with institutionally owned. And a lot of our work has been trying to let people do what they want with their device, paying attention to who owns the device. So we can talk more about that in a second, but to finish answering the core of your question, I think the 3rd phase was really interesting, and it's yet a different model, which is a little different than BYOD and purely institutional owned, and it has to do with the resurgence of Mac that's happened with the success of our iOS devices, or the adoption of iOS and iPad OS. Right? That halo effect, and so it's not just creative departments, it's not just the developers who are creating apps for these companies, but it's productivity, using the Mac as a productivity tool, and that 3rd phase is really around Mac as a choice. What we're seeing is businesses are giving the employees the option for what they want to use. And maybe many of you are familiar with IBM, who in our wildest dreams, we wouldn't have thought they would have over almost 300,000 Apple devices at IBM, and well over 100,000 of them are Macs. And that was simply based on giving employees choice. Jamf is a great partner, and they had done some great studies that say 3 in 4 employees given a choice will choose a Mac. And we see that playing out over and over in businesses SAP, who I think is obviously here. We just heard someone from SAP, at HCA, a large healthcare organization, and many, many other organizations. So that idea of device as a choice, letting the institutionally owned perhaps or subsidized, but
Right.
letting the user pick from.
Yeah, so lubricating the channel once the user makes the choice, lubricating the channel for the company.
Right.
Yeah. So you mentioned personally owned devices. So I know you have a new tool for that. So can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, super exciting. So we at Apple have a blessing and a burden, which is people brought these devices into enterprise in the first place because they love them. And so as we look at building capabilities to make sure IT and the corporation can manage those devices appropriately, we want to do it without friction for the IT folks, but without compromising the end user experience. And that sounds really easy, but those of you who are a little closer to it may know it's difficult. It's
Right.
difficult sometimes to solve for the very legitimate issues or concerns an IT department might have without creating a crippling experience where someone can't really use an iPhone or an iPad or a Mac.
Yeah,
the
Verizon
way
keeps
they want to.
installing this MDM profile on my device that eliminates iCloud.
Yeah.
I use a ton of apps that
And you're like,
sync
come
with
on
iCloud.
now. Like,
yeah.
come on now.
They
So-
don't know I can delete it.
Anyone hear from Verizon, please step out. So what we've done, and it's kind of been building on, we put lots of enterprise features in every release since 2008, quite honestly. It was the year after the first iPhone shipped that we really began incorporating enterprise features into the device around security, around management, around identity, around productivity. But what we've done this year that built on, for those of you familiar with it, APFS, a file system we announced a couple of years ago, which enables us to create volumes and some other great core technologies, is something called user enrollment. And user enrollment is super cool because it's meant for BYOD, which, as I mentioned earlier, hasn't gone away. It's still a viable way that people are bringing technology into business. But when you have your own device and you bring it into a company, there's two things that may happen. Sometimes IT says, I want to manage your device, and the
Right.
user says, yeah, but this is my personal device. I'm not going, giving you complete control over my passcode and all these other things. Some
It's
of the time,
especially a concern, by the way, in media, because we have sources, we talk with them, we don't want to give corporate access to all of that.
there's kind of stuff that's
Right.
that's personal, and we care about that a lot. Now, if you're the end user, you also are probably thinking, I want to keep my data private. But in
Right.
some cases, the IT folks are like, I don't even want your private information. I just need to make sure that the corporate information and data that's on your device is adequately protected, that when you leave the company, I can eliminate and wipe, your access to certain things, the data that's on your phone or your iPad, et cetera. So with user enrollment, we actually allow 2 devices on your two IDs. I'm like, 2 devices?
Yeah.
Where do I allow
2 IDs on a single
you
device.
can have lots
right?
of devices.
Yeah.
2 IDs on a single device. So
Yeah.
you have your personal Apple ID, and then you have a managed Apple ID that I mentioned to Apple Business Manager earlier. You can easily create managed Apple IDs for the organization or for the individual who's bringing their own phone. And with that, we have the ability, and this is simplifying it, but it's a really powerful concept. We have the ability to, without crippling your access to apps and services for your personal use, give you protected, appropriately sandboxed access to the apps and services your company wants you to be
And the
using.
user experience is seamless.
The user experience is simple. I don't log out of one ID and log into another. We know, based on the ID, based on what you're doing, where you're doing it, we know that perhaps this particular app is associated up here, but your Photos app is
Right.
very personal, and I don't want my kids sitting on my
Yeah.
corporate cloud.
And so the benefit to the user is clear, right? They can bring their own personal device that they're already using. They don't have to carry 2. One's usually in a corporate case and all of this
Nobody
stuff.
wants to carry 2, and we've known that for a
Yeah.
long time. But this really, I think, is a big step forward, and we're hearing great response. Any of you who have been, who plan to implement it with iOS 13 and iPadOS who have feedback, let us know. But we're hearing really great responses on the betas for how this is helping to address that issue. We hold dear removing any end user friction, but respecting what IT needs to do. And we feel like this is a really great answer to that. So it's called user enrollment with iOS 13, and it works pretty well, pretty great.
Cool. One thing I wanted to ask about is, so over the last several years, Apple's put more and more focus on-device processing. They have built custom silicon, put into iPhones and iPads, and then custom software, obviously, to aid in building and running ML models locally on device, that sort of thing. So how is Apple thinking about like selling into the enterprise this opportunity to offload, obviously, processing to local devices to reduce just processing load at a central unit, and then also security and privacy-wise?
Sounds a lot like an edge computing question.
Yeah, it is an edge computing question.
So it's a great question, and obviously there's some things kind of converging here that, once again, are potentially a great scenario for us, or for people using our devices, because as you said, there's tremendous progress. You see demos if anybody watches our events at the Worldwide Developer Conference or other product events. The processing power of these devices is dramatically improving year on year. We're not talking about mobile chips in an iPhone or on an iPad. We're talking about hardcore silicon. And we're talking also about the opportunity to build things into the chips. So for example, I'll kind of wrap back around to specifically what you're asking about, but for example, in our A-series chip, we have a dedicated part of the chip purpose-built around machine learning. So it's called the Neural Engine, and it's an instruction set optimized for machine learning, to be able to process data on your device, to be able, et cetera. So that's an example of bringing the decision-making to the device. Now, our motivation in doing that, in large part, was privacy, right? So if you want to have news, understand what you like to read, you want suggestions from the operating system, you want to know how early you need to leave for your next appointment on your calendar, you don't necessarily want to be sharing all of that, into a cloud. So there's a lot of things that have driven on-device processing that are around privacy for us. At the same time, we're now in a world where that kind of power on device and the opportunity to use these devices for hardcore computing without having to go up to a data center or a dedicated server is quite compelling. So we definitely see organizations looking at taking advantage of the on-device processing power, the very real compute power of these devices as part of a solution to, less, maybe there's not bandwidth, maybe you don't want to be sending stuff up to these data centers. So our devices as a piece of edge computing, as a way to manage how that data moves around, we think is very powerful, and we are having some fun as that area starts to it continues to grow, looking at how our products can play there and what more we can and should be doing, as you said, with our custom silicon, with our software and beyond, to make those viable for the things people want to do. Right. From an edge computing point of view on device, in addition to the things that we want to help users keep private on their device.
Sure. Just to wrap it up, kind of a personal question. Like, where does iWork fit into the enterprise strategy? Like, how do you see that as a tool that you can pitch to the enterprise as a viable productivity suite?
Yeah. First of all, I love iWork, so you're asking a biased audience. And at Apple, we do use the iWork suite even for our big events. In fact, one of the reasons we began, developing the iWork apps and why Keynote was the first was because Steve wanted something great to be able to build Apple keynotes. And to this day, Keynote is what we use for our Apple presentations. So those apps they're free on your devices. So. That's great. They're compatible with, for example, Office, right? It's a big 800-pound gorilla. We understand people have a lot of documents that may be on that file format and so forth. And so we have a good interchange with Microsoft Office. We think the feature set, if you want to create brilliant looking presentations, maybe, my ideas are so-so, but my slides are going to be killer.
Right.
So if you want to, create beautiful documents that stand out in Pages, in Keynote, and even in a spreadsheet app where it's a blank canvas where you can visualize data in incredibly creative ways. It's not just a spreadsheet. It's great. Is it for everyone? It may not be for everyone, but we do see small and medium-sized businesses adopting iWork. And we see some large businesses who say they're built, it's built in. Let's take a look. Keynote in particular, Pages and Numbers as well, get uptake in some companies, but it's not pervasive yet. We've done some things to make it, I think, more useful and more attractive, which we've also added to a number of our other apps, which is collaboration features, right? That's something that surely Google's done a great job at, is collaboration first, and we believe that is really important. So we've added the ability to
multi-user doc editing is like a
super important
oft-cited advantage of Google.
Right, and then when you have something like Keynote where you have these big, complex slides and they're big, how do you collaborate seamlessly? So we've had some hard problems to solve, but we're in a pretty great place with that. So collaboration in iWork, it's also in things like notes and reminders, because I think overall for productivity in the enterprise, you want that. So I think iWork has a place. Is it for everyone? Is it ubiquitous? No, but people who use it absolutely love it. So if you haven't tried it, try it.
Excellent. Well, thanks. Well, we're over time, and I stayed because they can't kick me off. So thank you very much.
It's kind of fun to have Matthew as my partner. So
Thank you
very
very
much.
Thanks.
All right. Thanks.
Hi again, everyone. Looks like you know we are taking a short break on this stage. We do have a breakout session that's about to start. Again, that's on the second floor of the forum. If you want to ask questions, use Slido and the code TC Enterprise. And otherwise, I think you need to be back here by 11:15 promptly. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage TechCrunch Silicon Valley editor and Enterprise MC, Connie Loizis.
Hello, you're back. We know most of you didn't go anywhere. We didn't either. But more importantly, we are really excited to be welcoming to our stage the always interesting Aaron Levy, CEO of Box, with our terrific enterprise reporter, Ron Miller.
Welcome.
Cool, thanks for having me.
Yeah. Usually I do an intro, but I think everybody knows who this guy is at this point.
We'll test that theory.
Okay. So let's just get into it. Just this week, in case of interesting timing, at least for me.
Yeah.
Probably for you.
We wanted to make sure that you had some news to cover.
That's right. A company called Starboard Value, which is an activist investor, announced a 7.5% stake in your company. I think you're probably aware of that. I'm wondering.
Actually, that is news. I might need to go and
check
learn
that
a bit more of that about what just happened.
Okay, well you can read it in tech.
Okay, I'll check out the article.
So what was your reaction when you heard about that? I mean, did you have this activist investor coming on board?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think by virtue of being public, we have lots of different types of investors. Some have, different levels of orientation around length of times that they invest, why they invest, what they see as the opportunity. I think in the case of Starboard and actually many of our investors, there's a belief that we're undervalued right now,
right.
and there's an opportunity to grow that value. What we're focused on and what we've told Wall Street and what we certainly have communicated to Starboard and others is we're extremely focused on growing and accelerating our growth rate, which is really what our strategy is all about right now, as well as driving greater profitability. So, with Starboard and any other investor, I think that's what we tend to be very focused on and working on with them.
So, why do you think you're so undervalued?
Well, I think we've gone through this transition as a company where we went from being a single product company to a multi-product company just in the past couple of years, and as we've made that transition, this has really caused an evolution of both how we sell our product and how we bring our product and platform to market, as well as frankly what we're building and how we've advanced our platform. So just kind of given the scale of the business, some of that has driven a lower growth rate just because the numbers are getting so much larger, but we're really focused on re-accelerating that growth due to our new products and due to the way that we actually are selling the platform now.
Yeah. So, when you have an investor of this type come on board, you've built this company from the ground up. You have the, quintessential dorm room origin story, right? Do you worry about that you could lose control of the company at this point because of, a company like this coming in and trying to make things happen?
Yeah, I mean, I think as a public company, the what you trade from going from private to being public is you have a way larger investor base and it's their right and frankly in some cases responsibility to make sure that they are actively engaged in the company. So we're super focused on building out a business for the long run, and I think as we always do with our investors, we get lots of feedback. We try and communicate our strategy with them, and in some cases those investors might be even more engaged and more active in terms of working with us and trying to get closer to the business, and that's something that we totally support. So I think we're super focused on the long run, and ultimately this comes down to just again our strategy of making sure that we're building out our broader platform and going into larger and larger enterprises. We now have 95,000 customers on the platform. We have nearly 1,000 customers paying us over $100,000 a year, and so right now the focus is how do we continue to grow that number as significantly as possible, and that's what both our investors want and frankly what we want internally as an organization.
Right, and I mean, what do you think is going to happen next? I mean, now that you have this kind of activist investor involved, and they've made it in their statement clear they want to kind of make changes and do things. What do you think is going to be the result of that?
Yeah, I think. Well, I think in their statement, actually, they really just identified that they think there's upside
Right.
in the stock. So it's still very early in the kind of conversations and process. But again, we're super collaborative in these types of situations. We want to work with all of our investors, and I think that'll be the same here.
So last June, what led to this, I should say, you ended your dual class shares, and I know we had a conversation a couple of years ago where there was a story in the Wall Street Journal that people were saying that you could be a hostile takeover thing, and you said, no, we can't do that because we have dual class shares. Now you've eliminated those dual class shares, which a lot of people thought was the right thing to do. Do you have any regrets now in light of this investment?
If I did, I probably wouldn't say it on this stage. But what I would say in general is, I think what you do is, as you go public, again, you're making that trade where you're no longer a private company run by a relatively small board and just a couple individuals. Ultimately, you have to take responsibility for shareholder value and growing shareholder value. And in that case, we work with all of our investors to do so. So I think the dual class thing is a bit of a distraction in the whole conversation. I think that ultimately, again, it's my job as CEO and it's our job as an organization to make sure that we're growing the business, that we're generating good returns for our shareholders. But ultimately, all of this comes back to what are we doing as a company? What is our strategy? How are we helping customers? And that's what we're unbelievably focused on.
So, speaking of this strategy, institutional investors have always seemed to have a problem understanding what it is that you do. And maybe that's one of the reasons it's undervalued and been, pretty volatile in terms of the stock. Why do you think that is? Why do you think people have so much trouble understanding what Box does?
Well, I think I think it's a pretty complicated market. Unlike categories like CRM or ERP or human capital management, which are sort of known categories, they're known total addressable markets. And as the cloud disruptors in those categories went after those markets, Workday, Salesforce,
right.
ServiceNow, kind of each disrupting their own category, where there was a very clear, discrete TAM, and they were building the more disruptive version of that. We're actually really disrupting, I think, a set of categories of technology of storage, content management, and collaboration software, and then the security around that. And so ultimately, it's a pretty different proposition than I think some of the disruptive models that we've seen happen in SaaS, which means that there's just more education for investors. There's frankly, more work that we've had to do as a platform, which in some cases has caused us to invest more aggressively in things like R&D or sales and marketing earlier in our growth trajectory. And oftentimes that has been, either kind of perceived as confusing or maybe less efficient to the broader investor population. What I'd say is we're going after about a $40 billion market when you look at all of the total spend that happens on, again, anything where an enterprise needs to store or secure or manage their unstructured information, so their documents, their files, all of the critical data that goes into their business. We're building the modern cloud platform for solving those challenges, and that's one part security, one part workflow, one part collaboration, and it's really going out and again disrupting a few different industries all in one addressable market. So that's something that frankly we have to continue to do a better job in making sure we educate the market. But frankly, again, our focus as a company, and I think for any startup, is 100% about customers and making sure that ultimately that is what we're driving all of our attention towards. So again, 95,000 customers, 69% of the Fortune 500, nearly 1,000 customers paying over $100,000 a year, and we think that's the sort of proof that this model is working.
And that message should be getting through, but it doesn't seem to get through. And I mean, you've had more than a decade to kind of explain it to people. And I mean, I'm
a pretty slow talker, so it's taking a little while to have it get across.
I get it, but
yeah.
When you explain it here, I'm sure these people out here understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Why do you think the average investor has so much
Well,
trouble?
I don't know that the Yerba Buena Center in San Francisco is sort of like, representative of the global
Wall Street.
the global demographic of our kind of customer or investor base. I think like any market, different markets take different levels of time to continue to be well understood. Again, we have the benefit of we started the company, in our sophomore year of college,
right.
And what we wanted to do was solve a really big problem, and we've always been incredibly focused on that in the long run. So, near-term periods where our stock might be down or might be up, I think is more of a, we deeply care about, what shareholders are sort of, experiencing, but ultimately we care more about, are we building a business for the long run that's going to be sustainable and really impactful for how the world works and our customers. And so that's ultimately the focus that we have.
Okay, last money question and stock question, I promise.
We can keep going.
All right, and we will then. So your stock has lost half its value since May 2018. It was like around 24, and now it's like 28, and now it's like.
I think we're doing a little better today,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
so I think we're
I mean,
yeah.
when I wrote the question
Oh, okay,
earlier.
okay. Well, then maybe that was a week ago.
But you know, when you look at the graph of your stock, it's like, why do you think it's been so volatile?
It's sort of like the graph of my heart rate, I guess. I think you know, again, you know, any company that is sort of you know, a little bit smaller is going to deal with a bit more volatility. You know, we're again, and this is sort of true of I think the broader SaaS environment. There's always going to be fluctuations in the market, people pulling money out, people putting money in, based on either macro or dynamics, you know, directly in our company. And so we deal with that just like any other company does. And again, you know, for any company that's going public or for any company that's already public, what you have to do is focus on the long run, and that's all you can do. That's what you can control, and so that's where we're putting all of our attention.
And I mean, you had mentioned the SaaS companies. Do you think that in general, you know, Wall Street has, you know, a problem understanding the value proposition of SaaS? Because it seems like all the stocks go through this. You have a pretty decent earnings report, and the stock drops, and I just never quite understand that, you know?
Yeah, I think I actually think Wall Street is definitely getting very good at understanding the SaaS business model. I mean, the benefit as both, again, entrepreneurs and running these businesses and to investors is that you have a high degree of predictability. It's a very efficient model once you get to scale. I think investors are appreciating that. I think we're seeing companies at scale like ServiceNow, Workday, Salesforce, and others. Atlassian, obviously, just earlier today, where you have really healthy operating margins, very you know, significant profit generation. As well as high growth, and I think that's a model that Wall Street is appreciating and understanding. And I think that you know, the private sector, private investors are equally betting on these businesses. When I look at the crop of IPOs that have recently come out, or the crop of companies that we're now seeing being funded, it's an incredibly exciting, I think, time to be in SaaS and be in the enterprise.
So switching gears here, I know that security is something that you really you know, concentrate on. And this year, TechCrunch reported that Box users had inadvertently exposed some private data. How did you, as you know, as the CEO, how did you deal with it when you learned that had happened?
Yeah, so this was a super important kind of moment for us as a company because we had developed a feature that let customers publicly share their data. So you can imagine a use case of a car company that wants to be able to publish their press releases or publish their marketing content, so that way, you know, media or partners can access that content.
I get that all the time.
Yeah, exactly. So that way companies can access that data. Inadvertently, some other users had created those effectively public sites for sharing data, and in some cases, you know, data was exposed that I think don't think the customer ultimately intended to be exposed. And frankly, part of that was on us, where we had a usability challenge with the feature where we didn't make it as explicit as we could to ensure that only the exact right use cases were being leveraged for this type of feature. And then, of course, some of it is on the education for our customers. And so we responded very quickly through a variety of security measures. I think we implemented 5 or 6 different controls in the product to prevent this in the future, but also, you know, make sure that we go and communicate with our customers that may have had that type of accidental open sharing of data. So kind of really great reminder again in any product developer that you always have to balance security and user experience, and that's what we've always done as a company. But even more so in this case, we learned that we had more work to do.
Yeah, so this was kind of a case of unintended consequences, right? You give customers something that they've asked for, and then something happens.
It was a little bit too powerful of a feature, and so we kind of tuned it back a bit to make sure that it was there was you know, really addressing the very appropriate use cases that it was intended for.
And what did you learn from that process that, you know, you had this kind of unintended consequence?
Yeah, I think you know, more broadly. I think this is what we're seeing generally in SaaS right now. If you're building a SaaS product, and this is something that has always been kind of core to our DNA, security is your responsibility as a builder of cloud platforms. It's not, you know, we're past the era of having security be the responsibility of your customer, where they have to go out and buy bolt-on security solutions and solve security on their own. So if you have a product that enables the sharing or management of data, which almost by definition is sort of all SaaS products, then taking control of that security is incredibly important. And for us, so we focus on how do we make sure that the infrastructure itself is secure, how do we make sure the data itself is secure, how do we make sure our software development practices are secure, and then ultimately how do we build features that our customers can leverage to stay super secure. So we actually just launched a new capability a couple of weeks ago called Box Shield, and what Box Shield does is effectively bring intelligent threat detection and data classification to our product. So again, natively integrated, frictionless security built right into Box that can help our customers with both these types of events as well as other types of security challenges they're experiencing.
Right. You once told me, I mean, we've had a lot of conversations over the years, but you once told me...
I appreciate your deep interest in enterprise software, so...
You once told me that you will always have a free version of Box.
Yep.
And early on, obviously, the freemium model helped build your user base, gave you scale, kind of use that Trojan horse of getting inside companies. When you advise startups today, do you advise them to use that model?
I think freemium it's really important that you point freemium at the right types of businesses or problems. The way I tend to think about it is if you have a broad horizontal product where distribution is your is basically the primary challenge, where there's sort of an unlimited amount of total addressable market and an unlimited amount of demand, and you're just trying to serve that demand as efficiently as possible, then often having a free version or maybe a lightweight trial version of your product is really, really important. If instead you have a product that is going after a relatively small niche where in fact it's a very targeted audience where maybe there's not unlimited TAM, it's more addressable through, again, just a direct sales force, then actually freemium might not be as important. For us, when we think about software that makes it easy to collaborate and share data securely, which is what Box does, by definition, hundreds of millions of people globally or even billions of people globally can be benefited by that product. And so what we wanted to do is make sure that we didn't create any friction for end users within organizations to start to use Box, but equally make sure we had a business model where as you use Box extensively within an organization, we had a way to help customers actually go and get more value from our product. And that was our enterprise features, our security features, our governance and workflow technology. So for us, it's always been this really good balance, which is build insanely delightful software for end users so they can adopt Box and share the product and spread it virally as easily as possible, while simultaneously making sure that you generate enough value for the enterprise where they're going to want to pay for your added services. And this is effectively the evolution of the company that we're going through right now, which is instead of just now one product that customers can upgrade to, which is our kind of core enterprise plan, how do we help them have, again, additional services and capabilities like workflow, like advanced security, like advanced governance, and then pull that all together as one solution for our customers, which is where we have our strategy today in terms of selling the full suite of capabilities from Box.
Sure. Not that many enterprise SaaS companies have cracked $1 billion. I mean, you have Salesforce, which is like the gold standard with a $16 billion run rate, and you have others like Workday and so forth. But you're on a run rate around $700 million now, which is nothing to sneeze at. But did you think it would take this long to get to $1 billion?
I would say so we guided this year to a little bit under $700 million in revenue. Right. We're very firmly on a path to $1 billion in revenue in the next few years, and that remains a really important milestone on the journey. Again, it's not the kind of only focus of the company. Our core focus of the company is, again, to grow in a very sustainable way and serve our customers with a high degree of success for our customers. And $1 billion in revenue is a great milestone. It's something that I think any SaaS company would want to celebrate. Sure. But yeah, that's what we're focused on getting to eventually in the next few years, and we'd like to get there as quickly as possible.
What do you think it takes to get you there?
Again, I think
selling more.
Ultimately, it kind of comes down to being that simple. Yeah. So we have to sell our software to more customers globally. I think when you look at the penetration, I mean, what's incredibly exciting, and I think what you're seeing with why I get very excited about IPOs like Zoom and Slack and other PagerDuty, Atlassian, and other companies is, I think, and this is, I think, collectively important for us in the enterprise software industry. If you go back 10 or 15, 20 years, and you looked at the total addressable market for traditional enterprise software, it was basically only the world's largest companies, right? So it was the Fortune 500 who had hundreds or thousands of IT people in their organization who could afford system integrators and all the expenses that went into that, and they had data centers and lots of infrastructure, and so your addressable market was maybe like 10 to 50 million employees globally. Your software could actually go and impact. Right. If you go back kind of 10, 15, 20 years. Today, quite literally, anybody with an internet connection and who has a job, software can impact how they work. And so the addressable market on most of these categories of technology are ranging between 10 and 100 times larger than what we thought they were, again, 15 or 20 years ago. And so when we think about video, when we think about operational data, when we think about project management software, when we think about what we do, which is, again, secure collaboration and content management, the markets are everything from 2 and 3 and 5-person companies all the way to companies with 500,000 employees. So these markets are insanely massive. And so for us, in terms of growing, it's just making sure can we continue to reach all of these customers of all sizes and be able to bring the full breadth of our solution to them.
Right, so we are just about out of time, so we're going to end it right there. Why don't you give Aaron a hand?
Thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you.
Great talk.
Thanks all. And now please help me in welcoming to the stage Mark Rusinovich, the CTO of Microsoft Azure, with moderator Frederic Lardinois. Thanks.
Right. Thank you for being here.
Oh, thanks for inviting me, Frederick.
You just got married this weekend.
That's right. Last Friday. Yeah.
This is your honeymoon.
That's right.
Thank you. Are you going on a honeymoon?
Yeah, eventually, in early January. Yeah, when the weather's nicer in other parts of the world.
Here, I thought you were coming to us for your honeymoon. You've been the CTO. You've been at Azure for quite a while. I think just over 10 years at this point.
I started in July of 2010, so just past 9 years. Yeah.
And you've been CTO for 5 years.
That's right.
A lot has changed in those last 5 years. What has changed?
What has changed?
Yeah.
A lot has changed. One thing, cloud is not a question like it was still 5 years ago. Cloud is kind of a lot of companies view it as a must-do at this point. Azure is significantly larger than it was, multiple times, probably somewhere between 10 and 20 times larger than it was 5 years ago.
When you say larger, you mean just
footprint, capacity, yeah. Number of regions, number of services, number of people working on Azure.
If you say more enterprises are moving to the cloud now, what was that like 5 years ago?
So it's been kind of fascinating to watch how enterprises looked at cloud from starting back in 2010 when I first got involved with it. Back then it was Shadow IT, and there was a few companies doing dev test, but largely enterprise was not really aware what cloud wasn't on most of their radars. And then I kind of saw enterprises start to get interested in what is this cloud thing, what are my people doing with Shadow IT, I wanted to better understand it. Then I saw first wave of enterprise cloud adoption, kind of the first movers starting to say, hey, we're going to go to the cloud. Then some time passed, and then I saw a second wave of adopters that had kind of not been paying attention, not done it much with the cloud through that first wave. This is about 3 years ago, and I saw that wave of adoption start to happen. And it was really at that point that a lot of these companies that had been watching from the sidelines saw that the cloud had gotten mature enough in terms of its capability and security and reliability that they could start looking at moving to it. And then now what I'm seeing is yet another wave, and this is kind of the bulk of IT, I think, is now, bulk of the enterprise is now looking at how to get up to the cloud.
Has it surprised you how long it's taken?
A little bit. I mean, I thought it would go faster than it has, but I think it's kind of gone as fast as I think the system can support it going. If I take a look at just in Azure, keeping up with this kind of growth, we've been growing as fast as we possibly can, and it's barely keeping up with the demand that we're seeing. So I think in some ways we're fortunate that it hasn't been faster.
Can you just buy more servers?
We're buying and building as fast as we can.
But they're not making enough for you?
Well, there's a lot of complexity when it comes to growing 10x scales. A lot of systems, a lot of processes, a lot of maturity has to happen to be able to run at that kind of scale, and to get the efficiency to build out when you're doubling your capacity one time, when you're doubling it again the next time, the systems have to improve to be able to do that. So it's all of that kind of growth of the infrastructure, of the processes, the tools, the people that have had to happen.
Totally. 5 years ago, what were the stumbling blocks for some of those companies that just couldn't be part, maybe wanted to be part of that first wave, but just couldn't do it?
I think a big one is skills. Skills and culture at the companies. I mean, I definitely see this kind of struggle still playing out within some enterprise organizations where you have an IT department that is built an on-premises environment. They're proud of it. They've invested a lot in it. The people that have risen in the company have made their careers on it. And now they're seeing this pressure to go to the cloud. And there's some resistance naturally in terms of, hey, what we've got is working great. What's that going to do for me? There's resistance in just naturally, this is what I'm used to doing, and I like to keep doing it this way. So, and then once they decide to make that move, just figuring out how to do it. How do I operate the cloud? What kind of skills the people that were running physical networks on premises, what do they do when it comes to cloud software-defined networks? I'm not going around and patching databases anymore. So what do I have to do when it comes to managing a PaaS database service? It's a lot of that. And then enterprise developers, too, that go along with it. A lot of reskilling that obviously has to happen there, and switch to a DevOps mentality.
Sure. Is that something that happened inside of Microsoft as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's related to the kind of transformation. And while we were growing, is also undergoing that transformation from a box product company into a services company.
Sure.
I saw that very clearly when I moved into Azure in 2010. Azure had just commercially launched in February. Microsoft was still a Windows Office company, very great at delivering the kind of waterfall box product.
Sure. There was still Windows Phone.
That's right. Yeah, there was still a Windows Phone back then.
Not anymore.
Yeah. But in that process, we had dev, test, PM. We had 3-year ship cycles, 2 or 3 year ship cycles, and Azure. A lot of the people that were in Azure had come from Windows and Office and other parts of the company that were not cloud native. Like Bing was more of a services delivery at the time. So there was still a lot of that system that they inherited from the rest of Microsoft. We had dev, test, and program management inside of Azure. So we started to undergo that transformation. And one of the big changes we made is eliminating a test discipline and moving to DevOps, kind of forcing the issue. And I think that's something that IT is doing as well, is kind of, you've got to force the issue by just saying, this is the way we're going to operate now.
So you think that's something enterprises need to do, to have this top-down just command? It's time to change?
It definitely is hard for an organization to change without top-down support, right? If you can only accomplish so much bottoms-up, but if the top is saying we're going this way and the bottom is saying we're going that way, you're not going to get anywhere.
Sure. Now you've got this third wave of companies coming in. What has enabled that? What has enabled them to make the move now, and why were they holding back?
Well, I think this third wave were really a lot of companies that still, like that second wave, were sitting on the sidelines, kind of watching what's going on, happy with the IT systems they had in place, doing well in their various verticals, and at this point now, what's starting to happen, I think, is they're seeing competitors move to the cloud, and competitors even being born in the cloud now, and seeing the agility that they're getting out of it, and now the maturity of the cloud to be able to support it, the kind of processes and tools that we have in place that we've made for them to be able to migrate and support the migration is now, it's not we've got to figure it out in our own phase anymore, like it was maybe in the first and second waves.
Sure. You announced that you acquired a migration company yesterday.
That's right. Yeah. You informed me.
I told you about that because you didn't actually know that.
Yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah.
How big has Azure become that you can't you don't even know who you're buying anymore?
Yeah, it's pretty big. There's tens of thousands of people now at Microsoft that have Azure in their organization name. And then of course, it is the foundation for modern Microsoft. If you take a look at Office or Xbox or Bing, they're all built on top of Azure.
I think that's something worth stressing. You talked to me about that backstage. How important has Azure become for Microsoft?
It is, like I said, it is the foundation of the company. Like without Azure, Office can't be successful. And even for the products that, as we were talking about backstage, that don't seem to have a direct tie into Azure, the mentality is how can we help drive Azure with a lot of the products and services. How can we make Azure, have customers get more benefits of the cloud with using these other products that aren't directly Azure related?
Sure, sure. So what's your recommendation for the companies that want to move to the cloud? Maybe they have a lot of older workloads, that just traditional workloads that need to move, or they can't move yet, or just what are you telling them?
So I think every company is unique in terms of the complexity they've got, in terms of their appetite for migration and the speed of migration, and their existing data center footprint and what they've got to do with that, and the kind of systems that they've got that their IT depends on. But the general pattern is, if you've made that commitment, we're going to go to the cloud. And a lot of the times the commitment comes with, we're going to cut our data centers footprint, we're going to consolidate down to from 5 or 6 down to 1, have the cloud be the second kind of site. If you're going to be aggressive about that, then the playbook is lift and shift the things, whatever you can, lift and shift, except for your most complicated, most mission-critical kind of core business applications. Just simply get them up into the cloud and do some kind of light optimization that's going to make it so you don't break the bank on the way doing it, like you're doing shutting down the systems when they're not in use, doing auto-scaling, right-sizing them, putting them in containers if you can. Then for the more complicated applications, the ones that you actually are investing in that are driving your business, modernize them after they're in the cloud. Now there's a third category applications that I see, which is the very complicated core business applications. And those you obviously can't lift and shift very easily. You don't want to sit and modernize them on premises, and so a lot of times you got to take a look at those closely and decide what to do with them. What we typically see is you modernize parts of them, moving them to the cloud, leaving other parts on premises, and do this kind of migration over time. If that's not possible because they're too tightly integrated, the compute and data, then we have an example of this. Microsoft Sales application, our huge monolithic SQL application running on HP Superdomes. Microsoft's getting more and more transactional, and so the load on those kept growing. We kept on getting bigger and bigger Superdomes. We were going to run out of headroom, and so for that kind of application, which is very complicated, we literally just created another version of it, brand new, in the cloud, cloud native, ran them side by side for a while with the on-premises one, and then flipped the switch and moved over.
But when these companies move to the cloud, they're also encountering a totally new set of complexities. There's just so much choice. I don't even want to know how many products Azure has at this point. And plus, I've got the two other hyperclouds I could go to. How do I even make those decisions?
Yeah, that's besides the skilling, that's the other challenge, is keeping up and figuring out what technologies to use when. And the pattern that I've seen their enterprises adopt is to create centers of excellence. And that's actually now become our guidance to companies, is for whichever cloud providers you pick, create a center of excellence that's focused on that cloud provider. For
every one you pick.
For every one you pick, yeah. Because these are the most complicated platforms in the history of computing. And they're constantly changing, and so you can't expect one person to be experts on more than one of them.
Now, partly that's your fault that they're so complex.
Well, it's not our fault, it's our customers, actually. I blame it on our customers because they're asking for these things.
You're blaming the customer. That sounds like bad business.
No, it's a good thing. I mean, we're delivering what they want, actually, I think.
Sure.
And they need to be successful.
Well, their needs are very
they're very diverse,
too.
right?
Yeah, totally. But you mentioned multiple clouds. So we can play buzzword bingo all day, but let's talk hybrid cloud and multi-cloud for a moment, because that's something that everybody wants to, it's definitely thinking about. What are your recommendations there? And actually, how do you define hybrid and multi-cloud? Because everybody has a different one.
So the way that I do, and I see different definitions used all over the place, but the way that I define it is hybrid means enterprise IT on premises in data centers that I own or lease, and also IT workloads in a public cloud provider. Multi-cloud I define as in one or more public clouds. And so you can be hybrid without being multi-cloud, and you can be multi-cloud without being hybrid.
Sure.
And
do you see that?
Yeah,
Are
absolutely.
people actually doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. So born in the cloud companies, I'll see sometimes they'll choose to be multi-cloud. And definitely it's very common for an enterprise moving to the cloud to be hybrid and multi-cloud. I also see enterprises going single cloud, picking single cloud.
Sure, sure. And then once I've made that move to the cloud, it's the first day. We talk a lot about second day at this point because a lot of companies have been there. What are your recommendations there? Because now I have to operate all of this.
Yeah. Recommendations in what sense?
How do I manage that? Is it the center of excellence that helps me to do that?
Yeah. So what I recommend is even before you start to migrate, have this center of excellence, which is working closely with IT and with the security organization and the compliance people figure out what it means to operate secure, compliant workload in the cloud. Come up with a CI/CD pipeline, come up with templates, come up with policy.
Sure.
For different categories, classes of applications, those that are extremely sensitive, have different security controls than ones that might be public facing. But having established that, and as much as possible, having what we call blueprints actually in place, Azure blueprints that serve as policy templates that then you can assign to organizations or applications such that they meet the requirements of the company as they're being deployed, and it's not an after the fact.
Sure, sure. Let's continue with the buzzword bingo. Edge computing.
Yeah, edge. So edge is now part of Microsoft's worldview at this point. We call it the intelligent cloud, intelligent edge, or we're building the world's computers, how we describe Azure now. And edge is obviously part of that intelligent cloud, intelligent edge worldview, where edge, in my definition, would mean computing that's not IT outside of an IT data center.
Okay. So for a lot of people say, "Oh, my phone is an edge device." You don't buy that.
I personally don't categorize phone as edge, but more ambient computing.
Sure, sure. Is edge something every company should be looking at, though? Do you think this?
I don't think so. I think a lot of companies do, but I don't think it makes sense for every single company to have an edge presence. Companies that are delivering services, consumer-facing services, might just be in their own data centers or a cloud data center. But the obvious places are smart buildings and cities and factories and hospitals and oil rigs.
Right.
And, those are all edge categories.
Sure, sure. And as these companies are moving now, they also have to think about AI, ML, and make just operationalizing all that data they're collecting.
Yeah.
Talk about complexity.
The world, so it's kind of interesting because I think the world is getting more complex and yet simpler at the same time in some ways. If you take a look at just a public cloud, the homogeneity you get, the fact that everything is API driven, makes managing resources, applications, simpler than it used to be on premises. You can, with an API query, see all of your virtual machines and all your databases and all your network endpoints in your public cloud deployment. With enterprise IT environment, that's an archaeology expedition that can take who knows how long, and you might not even see everything. So in some sense, that part is simpler. And the more complex sense is that there's a lot of options out there, like you pointed out earlier. If I want a database, well, there's 10 different databases I can pick from that are even offered as a service. Not that and there's another bunch of options that I can bring myself up into a cloud environment. So yeah, the complexity in that sense, the access to different technologies and capabilities is so at your fingertips that brings an inherent complexity.
Now, the way some of your competitors are working around that is by focusing on very specific verticals and offering solutions for them. Google especially is doing that. Is that something you've looked at or you're thinking about?
Yeah, well, so I think we've got at Microsoft a slightly different approach than some of the other companies out there that are in public cloud space. Well, for one, we're a platform company. That's what Microsoft's always been, is a platform company. So we don't want to compete. We don't compete and want to compete with our enterprise customers. So you won't see us create a healthcare solution. You won't see us create an autonomous drive, car, autonomous vehicle. What we'll do instead is we'll want to support enterprise customers that are in those spaces by creating platforms for them. So a health platform, an autonomous vehicle training platform. Those are things that we would do, but we wouldn't compete directly.
Sure, sure. Now Google has very publicly said they want to be number 2 in the next couple of years. You're currently number 2. How do you feel about that?
Well, I think we've got some great strengths. That's how
you feel about it?
That has led to us being number 2. Our enterprise background, I think, is a huge one. The fact that Microsoft's been working with enterprise for decades at this point, the fact that we've got the largest enterprise field organization that has deep relationships and understands the enterprise, and we've got an engineering culture that has been grown up around serving the enterprise, understanding enterprise needs and meeting them, I think is one of the huge differentiations that we've got in that area.
And do you have ambitions to be number 1? Well, of course you do. But
Well,
do you think you can? Do you have a shot?
So that's not the way that we look at it. It's not. I don't come to work every day saying, "Hey, what does it take to be number 1?"
I want to beat Amazon.
Yeah, it's not. It's really about, hey, how can we help our customers be more productive? And I think that if you listen to Satya, it comes from his framing of the culture for the company, which is focus on meeting the customer's needs, focus on delivering and partnering with the customer, and success will follow. And so that's the kind of approach that we've got.
Sure. We're almost out of time, but personal question. You're a huge Star Wars geek, and you collect memorabilia.
That's right.
But you don't collect the cheap kind of memorabilia.
Unfortunately not.
What's the next thing you're bidding? For that stuff, you actually have to go to auctions. What's the next thing you're bidding on?
Actually, I don't want to advertise it in case there's other people that might want to bid for it.
Well, okay. So you're not going to talk about it?
Well, there's actually an interesting prop that's going on auction later this month, which is the Darth Vader helmet that was from Empire Strikes Back, the Luke, I'm your father helmet, which is pretty iconic.
Now everybody's going to bid on that.
Yeah, that's great. You tricked me into it.
Thank you. Thank you for spending your honeymoon with me.
Thanks, Frederick.
Thanks
for having me.
Thanks, Mark.
Thank you. And before we break for lunch, we have a special announcement from last year's Battlefield Disrupt winner, Dion Nicholas. He has a company called Forethought that's sort of focused on enterprise search driven by AI. Dion, you want to come on out and tell us what's going on?
Hey, Connie.
Thank you.
Thank you. Exactly 1 year ago, on the TechCrunch Disrupt stage, I launched my company, Forethought. We were in Startup Battlefield, the same pitch competition that launched Silicon Valley giants like Dropbox and Cloudflare. 2 days later, we won. At Forethought, we use AI and natural language understanding to help customer support agents by giving them suggested answers. We make their jobs easier so that they can focus on delighting their customers. So what led to this moment? Let's rewind. I've always been a math and computers guy. I built products and infrastructure at companies like Facebook and Palantir and published papers in machine learning. Now, back in school, despite being pretty good at math and computers, I was really bad at subjects like history. So I did what any software person would do. I wrote software, an AI that would read my notes and quiz me on the material. And that was where it all began for me. Since then, I've been obsessed with this idea that AI can help anyone become smarter at what they do. So I built Forethought. Fast forwarding many years, as an engineer, I realized that all of the information I need was buried in data silos and scattered across the enterprise. Was there a way to be smarter at this as well. And I wasn't alone. I talked to folks in IT, HR, customer support, everywhere. And regardless of the job, there was always an information problem. For example, customer support agents were looking up dozens or thousands of support tickets and knowledge base articles just to find the information they needed to answer a single question. There had to be a better way. So this idea that I had when I was back in school started to become louder and louder than ever. Could we build something to help anyone be smarter and more efficient at what they do? So I built Forethought on a mission to make everyone a genius at their job. We build AI-powered tools to embed the right information into employee workflows right when they need it, starting with customer support agents. Exactly 1 year ago, on this very day, we announced our first product, Agatha Answers. Using natural language understanding, or NLU, Agatha helps customer support agents by giving them suggested answers and search capabilities. Now, the year since Disrupt has been a whirlwind. We've improved agent productivity by 20%. We've saved over 50,000 hours in customer wait times for our partners. We announced our $9 million Series A from NEA, and we've grown our team from 5 to 20 full-time employees. Now, with the help of this team, as well as our advisors, like Dr. Chris Manning, we've continued to build out our state-of-the-art NLU engine. But we're not just an NLU company. At Forethought, we value helping our partners the same way they help their customers. Over the past year, we've heard that many support agents were spending a lot of time routing and triaging tickets instead of focusing on helping their customers do what they do best. So we listened. Today, we are launching Agatha Predictions exactly 1 year later. Predictions closes the loop for support leaders who want their most important questions answered first and fastest. It tags and routes tickets, taking away the pain of manual triage so that your agents can get back to helping customers and solving problems. Instead of using rigid, rule-based if-then statements, Predictions uses our core NLU engine to figure out the semantics of the question being asked, and then uses that to route and to triage tickets. Our partners have already used us, for example, to separate spam tickets from very important issues like safety and privacy. Another partner uses us to diagnose root cause issues for their tickets, surfacing up product and knowledge gaps. We've already gone head-to-head with some of the largest incumbent technologies, and we've been proven to be the fastest deployment in the market. We already have enterprise customers like Masterclass and Pure Storage, and we're just getting started. Today, we're launching Agatha Predictions. If you have a support team that's answering over 2,000 tickets a week, and you want your agents to spend less time triaging and more time with your customers, sign up for a custom demo at forethought.ai/predictions, or come find us at our Forethought booth wearing these teal t-shirts. Thank you.
Okay. Nicely done. Thank you. So we are about to break for lunch. We just wanted to let you know that when you come back, we will have the CEO of SAP. We have a couple of really great sessions on AI. We'll have a sort of must-see discussion on securing the enterprise. Also at 1, if you want to check out the breakout room, Dion will be there along with 2 other enterprise founders, Bindu Reddy of Reality Engines and Murli Thirumala of Portworx. I'm sure they'd be happy to see you. Please be back in your seats by 1. Thank you.
people's dreams on what they want to design come to fruition. So we figured out a chemical way to maintain that liquid interface and still grow an object. And we invented a very special window that is not only optically transparent, but it's also permeable to oxygen. And oxygen and light work in polar opposite ways to allow us to take the liquid underneath it, like the puddle, and have that become the mass for the object that's growing. It allows you to go really fast, and that opens up the opportunity for durable materials that can make end-use parts while you create these designs.
What you get out of the printer is the final product. Whereas in traditional 3D printing, a lot of it is prototyping. And also the challenge that you have with traditional 3D printing is the inability to scale.
3D printing has been around for 25 years or so, and it's been derived from a mechanical engineering culture, which was really layer by layer, very precisely doing one layer at a time. As chemists, we came up with a chemical approach that allows us to grow parts. So that's in a whole different ballgame. It's a fundamentally different approach for doing the process of building and creating these parts than historically has been developed in the past. So if you think about when you're designing and building a car or a medical device or a running shoe or a football helmet, you need lots of different materials. And so polymers is what we do. You need properties of a wide variety in order to make functional end products. So we've actually developed a range of properties, a range of materials, a range of resins that have the properties that actually are able to be final parts. Mechanical engineers have been taunting everybody for decades about the value of a lattice. Lattice, you think about building bridges and building buildings where every strut is a part, and you can easily imagine doing that. But when you make a thing like a running shoe, something like this where you have a wide range of struts, or a football helmet where there's 140,000 different struts, that's unmakeable using traditional manufacturing. And therefore this whole branch of science, this whole branch of material science has not been accessible commercially because you couldn't really scale it up or make it.
And the power of this lattice structure is, for example, in the Adidas 4D shoes, it returns energy to the runner. Whereas here with the Riddell helmet, it actually dissipates energy. So it improves impact absorption and player protection. Different types of lattice doing different things all around controlled energy.
We then build the software tools to take advantage of the printability of what we can make and our resins. So we now have cloud-based computing, finite element analysis, conformal lattices that allow designers to design what they want, and then we can populate a primitive CAD drawing with a wide range of lattices, and the user can specify what mechanical properties they need in different regions, and we can all automate this in the cloud. And it really integrates design with manufacturability, with end-use function in ways that no one's ever seen that come together quite like it does today.
We've just launched an initiative working on 100% recyclable resin for the dental space. Aligners that are made are typically made with dental models, and those plastics traditionally are just dumped in landfills. So what our amazing materials team has been working on is a new process that allows, once those models have been made, we can pulverize them into powder, convert that into a next generation of liquid resin that we could use to make other products.
So we decided to go with a subscription model. First of all, that enables cloud-based computing and all the over-the-air software upgrades. But more importantly, it future-proofs a customer from obsolescence. For our small printer, it's about $70,000 a year. For our large printer, it's at least twice that. Digital's impacted lots of different sectors of the economy, but manufacturing has really not been tapped because no one's been able to scale a fabrication technique digitally going forward, and that's what we break through.
One somewhat common task in automotive assembly or airplane assembly is to hold something up over your head and fix it to the ceiling. So if you're putting a part on the bottom of a car or on the roof of an airplane. Oftentimes in industry, they have to have 2 people working on this job. One guy is just holding the part up in place, and the other one's fixing it. One way to handle this difficulty might be to have an extra arm attached to your shoulder, come up, hold the part in place, and that frees up both your hands to work on the task instead of needing an extra person or requiring one of your regular hands. My backpack started out with only one arm on it, this arm for pushing up on the ceiling. But then I had another inspiration when I saw some people cleaning a window. And they had to use one hand to hold on to the side of the building to keep themselves stable while they use the other arm to work. I developed this third arm that's fixed kind of at your waist level, and it can grab onto features on the sides of buildings or on the sides of handrails for things like washing windows or doing construction on the sides of buildings. And what it can do is provide a degree of active stabilization. So where you would currently be holding on with your hand to sort of prevent yourself from stumbling or help get a better balance, this robot can do that for you. Currently, I control my extra wearable arms with a gamepad. I have buttons and joysticks, and I press the buttons, and it triggers the arm to enter different modes, like pushing or moving around or stowing away. In the future, I'd like to adapt that to be voice commands.
Once this is up and built, how do you actually take that next step and actually bring this thing out into the world?
The next step to make this platform really useful in the world is to add higher levels of autonomy and higher degrees of perception systems onto it. Currently, it doesn't have any cameras, it doesn't have any external view of the world. But the research in robotics overall has developed these really great open source mapping software that we could use to just slap some cameras onto the shoulder of this robot, allow it to see the world, perceive where there might be obstacles, where it should grab, where it should push, where it should not touch, and in that way enable a higher degree of autonomy.
Scale Robotics is digitizing construction through the introduction of autonomous mobile robots, which are automatically doing progress monitoring for construction.
So let's break that down a little bit. What is progress monitoring? Exactly, literally, what do the robots do? How do they work in the construction site?
Our mobile robots are moving around and they're fusing multiple sources of information to build these maps of the world. So it's not quite as simple as just traditional laser scanning. We're adding a lot more extra information such as images, video, and also the data that the robot's producing inside.
So it's sort of like we compare to the Google cars that go around, mapping the world. You've built a sort of very dedicated version of that to work inside construction sites.
I mean, that's pretty much it. We're leveraging a lot of the technology that came from developing autonomous vehicles, but we're taking that technology and we're really refining it specifically for the construction industry.
And in terms of the data that you're capturing, the high resolution, granular, very sort of detailed data, there's literally no way that that would ever be a kind of a human job to do that. You'd need an army of humans to try to do that. So you're not replacing a specific kind of job role really with this sort of technology.
To give you a perspective of how a construction site recently was solving one of these problems, they wanted to know if all the ducts in the ceiling were above 2 meters. So they took a 2-meter stick and they just walked around to see if they would bump into things at 2 meters. So it's just impossible for a human being to do this without a tool. And people have developed tools to be able to solve this problem, like laser measures or tape measures or rulers, but you just can't do that for like 100,000 elements in a building. It's just not scalable or possible. So you need tools like this to solve that problem.
Now, your background is in architecture to a degree. I believe you worked designing buildings yourself.
Yes.
So talk us through how you came up with the idea for this business. You presumably identified this was a problem. So talk us through that process.
Essentially, it was really born out of this frustration of not having the tools to be able to actually build what we designed in the office. And this was something that kind of was born out of some of the work we were doing in the master's course. And it was around this time that I met my co-founder, Bharat Sankaran, who's the CTO of the company. And we kind of put the things together into kind of a more holistic business plan and a company that we could actually start executing on these plans to bring this to the real industry and to life.
How ready is the construction industry generally for something that's so cutting edge and different? How are you kind of approaching selling it, this new technology, this new approach, this quite transformative approach to the industry, which I imagine has quite traditional ways of working?
It's been surprisingly simple to explain to them what the value is, and they're desperate for these solutions. there's a labor shortage. We just don't have enough skilled labor to actually build what we want to build at the pace we want to build it. So this is a problem. So you have to use what you have more efficiently. And construction companies are putting a huge amount of energy into building what are called BIM models, like huge information models. And they're working out that they put a lot of energy into 3D modeling, but they can't extract any of that from the construction site. So explaining to them the return on investment for this has been surprisingly easy, to be honest.
How do the human construction workers on the site react to the robots?
To be honest, it's been overwhelmingly positive. At the beginning, people are generally a little bit kind of shocked to see a robot on a construction site. It's not a normal thing that you see. But after maybe 20 or 30 minutes of yelling like weird jokes or like making fun or just staring at it, taking videos, even Snapchatting it to their friends, they just accept it as another tool on the construction site. So they come up, they ask a question, they understand what it does, and they internalize it and they go, okay, it's just another thing that's moving around, that's doing its job. It has every right to be here. And it's been really good to see that kind of acceptance.
Traditional hearing aids sit behind the ear. Eargos actually sit in the ear. I'm actually wearing them right now. Eargo sells directly to consumer. So as opposed to selling via clinics, Eargo advertises and is basically presented digitally or online. There's not a distribution in the middle of it, meaning that we can actually offer products at a lower price and also have a much more seamless experience from product to wearing to rehabilitating your hearing and so on. So traditionally, you would need to book an appointment, wait a couple of weeks, you would get in, you would have your hearing assessed, and then you would sort of get into the whole counseling around what kind of solutions exist, how do you get it. You don't need a prescription per se. You would be presented with a range of options and a strong recommendation from the professional, and then offer to buy it. The challenge in America is that it's an investment. There's no reimbursement for hearing aids. The average price point in the market is around $4,700 for a pair. That's the traditional process. There's a perfect solution out here for you, where you can actually improve your hearing. You don't have to go through the hassles of setting appointments, being tested. You can actually transact online. You will get your hearing aids, and you can literally try it on. Typically 2 to 3 days after receipt of the product for an onboarding or welcome call to make sure that we can address all the questions. Am I putting it in the right way? How do I change my programs? Any kind of issue that might arise, we want to make sure we tackle them head on up front. Our very first product, Eargo Plus, Eargo Max, and now also Eargo Neo, are all FDA approved.
So the Eargo Plus hearing aid and Eargo Max hearing aid look like this. And you see what I was talking about earlier in terms of the genesis of the design, which is really this flexi-fiber tip, right? Which is a medical grade silicone. And you can see that the miniaturization is really about taking the electronics and essentially shrink wrapping it with a small plastic shell. And most importantly, when inserted in your ear, it essentially completely disappears. Neo product, which is our latest product offering, you'll note a few design changes. So a lot cleaner look in terms of the charger design, the charger pockets, taking feedback from our end users. Right? We redesigned these pockets so it's virtually impossible to get them in incorrectly. And then finally, the hearing aid itself has gone through quite a few changes. What you'll notice immediately is a much more organic, smaller form factor. So we've moved the microphone to the back of the hearing aid, and then we have stainless steel contacts that are flush with the surface, in contrast to the first generation, where the gold contacts are recessed a little bit, right? So, and the design intent here was really threefold. Improving retention in the ear canal, improving comfort, and improving the acoustics, acoustical performance, right? So by moving to a palm design rather than the FlexiFiber design, we were able to achieve all three of those in one design. So you get a little bit more gain in the overall system, so we can fit more people with this device. And it, in fact, is more comfortable and better retention.
We offer products anywhere from $1,650 to $2,750. So it's still an investment. It's lower than the price of the market, but it gives people that opportunity to really try hearing. What we really wanted to do is, you can almost call it democratize hearing. How do we make it accessible and get away from the medical environment, saying this is something about improving you and you taking action.
We are here today to take a look at our new system, Nintendo Switch Lite. This is a dedicated handheld system really optimized for portable on-the-go gaming. It launches on September 20th for $199.99 and comes in 3 really cool colors. You have turquoise, yellow, and gray. And of course, it is compatible with our very, very large library of Nintendo Switch games. Any game that works in handheld mode will work on Nintendo Switch Lite. It's optimized for handheld gaming, so it has Joy-Con that are now attached to the system, and also it's a little bit smaller than Nintendo Switch. At Nintendo, we're really about giving the customer choice. So whether you are more of a gamer that wants to play in your living room with a docked Nintendo Switch, or if you know that you're going to be really gaming on the go a lot more, then there's a system out there, a Nintendo Switch system out there for you to pick.
Livewire is an all-new Harley-Davidson Halo product that's an EV, and its core architecture is based on an internal permanent magnet machine and an RESS with lithium-ion technology.
How is Harley-Davidson developing the technology for its electrical vehicle program? Are you leveraging startups? Is it all in-house? Are you using the Silicon Valley office?
So Livewire actually started with an idea in 2011 where we started investigating different technologies, motor technologies, power electronics, battery packs, all the way back to 2011. And what we've started doing, and you can see in our startup of our West Coast facility, is we're bringing a lot more of that design and development in-house to bring the absolute best in EV technology to market.
Why is Harley-Davidson pivoting toward electric?
Livewire is an all-new product in an emerging category for Harley-Davidson. It represents the future of Harley-Davidson, and we can expect to see future models with part of the technology that you see showcased on Livewire today.
Who is the Livewire for?
Well, Livewire is for a lot of different people. Actually, we know that many of our Harley-Davidson customers will want one. And we know that from when we had Project Livewire in the hands of our customers, how excited they were. But really, we're looking at a new market. These are customers who are more urban, they're younger, they're wealthier, they're high in terms of their style and appreciation of design and quality, and they're looking for an electric motorcycle for urban use.
So for market development, how does Harley-Davidson balance its loyal chrome and steel gas market with building this new EV market that probably is going to be a different demographic?
It will be, for sure, and there'll be some crossover as well. And it's an and, it's not or, right? So we'll continue to lead in touring and custom development and making motorcycles that will appeal to those customers, and we're going to reach out to these new customers. And not only with Livewire, but we intend to have a whole portfolio of electric vehicles in the future.
Scooters, bicycles?
Well, you name it. We're going to be broadening the portfolio and leading the electrification of two-wheelers. And so there'll be different visuals, there'll be different price points, different performance points. In some cases, you won't need a motorcycle license to enjoy them. So yes, our intent is to lead the electrification of two wheels.
So on price point with Livewire, which comes in at $29,000, right?
Correct.
How do you expect to compete with, say, Zero, who's coming out with a new motorcycle roughly comparable that's $10,000 less?
Well, the reality is they're not that comparable when you look at the level of quality, the fit and finish, and some of the performance attributes, as well as the overall customer experience. If you think about the level of customer-dealer interaction, the fact that our dealers will have servicing ability, they'll have charging ability at their stores, and the ability to really give the customer a broader and better, we believe, customer experience. So we think when people make the comparison, there really is no choice.
With LiveWire, Harley-Davidson will be the first big gas manufacturer to release an e-motorcycle to the US market. Do you think you'll have an impact in shifting the industry in that direction?
I think everyone's watching, that's for certain. We're the first mover in the space. We have the best dealer network, not only in the US, but globally. We have a very strong dealer network that are all in, and it's a very exciting time, and I think you'll see others move after a Harley-Davidson.
Is LiveWire all American made?
Good question. LiveWire is assembled in York, Pennsylvania, so American made.
Harley-Davidsons are famous for their sound, for their gas motorcycles. Is there an electric Harley-Davidson sound for LiveWire?
So absolutely, it wouldn't be a Harley-Davidson if we didn't have look, sound, and feel. So sound on this motorcycle will be authentic to Harley-Davidson, and it comes from the combination of the electric motor, the spiral bevel gear, and the drive line. Each of those are engineered specifically to have that signature sound.
But a little quieter than a gas bike.
Absolutely.
MCity is a public-private partnership. We are really here to bring industry, research, and government together to work on a lot of the advanced mobility technologies, connected vehicles, automated vehicles, to help bring them to society in a thoughtful and beneficial way. We run a bunch of different living laboratories, including the test facility, but we also are supporting research in a lot of these areas. We've funded about $27 million over the last 4 years in engineering, social sciences, law, all kinds of disciplines that touch these new technologies. We do all sorts of research projects. We've got some funded projects on motion sickness. Will the seating configurations of tomorrow really be a reasonable thing, or will we need mitigation to keep people from feeling gross while they're reading iPads or whatever is going down the highway? We are also running a project around safety and testing of highly automated vehicles. So how can we guarantee that these systems are safe and ready to go out onto the public roads and mix with real humans? I think in terms of building public trust around the safety and testing of these systems, we need a more open set of testing standards. It'll be a little while before groups like SAE can finalize some standards in this area. So we can help feed into that with the research that we're doing. You can imagine 60 member companies, getting them to agree on technologies and things is pretty much impossible. We're not focused on policy as much as we're focused on informing good policy through data collection, on-road deployments, those sorts of projects. And the member companies are actually here to share data with each other on a lot of these topics. You can imagine safety, for example, is one where no company wants to have sort of the upper hand. I think they all see the rising tide floats all boats. So they want to bring all the companies up together and have everyone be following best practices for testing. I think everyone benefits.
The plant was opened in the early 80s. It's built a variety of nameplates and car sizes. Currently we have about 1,100 people here on the site building small car, the Sonic, EV Bolt, and of course our Cruise AV.
Talk to me a little bit about, for folks who don't know or aren't familiar with how factories work, specifically manufacturing 3 vehicles on a single line. What's involved in that process?
You could have separate lines. It would be very inefficient. So obviously the people and the facility is an asset here, and we want to leverage that to its fullest ability. The advantage is being able to integrate ICE, EV, and AV into one single line leverages the amount of space we have, the expertise we have in the operators. Also, it provides us an opportunity to be able to be more efficient than we would if we were separated.
Is it unusual to have an internal combustion engine vehicle and an EV vehicle on the same line?
We are probably the only plant that I am aware of that builds an internal combustion engine, an electric vehicle, and also an autonomous vehicle all on one single assembly line.
And about how many EVs and ICE vehicles are produced here?
So we build to order. The days of building cars just to build cars and fill up dealerships are long past. We have the capability, the flexibility here to be able to build whatever mix is required by the orders we get from customers.
These are done in, looks like batches of about 6 or 7 vehicles at a time, depending on.
So not to get into the specific strategy that we've used, like I said, we do have some sharing between our AV and our EV. We've specifically tried to understand how we can be most efficient with specific content for AV and what makes sense to be able to share on the single line. So we did develop an area within the facility to make sure that we could scale it. They're set up very efficient, specific to the AV. It's just a very few operations because of the immense amount of sharing, but this was the right way to go about it. After the few operations that are done down here that are AV specific in our general assembly area, the car then gets introduced right into the same line that our regular production cars would be in.
And anything else that we should note about the vehicle?
There's a lot of engineering that you don't see that's gone into this to make it AV capable, to get the driver out of the vehicle. You know, I could go on and get into the nuts and bolts of it, but we've just done a fantastic job of integrating it into this facility with the people, leveraging what we believe is our competitive advantage, and that's our assembly process.
DJI is releasing its GoPro killer called Osmo Action Camera, and I got to take it out for a spin. Here are my initial impressions. I don't want to bore you with long-winded tech specs that you can just look up on your own. We want to get to the good stuff. It's got all the features that you've come to expect from an action cam, like 12 megapixel photos, 4K video, slow-mo, time-lapse, hyperlapse, voice control, a durable design, user-friendly interface, and all of the universal mounting options that you might already have. And now, the goodies. That front color screen to compose that perfect frame for vlogging or a selfie, I guess. All jokes aside, I did find it useful when getting action shots of me riding through the forest. It's no surprise that DJI's Rocksteady EIS technology was rocksteady indeed. One thing I noticed when the EIS is turned on is that it crops the frame a bit to allow the algorithm to do its balancing act, hiding the edges off screen. No biggie though, just move the camera back to get the right composition. The HDR video feature claims 3 stops of additional dynamic range in the scene with natural transitions between light and dark areas. And based on the footage, you can definitely tell the difference. I'd shoot HDR often than not, just so I can have the information in the footage when I go to post. But here's the trade-off. EIS cannot be enabled in HDR video. What? I guess that's just too much computing for this little guy. That is a bummer, but hopefully it's enabled via a firmware update. The quick snap feature is a nice to have. Just press the shutter button and start recording video or take a photo in just under 2 seconds of pressing it. What would be even cooler is a pre-record option so that it covers that 2 seconds of lag. DJI has the option to de-warp your footage in camera just in case you don't like that fisheye lens look. I'd keep it on most of the time unless I'm shooting a skate video or shooting POV of a fish. The removable lens cap is another distinctly unique feature. DJI lists varying ND filters as well as some color filters to shoot underwater scenes more accurately. Another accessory DJI is promising is a 3.5mm adapter for external mics. As of the making of this video, GoPro is currently sold out and back-ordered on the little dongle, so releasing these guys would give them a leg up on the competition. Overall, I really dig the camera and its features. DJI is certainly not shy about stepping on GoPro's toes with this action cam, and at a price point of $349 US, it's an attractive option for sure. The Osmo Action Camera will start shipping immediately at DJI.com on May 15th, then everywhere else on May 22nd.
The design of these products is all about like a singular goal, and that's just make the best thing.
This is a product that's very near and dear to my heart. This is like my original, like, go find yourself Pete in the wilderness and on the road trip occurred in 2008. And one of the ideas I came up with was capture, the original mechanism. But another thing was I was looking at my tripod, and it's this circle here and a circle here, a circle, like it's these 4 circles that don't play into each other at all, and they got a bunch of knobs everywhere, and the resultant product is like this really thick, you know, kind of wide diameter mechanism, almost all of which is negative space. As like one of the principal accessories, camera accessories for any photographer being the tripod, I've been obsessed with this idea of removing all that negative space for years. I was in Darjeeling, India, like sitting at this cafe, looking at my tripod, and I drew the sketch of a circle, and I drew a triangular center column in the middle of it, and then I just drew these like, almost like pie wedges. And everything just folds into each other beautifully. So that's the tripod that we dreamed about a long, long time ago, and that's the one that we've got today.
This thing is a product of engineering first and foremost. In order to get everything to nest and to be as absolutely compact as possible, anything you see on this that looks like something that's beautiful or is like nested has been kind of fought for tooth and nail because there just isn't room for it, frankly. I think that's very, you know, evident in things like the, you know, how the ball head nests within the kind of crevices on these legs here. The ball head only adds about an inch above the tripod hub. And what that means is it also helps you to increase the stiffness, the overall structural stiffness. So the ultimate stiffness of this tripod is very high in the compressed mode because the distance between your camera and the point where the legs meet. And then the controls, we've got these concentric rings, everything is concentric on the ball head, so it's all right here in just a single hand access point. You're not kind of switching around between different knobs. We've developed our own plate kind of securing mechanism that is unique to this tripod, and that basically allows you to tow in to the tripod, and that right there is stable. There's also a lock that really cinches everything down. It's kind of like a double cinch. We opted for cam levers on this versus the twist locks because you're able to get all 4 at once and you're able to get them all up and then cinch them down all at once. In the bottom, stowed in this little secret compartment here, is a universal smartphone mount. And that just clicks into the tripod like that. You lock it down and you've got your phone in there like so, and you're shooting. We're really trying to be a absolute top tier premium product, but come in at sort of like a low mid price point range that is accessible to people who aren't just, you know, flush with cash. So.
I guess the fact that interest becomes gauged on it is kind of a knock-on effect of what Kickstarter is for us. It has just always served as this launch vehicle for our products. And yeah, it becomes this gauge mechanism because you'll clearly indicate how important they are to people based upon the number of backers that you get and the amount of money that comes in the door. In my mind, we have been a tripod company since like 2012. It's just that this is our first offering now in 2019.
We're in the mechanical engineering lab at our headquarters in Santa Cruz, California. And in here we do a lot of prototyping and development of new products, and we also design and build test fixtures and manufacturing equipment that ends up getting transferred to our San Jose facility. The original concept for Onewheel went back to something I was tinkering on in my garage around 2008, actually. And I worked on it for about 5 years, trying to create the feeling of snowboarding on powder and trying to combine some of these emerging technologies that I thought could build a really cool way to move through the world. We ended up launching on Kickstarter in 2014. Ever since then, it's been a nonstop ride, really, of expanding and introducing new products and kind of spreading it around the world. People have taken on one-wheeling as a sport and really pushed the progression the way that all board sports kind of have. And I think when we came out with Pint, part of it was to say like, hey, some people are going to be really into pushing all the limits and dropping at 8 stair and, you know, riding super aggressive terrain. And that's kind of what our existing products have been optimized for. Pint's a little bit more casual. It's grab it, take it with you, ride through town, zoom around a parking lot, and, you know, just have fun with it. We raised a couple rounds of investment early on, a seed and a Series A round, and that was really to expand the team and take on some new product development. Since then, we've actually become a profitable company, which is a little rare in the Silicon Valley universe by really focusing on building great product and being really hands-on on the manufacturing. And that's opened up some cool freedom to build what we want to build and expand in the ways that we want to expand.
This is the first one wheel of all time ever built. We call this Old Ironsides right here. This is like a later iteration. You know, back then you had like an actual button on the pad. This is how the board sensed you, knew you were there. This was the board that we actually launched the company with. Way less duct tape today. So this is the original one wheel. Now we have pressure sensitive pads. We shipped in like 9 months, which was pretty impressive. And this is the Plus. This is what happened right after. So this was the introduction of a hypercore motor. This is the XR, so this is our flagship right here. It's like the Lamborghini mixed with like the Jeep Renegade. This is the Pint. This is smaller, it's lighter. You know, this has got a mag handle, so you carry it completely differently. Super convenient for, yeah, just like life on the go. You know, it's got the LED strip. It's just on the whole, it's more refined, I think. This thing goes 6 to 8 miles in about 16 miles an hour, although you get it up to speed and you feel like you're cooking. It's kind of like the Subaru WRX of the one wheel line. This is like the Ford F-250. Quiet on set.
Pint has a bunch of cool features. One of them is, of course, that it's a lower price. It's under $1,000. Part of the way that we did that is we've been able to take everything we've learned about manufacturing over the last 5 years and kind of use it to build a new factory specifically to manufacture Pint. And to be able to keep that in California, which we're really excited about. I think there's a lot of advantages to building domestically. Intellectual property is one. Another big one is just retaining the knowledge. You learn a lot making your product, and if you outsource it, someone else learns a lot about making your product. We're really more on the owned personal mobility side of things. One thing that's super important to one-wheel riders is personalizing their boards. So it's kind of the opposite, right? If a shared vehicle is like generic, they're all kind of the same and you have like no ownership of it versus, you know, an owned thing that's got your stickers and your custom colors and like it's sort of your pride and joy, right? And from the very beginning, I said, I want to make something that people have this like emotional connection to. They want to get it for themselves. With things that we've been doing recently, like introducing new colorways and stuff like that, are just ways for people to like express themselves in their sort of owned personal mobility space. We have now the manufacturing capacity and we have really some of the leading technology in light electric vehicles across the various subsystems. Now we're talking to some partners about what else we can do with that core technology.
So May Mobility is a company that's focused on reimagining transportation.
You consider yourself more of a transit company than an autonomous vehicle company.
It's the business of providing service. It's the business of moving people, and autonomy is our killer feature to help us do that even better.
Right now we are standing outside our Bricktown parking garage on Beaubien, just north of Fort Street. And this is one of the 2 start and stop points for our May Mobility autonomous shuttle. We did have on this route a 25-passenger diesel vehicle, and there were a number of hours in the day where there's 2 or 3 people on the vehicle. It chews up a lot of curb space, and so we knew this was a route that we could address with a smaller footprint vehicle, and we were seeking to have something electric, and autonomous made it even better.
One of the things, or one of the promised futures that oftentimes centers on autonomous robotaxis that can go anywhere, is that has that timeline, in your view, shortened at all? No.
I think the timeline of anything has gotten longer. Since we last talked about this a year ago, you've seen more and more companies back off of these grand claims that they're going to have robotaxis covering whole cities. You see more and more of them focusing either on single cities or single use cases, because it's a really hard engineering challenge, and that's okay. Even with the subset of engineering challenge, there's still a lot of opportunity, and I think it's best that we as an industry focus how we think about this rollout on safety and how we can improve more people's transportation safely than just trying to go for robotaxi and assuming that that's the best thing.
Detroit does not have a deep and expansive public transit system. We have all 4 seasons, different weather. The roads are not always in perfect condition, and so it really lets us get a sense of what the vehicle can do and how it responds to multiple arrays of circumstances.
Do you envision continuing to focus on like the Midwest and East Coast, some of these areas that have more inclement weather, or do you foresee May Mobility moving out west at all?
In the next year, our focus is definitely on states with strong regulatory environments and then fast-growing cities within those states to make sure that there's a lot of opportunity. And so I can't tell you exactly which places, but we're exploring other climates.
Great, thanks.
We're outside of Portland, Oregon at Leica, one of the most interesting companies working in animation today. Unlike traditional studios, Leica uses a combination of stop motion animation techniques and things like 3D printing to create animated worlds that don't look like anything else out there.
Ah! Wait, I don't get it.
Lucky us, they've got a new film coming out and we got to hear all about it.
On the page, this seemed like not the kind of movie you should be trying to make in stop motion. It was huge, and I think that's why we decided to do it. I think all the skills that we've learned, all the innovations that we've made on the previous movies have kind of set us up to make this one.
You're the man for the job. How's my breath?
On this movie, there's so many little things that you might not necessarily notice, but together, they probably made this the most innovative movie that we've ever made. The facial animation on our previous 4 movies, we used a kit system of faces, so we would replace the faces onto the puppets, and we pieced together dialogue sentences using pre-existing faces. On this movie, we wanted more nuance, we wanted more subtle acting, and the way we ended up doing it was bespoke animation, so that each shot has its own specific faces that are just for that shot, and that allowed us to come up with performances that were unique to that moment, to that thought, to that line of dialogue. That's something we've never done before, but it has given the animation a lot more complexity.
We're using 3D printing in a really unique way. We're actually using 3D printing as sort of our mass production tool, where we are mass producing hundreds of thousands, actually 106,000 unique faces for the film Missing Link. Leica started a technique back on the film Coraline, where we had this idea of using this age-old technique of replacement animation, which was typically done by hand sculpting individual facial expressions. And our idea was to fuse it with 21st century 3D printing technology. We've actually gone through 4 different types of 3D printing technology. We started with PolyJet technology made by Stratasys, which was essentially a single color resin printing. But at the time, Coraline and all of the faces that we produced on Coraline needed to be hand painted. So starting on Paranorman, we moved to a color 3D printer. And that color 3D printer was made by a company called Z Corp, and it was called the Z650. And it was powder-based printing. And that technology was our base technology for Paranorman, Box Trolls, and the human characters on Kubo and the Two Strings. Starting on Kubo, we played around a little bit with this emerging resin color printing. It was a Stratasys Connex 3 machine, and that Connex 3 machine allowed you to mix 3 colors, which was pretty limiting. You couldn't print the rainbow. You sort of had to choose what 3 colors you were going to mix. Shortly thereafter, Stratasys released the J750, which allowed you to put 6 colors into a machine and mix them and come up with a huge gamut of color. And at that time, the software that Stratasys was building to run the machine was pretty limited. So we ended up needing to partner with a research institute out of Germany called Fraunhofer. And Fraunhofer had developed this advanced color 3D printing slicing software called Cuttlefish. And that unique combination and that unique relationship allowed us to produce the wonderful faces you see on Missing Link.
The requests for the performance of puppets as we move through each Leica film is incrementally more. We speak about sort of puppets taking a breath and living. The materials that we landed on, they work well for the reason of they've got range. They'll move beautifully. But that said, when an object is made of something, but it's supposed to be something else, ensuring that it doesn't look like that material is something that we dial in, and that has its own complexity. I mean, if we look at Link, for example, he has all those fur pieces. Well, he has a kind of rubber suit, if you like, for the main part, and if those fur pieces kind of fold or buckle, then that destroys the illusion and that destroys the performance. So even something as simple as that, to actually arrive at and then put in place for mass manufacture, because that's something that we also have to consider quite deeply, is really something. Yeah.
I believe stop motion is still relevant because it really is the quintessence of what filmmaking is, and that is, to me, it's real light on real objects. From an aesthetic point of view, there is something about the tactility of stop motion that makes it compelling. When we did Paranorm and Angry Aggie, the spirit girl at the end, and she was a combination of a stop motion puppet, and she had a CG dress, and her facial animation was 2D, so she was a real hybrid. And I remember sitting with people and they couldn't quite work out what it was that they were looking at. Was it a puppet? Wasn't it? That's what I like, is when people are kind of riveted to this image on screen and they're not quite sure how we did it, and there's something magical about that. I am not a stop motion purist. I love stop motion, I embrace it. I think it's my favorite medium. But in the end, what I want to do is put an image on screen that looks the best it possibly can. And really, filmmaking, certainly of this kind, is telling a story. And the hope is that you have an audience of people who are compelled by the characters, care about the characters, and are sucked into that story. And I certainly don't want the artifice to take them back out the story again. That is a valid artistic decision to make. You can do that by all means. I love movies that do that. But for me, that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to tell a story and use whatever means possible to get the best image in front of the audience.
Bravo. Thank you.
I work at Lockheed Martin mainly because of the mission, right? It's not a consumer-centric company. It's really kind of
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage TechCrunch Silicon Valley editor and Enterprise MC, Connie Loizis.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, starting in the breakout room right now, if you are a startup founder or an aspiring startup founder, we have 3 people who've started their own companies who are happy to talk to you about how to get going. And meanwhile, starting in this room, we're really excited for this next conversation. It's around an issue that probably keeps some of you awake at night, which is securing the enterprise. So please help me in welcoming our panelists. Martin Casado, a general partner with Andreessen Horowitz. Emily Heath, who is the Chief Information Security Officer of United Airlines. And security strategist Wendy Nather of Duo Security. And interviewing them is our terrific security editor, Zach Whitaker. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, very warm welcome to everyone. So we're going to start with you, Emily. You steer the security ship at United Airlines. The tough question, what keeps United's network secure?
Oh, lots and lots of technology and talented people is what keeps you secure. Yeah, it's an ongoing process. Lots of moving pieces, as I'm sure you can probably imagine.
So how long have you been at United for?
Almost 3 years. Yep.
And how have things developed since you started there?
We've actually moved the goalposts fairly significantly over the last few years. You know, I think the threat landscape has changed an awful lot for all of us. I think that's one thing that we can all agree on, is it's you're never done. But we've grown exponentially. We've added a ton more people. We started off with about 35 people. We've got about 200-ish or something like that now. Lots of investment across the company in security. So I think it's an investment that's going to continue. The world has changed, so you've got to react to it and respond.
So what kind of investments have you made in the last 3 years?
Duo Security, funnily enough. A little plug for my friend Wendy over here. We're making a ton of investments from the very proactive side of security, so the threat intel kind of platforms that we're investing in. I'm a big believer in being as proactive as you possibly can be. We've also invested fairly heavily in technology that helps us keep visibility. To me, you know, there's kind of the very basics of security is you've got to understand what exists so that you know whether it's vulnerable, so that you know whether you've been exploited in some way. So it sounds really simple, but keeping a track of assets, not just the regular kind of assets that sit in data centers like servers and all your network routers and switches and that kind of stuff. As you can imagine in an airline, you've got a lot of kind of the IoT world that sits out there between security cameras at airports. Everyone's familiar with airports. You can think about the amount of technology that sits out there with the information displays, the scanners, all of the bag readers, all of those kinds of things. So we've invested a lot in visibility of every single thing that is connected to our network.
So Wendy, you've spent the best part of your career helping, to secure companies and advise companies on their security posture. What kind of advice can you give to smaller companies and startups? What can they learn from larger enterprises like United?
One of the most important things, I think, is to start thinking about security from the beginning, even if you can't afford the CISO and all the additional things, but especially if you're developing software, you have to start thinking about that from the beginning, and you just need to start with a simple and secure platform. Martine was telling me about how they do things there, and especially if you're 2 people in a garage, you can start with something very simple like a secure endpoint, putting things in well-known, well-secured cloud applications, using multi-factor authentication. Those are a really good start.
And Martin, so you've spent your time investing in companies. How much should security startups focus on security from the very beginning? Is there kind of a goalpost they should aim for?
Wait, so are you asking about I'm doing startup X,
how should I worry about the security of my startup? Or are you saying I am creating a security startup?
Creating any startup, at what point should startups start to care about security?
Yeah, so more and more, it's very clear to us that best practices include things that at Silicon Valley we haven't been very good at, things like HR, and we would put security there as well. In fact, so much so that now when we make an investment, even if it's a pipsqueak startup, say 4 people, we will make sure that we go through HR checklists, and as part of the onboarding process, we also do a security checklist. What are best practices? That doesn't mean that you over-rotate and make it tough to do business. It should be a first-class concern from the very beginning.
And Emily, what's your take on that?
Yeah, very much so. The cultural aspect, I think, of any company, regardless of size, building security and that mindset from the very beginning. I mean, we've switched so much just in philosophically how people think about security. I think it really is table stakes now. It's got to be everybody's job to think about it. It can't just be a security team's job to think about that. And I think, the world is revolving in that way. We embed security at the beginning of, development life cycles. We try and give tools to the engineers and the developers so that they can do security scanning and security kind of spell check, if you like, and those kinds of things themselves. And we provide governance and education and training around all of that. But I'm a big believer in kind of pushing that out into an organization. But from the very beginning, it doesn't matter how big the organization is, you've really got to build it in from the start.
So how do you build that culture in a company that may not necessarily be focused on security as a startup or as an enterprise? How do you really kind of get that culture embedded across the board? Does it come from the top down?
Yeah, definitely from the top down. I mean, I'm very, very fortunate at United. We're a big company, Fortune 100 company, but security is, top of mind and a priority from the board all the way down. I report into the board every quarter. They stay very close to what we're doing in the cyber realm. So number one is you have to have support from the top across your organization in order to succeed. For me, I'm the kind of person who likes to be very transparent about security. So when I'm talking to our employees, I talk very openly and honestly about what we're seeing and what's happening. I think if you really want to change a culture, you're going to have to explain to people, what the threats are and what you're seeing across your environment. Otherwise, you find yourself in a position where, as security professionals, you're trying to ask people to do something differently. But unless you kind of approach that with an attitude of, hey, I'm going to ask you to do something differently, but let me explain the reason why, then you're not going to get the adoption that you need to actually really change a culture. So I think for me, it's just being very transparent about it.
And the tricky part is that if you are a business owner, you are not going to spend anything you don't absolutely have to until you know you really have to. So that's what makes it very tricky to do risk management with a startup. You end up doing what I call cheeseburger risk management, which is where you're going to keep eating cheeseburgers until your first heart attack, and then you're going to stop. And we see a lot of companies that end up putting in security controls after the first breach because now they know it really can happen. If you can ride the curve and put in the controls you need before that happens, you come out ahead.
So you've invested in a bunch of security companies. I mean, PinDrop's one, Yubico is another. Mm-hmm. How do you, do you have any kind of perspective on culture of these in terms of like the companies that you invest in? Do you have any advice for those companies in terms of their culture about, approaching security?
So yeah, maybe I'll go back to like my experience as a founder. So so I started a company called Nicira in 2009. We were kind of doing this pretty abstract stuff. And in about 2010, remember this is like a 60-person startup with basically no sales. So in 2010, a server went missing. And we're like, oh, someone took it home or like whatever, it's just a server. But we just happened to be going through the video logs, and we found out that someone had broken it. Remember, this is a no-name company, like on some backwater in right off of San Antonio Ave in Mountain View. So someone had wearing a black mask. The only time that somebody hadn't been in the company in probably 3 days at 4 a.m., broke in, targeted probably our most famous engineer's desk, stole a server, left, 2 minutes, lockpick set, the whole thing, totally professional hit, drove a silver Honda Civic, which was the most common road on the world, occluded their license plates. I mean, this was like the whole thing, right? And at the time, we were talking with the investigation team that came and showed up. They're like, wow, okay, this is, pretty quickly we had federal investigators come and talk to us. And they said, we're seeing this all up and down Sand Hill Road. And we think that maybe there's, kind of a larger effort that's going on. We don't know. We're trying to track it down. But at that point, it became very clear, I think, to the broader community, certainly our board and the investment community, that security is a very serious thing, even if you're a small startup. And yet, there is nothing we could have done to stop nation state, black mask, lockpick set, 2 minutes inside information, right? And so what we stress and emphasize is you need to have the basics and the process and understand remediation steps, assuming something like this happens so you know what to do. So it's not about keeping the person with the black mask out. It is about having the infrastructure in place and having everybody know what those are. So if something happens, it can be reported and you can follow the same process for whatever reason, for insurance, for liability, et cetera.
So security has to come first. I think we all agree on that. That's a good way to start. So how do you build out that kind of security team and what are the challenges? Can you tell me about that, Wendy?
I think that the primary thing that we've seen is having the expertise, knowing what you need to do. And sometimes that can come from outside. Because, if you're a small company, you can't afford to invest in someone who's dedicated to having that level of expertise. So it's perfectly okay to gather that. But it's important to know, at the very least, what opportunistic attacks are happening to everybody that you need to protect against. Whether you think you're a target or not, you're still going to get hit by the same things that everybody else is. You need to make sure that you are building your things securely, whatever you're building, and you need to know that whatever infrastructure you're using, especially if it's from a service provider, if it's being secured as well as it can be. So those are the three things that you can start with from day one. And then you can worry later about whether you see evidence that you're being targeted because of your business or because of the data that you have.
So Emily, you had a significant growth in your security team. How did you go about building out that team and growing on such a vast scale?
Yeah, and it's, cyber's such a growing industry. Don't hold me to this, but the last thing I read on it about 2 months ago was that there were 20% more jobs in cyber than there were people to fill them. So you think about just how competitive the marketplace is. We'd all be foolish as security professionals if we didn't think that all of our employees were getting tapped on the shoulder every week. And so the big part for me, in certainly within United, but anywhere where I would find myself, the job as a leader becomes ever more critical within a security organization because there's so much competition, and the Bay Area especially, it's a highly competitive environment here to get cyber professionals, but the people you work with, the people you work for, and the environment where people come to work every day, that's a leader's job to create that environment. And so we've created an environment that's incredibly diverse. For example, we're 51% female in my group and 46% people of color. We represent 33 nationalities. And we're very proud of that. We've done that by design because it was a great opportunity when you're taking an organization and taking a team with such growth to do that with real creativity and diversity of thought at the very center. Because let's face it, we're solving problems that we've never solved before. And in doing that, you can't have people that have all the same backgrounds. So for me, it's you've got to look beyond just traditional ways of hiring people, and it's a lot about the culture that you create in your inner workplace as well.
So Martin, what are some of the challenges in building out a security team at a startup?
Yeah. So actually, I would actually love to actually. So there's a trend that we're chasing. I'm going to give you my opinion, but I think it's just playing out. And I would actually love both of your opinions on this trend, both for my investment thesis, but also So here's the trend we're seeing. So we know there's a negative unemployment rate in security, right? So that means big company, it's hard to hire people, whatever, you have to pay them more. But what that means for a little company is you can't hire people. There's just no way, right? And so we're seeing this emergence of this next generation MSSP, which is basically a managed security service provider. So this is someone that will do your security in an outsourced way. from my standpoint, that makes a lot of sense because I'm like, wow, you can't hire the talent. Maybe you can get some really talented people. There's a number of companies, you probably have heard of them, that are starting to do this, where they'll say, listen, we'll be your security operations center. We'll do the best practices. We'll run these things on the background. And we've been saying, maybe that makes sense from an investment side, but, also maybe we should start making these connections to the startups. On the other hand, this is why I would love to hear your views. You could imagine, like, wow, like this is a third party doing your security, like you're taking it seriously, like really, like.
Yeah, for me, every company is an ecosystem these days. You can't do it all on your own. Yeah. I see partnerships, and Duo is one of them. We've got many security partnerships, as I'm sure you can imagine. The people that we work with, the partners that we work with, are extensions of us. Yeah. And again, it comes down to just being honest and being transparent about your company. You're under NDAs and under contract with all of these providers. So be honest with them and help them understand what your environment looks like so that they can help best protect you. But you can't ever do that on your own. We use a lot of third-party providers to help us with various things because, 24/7 round-the-clock eyes on glass, it's not easy to create those environments if you're just going to hire full-time employees.
And would you be? I'm just again, since I have you here, and you guys are both so legendary. But would you recommend a startup do outsource security?
I would, except with the caveat that half of security is understanding what it means for your business and doing things in a secure way, doing your business in a secure way. So that means you have to build the processes. It's not just buying boxes and getting somebody else to run them. Yeah. So you can't, you can outsource, but you can't say, yeah, go do that security thing.
I agree with that.
We're busy. We've had examples where one time we saw a server that was speaking to another IP in Romania, and we thought, oh my God, we're a Texas state agency. We don't do business with Romania. Okay. And so we panicked and called an alert and everything. It turns out that we had a state contract where the only vendor that could update that software was in Romania. So actually we were doing business with Romania. That's the sort of thing that an external vendor can never understand and do for you, and you can't give up that part. So
and
yes,
it
has to be a partnership.
comes down to culture, that culture within the company. Yeah. So, we spoke a little bit about best practices and so on and regulations. Hackers don't respect best practices. They will do anything they can to get into your system. So, how do things like best practices play in a security kind of focused enterprise? Wendy? Do you think they do? Do you think best practices are important? Do you think they're a good baseline?
I hate the term best practices. I would rather say minimum baseline practices, because the best practice to secure something is to cover it in concrete and sink it at the bottom of a pool. And nobody's going to do that. So you're going to compare your practices with your peers, assuming you know who your peers really are, assuming you can do the same thing that they do. And yes, that's a good way to learn about things that you didn't know that you should be doing. But as you said, the bad guys don't necessarily respect best practices. They're only going to respect, what actually works.
So it's a baseline, essentially. It's something that you start from the very beginning and then you build up from there. Is that something you see, Emily?
Yeah, absolutely. I talked earlier about this concept of visibility. Understanding your environment is absolutely number one. If you don't know that it exists, you can't secure it. Secondly to that is, you need to understand whether something actually has a vulnerability to it, or whether there is a threat to that thing that exists in your environment. And then you need a way to understand whether that vulnerability has been exploited in some way. So that's where the monitoring of all of your systems comes into play. But really, it's that's the baseline to me, is just understanding your entire ecosystem and what that looks like. When it comes to the attackers, you can't attack back, remember. So the best practices that they dismiss is irrelevant for people who are trying to protect an organization, because you're not legally allowed to fight back. So what becomes the most important thing, which gets harder with larger companies, is you have to work with your business colleagues to truly understand what is important to the business, because you cannot protect everything the same. So understanding what runs your business, what drives your business, it's not always just data. It's systems, it's critical systems that keep the operation actually moving, certainly in our environment. So I think you really have to take a very logical, common sense approach to understanding what matters most to your business, and the relationships that you have with the business teams teams is the only way you're going to get to do that, because it can't be my decision, it can't be my team's decision. We're security folks. We secure what they tell us matters to us the most. So it's a baseline in terms of you got to understand it, but you got to work with your business to figure out what's most important to them.
So we've discussed a little bit about the teams. What about the technologies? How do you sift through a lot of the noise in terms of the products and the security services that you see on the market? Martin, could you talk about that?
Yeah, so I'll say it in under two lenses. So from an investor lens, I think we're seeing an era where it's almost impossible to sell to a CISO. You know, this kind of day and age of we got these very sophisticated products that are very complex that take a long time to understand and explain and implement, that you talk to the CISO, are diminishing. And instead, we're seeing the rise of like fairly simple to use product-led companies that will be adopted by individuals, for example, before the company. So for example, I sit on the board of Yubico, these little hardware keys. This was like a consumer phenomenon of like hardcore security geeks that would use these before it became an industry phenomenon. And so I think what's happening to security, which is actually very interesting and good from a defense standpoint, is we're seeing security products become simplified. They're become consumerized. And I think that individual users, especially tech users, are more savvy about what to use. I think Duo actually paved a lot of the way for this, but you've seen companies like Think Canary, if you don't know it, or Yubico, or et cetera. And so my sense is, especially if you're a startup, I think you should understand simplified, consumerized security products. Those are already being adopted generally, and lean towards those. And don't worry so much about the much more sophisticated high-end things that are kind of, they almost feel like museums of computer science past. Now those become relevant certainly in Emily's world, but much less in smaller company world.
Mm-hmm.
So Wendy, you know, are there any kind of technologies that you think we should embrace, or do you think there are any kinds of technologies we think we should avoid?
Oh, you know, that's a trick question. That's just not fair.
I had to ask.
That's really tough. The one thing I can recommend, though, is that Sunil Yu, who's the chief security scientist at Bank of America, came out with a matrix called the Cyber Defense Matrix, and he open sourced it. If you search for the Cyber Defense Matrix, you'll find it. And it's a very simple way of looking at the functionality of each security technology, what it does, whether it protects, detects, responds, and what layer it does it on, whether it does it at the application layer, data layer, network, and so on. If you plot out what you have in your portfolio against that, you can start to get an idea of where you might have gaps, where you have overlaps, and it may be a good way to rationalize what you have today. But if you're just starting out, I would agree with Martin that let the consumer experience lead you into what is most usable for your organization.
Emily, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah. I mean, for us, obviously, we're such a varied company, and the kinds of solutions that we seek out. Usually, I mean, for companies that try to come to the CISO, to Martin's point, we normally know what we want. We normally know what gap we're trying to fill, and usually we'll go out into the marketplace then and start doing the research around that. It's very difficult to get kind of the push at a big company as it is with a smaller group. But yeah, I mean, there's still so much opportunity. There's still a lot of problems out there that are not solved, which is where, to me, people like the three of us work very closely together, and lots of security organizations work very closely together. We are all much stronger together than we are individually. And I think once we identify those problems, it's people like Martin that invest in the solutions that people like me end up consuming.
So we're very low on time, but my last question, the threat landscape is changing. What bit of advice would you give in terms of security to a founder or a startup in the audience? Martin, would you give?
I mean, I think maybe I'll just restate what I said before, which is it's important to realize that even at a startup, the attacks are fairly sophisticated. But the good news is there are fairly simple things that you can do even at that stage that improve your posture. Things, for example, such as physical security, like we immediately got a guard, like that wasn't very expensive and it really mattered and it stopped attacks. There are a number of consumerized security devices that really help, are really effective. Like I'm a huge fan of Chromebooks. I'm a huge fan of YubiKeys. I'm a huge fan of Duo. I'm a huge fan of Okta. And so I would just say, understand the simple consumerized security practices. Do best things like you were a large company that's simple, like physical security, and then have the process in place for when an incident and if an incident does happen.
Yeah.
Emily?
For me, I'm a big believer in testing things out as an early adopter. Even at a big company, you can still do that in a controlled environment. For me, my advice would be, try and focus in on the problem that you're trying to solve. That's the way I certainly look at things, is what problem am I trying to solve and how can you help me solve that problem? Sometimes I might not realize that I've got a problem there and you're going to tell me I've got one and then it's a conversation. But I think it's all about the problem, and sometimes we can overextend on security being so complicated that we forget about what it is we're truly there to deal with.
And Wendy?
My final bit of advice would be, and all apologies to TechCrunch, don't do your risk management by headlines. Because if you read only headlines, you will think the whole world is on fire. And it isn't.
Especially if you read my stuff.
Yeah, that's right. So talk to your peers and find out what they are really seeing. And exchange as much as you can with them, because that's where you're going to get the real good threat intelligence.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. So, starting in a few minutes in the breakout room, again, second floor of the forum, is a discussion on how to set the optimal price for your product. And PriceFX of Germany, a company that sort of specializes in this very thing, is leading that discussion. So you might want to check that out. Meantime, right now we're really privileged to be introducing the CEO of one of the world's biggest enterprise software companies, Bill McDermott, in conversation with the tireless Frederic Lardinois of TechCrunch. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, second round of applause for you.
Wow,
that's
nice.
something. We don't usually get that.
Good groove.
It must be.
Thank you.
I thought it was for me. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for
you
having
don't do
me.
a lot of these, so I appreciate it. To get started, I want to talk a little bit about you before we talk about SAP itself. When you were 16, you bought your own deli
Right.
to put yourself through school.
Right.
So you started out as a real entrepreneur, kind of self-starter. But then you went to work in these giant enterprise companies.
Right.
Why?
Well, I was broke as a kid, so I needed the money. I traded in 3 part-time jobs, so I was actually simplifying my life to buy a corner store. And that's why with Winner's Dream, the tagline is from the corner store to the corner office. And the big idea, from being a teenage entrepreneur was really having an ultimate respect, professional courtesy, appreciation for customers.
Sure.
Because I learned early on, you can get anything in this life you want as long as you help enough other people get what they want. And to underscore this, as a teenage entrepreneur, just think about this. You're 16 years old, you got this store, and you got giants on either side of you. One is like a big corporate supermarket, the other one is a big corporate convenience store called 7-Eleven. And then there's me. And I bought the business for $7,000 in notes, which means I was broke, but the person who wanted to sell it wanted to get out so bad, he's like, let's give the kid a chance, because if I don't make my payments, they just take the store back anyway.
Did you make your payment?
I made my payments because I had the vendors give me the first delivery on consignment. I told them I'll never shop you. I'll always be loyal. You probably charge me too much, but I'll always owe you the first shipment when I sell this business. I never want anything for free. And what I learned quickly is you have to expand the perimeter of what these businesses do. So at that time, some of you may recognize Asteroids and Pac-Man. I went to the mall one day and I see these big machines called Asteroids and Pac-Man, and I see these kids plucking quarters in it. And I'm like, that's an idea. Why don't I build a video game room? So on the back of the video machine, it's like Tony's Video Games. I call up Tony. I said, hey, Tony, how much for the video game? He said, $5,000. I said, I don't have $5,000. Okay, $4,500. I don't have $4,500 either. But I tell you what, you put the video games in the store, and we'll split the quarters. And if you don't make any money, you just take them back.
Fair enough.
Long story short, I had to get these high school kids to walk a block and a half past 7-Eleven to my store. How do you do that? I go down there one day. The kids are in line 40 at a time. There's only 4 inside the store. I said, why are you all waiting out here with this big store in there? They said, well, they think we're going to take things. I said, don't worry about that. Come down to my store.
Did they take your stuff?
I let them in 40 at a time. No one ever took anything. They played video games and so on. One young person said to me at the end of a long day, Bill, when we want to have good food, be treated with respect, and play video games, we come to your store. And when we want to steal stuff, we go to 7-Eleven. So, you know, if you treat people well, it may come back to you.
How did 7-Eleven feel about that?
Well, 7-Eleven, they didn't feel good because now all the kids boycotted the store and just came to my store instead. So it became like a little bit of a social movement. And it was really beautiful. I really will never forget those early lessons. You know, you have to know your customer and you have to really think about what you're good at. For example, it was a blue-collar neighborhood, so there was a lot of folks like my dad who were blue-collar workers, and they were flush rich on Friday night when they got paid, but they were broke by Sunday morning, so we gave them credit. And, you know, there was a senior citizen complex, and the seniors, we learned, didn't want to leave their house, so we delivered. So we found things to expand the perimeter of what our little business did that the competition either couldn't do because they're structurally unable to, or they're unwilling to do because they're lazy. And you put that all together, and that little store did okay.
Sure. Now, when I think of giant enterprise companies, though, including maybe SAP to some degree, I don't always think of them as companies that focus all that much on like getting love from their customers.
I mean, you know, maybe the best way to describe, you know, love for the customer is, you know, in the early experiences, because I went from being that teenager entrepreneur into a large company at 21.
Yep.
And it was very interesting. I'll never forget the first day, you know, trying to get a job in a large enterprise. And, you know, I was coming from Amityville, Long Island, and I lived in a house, you know, you have Hurricane Dorian running around the US right now that flooded every time there was a major northeast storm. And I had my $99 suit on, and I'm basically trying to get to the car to go to the railroad tracks to get an interview. My brother picks me up. I'm on the 5th step from the bottom. That's how much water was in my house. Puts me on his shoulder, carries me to the street, pours me into the car. My dad drops me off at the railroad tracks. We ride into Manhattan, and I'm reading this annual report from the then CEO of Xerox. And Xerox was Google then. It was Facebook. It was the company. And this CEO wants to reinvent the company on something called total quality management. And their issue was they were building a product for a higher price point than the competition was selling a higher quality product. That's not a good business model, guys. So look, I don't care. I'm 21. I'm zooming in on the train. I get to the hiring center, top of the 6s in Manhattan. I'm like, this is my day, right? It's a big chance. And I look around, and I remember the line before I left for New York City. Sitting next to my dad in the car. I love my dad. I said, Dad, I guarantee I'm coming home tonight with my employee badge in my pocket. My dad said, Bill, don't put all that pressure on yourself, man. You're a good guy. Just do your best.
What gave you that confidence?
I had to get the job. And when you have to do something, I always found the best way to do it is put yourself in a position where you visualize it happening and you believe it. And when you believe it, you often can achieve it. So I get there, and I'm looking around this room, and there's like these folks from Princeton, New Jersey, Greenwich, Connecticut, went to the best schools on earth. And I'm in there with my $99 suit from Long Island, having run a little business, and I'm saying to myself, hey, I might have overshot it a little bit with my dad here, you know? But I look around, you know, beautiful women and men like yourselves, and I'm like trying to figure out what I'm gonna do. Like, do you panic because they're so good, or do you just play to your strengths? And I talk to 500 people a day in the deli, so I was just like, hey, what are you in for? What are you trying to accomplish? What's your goal? And they would say things like, I'm playing the field. I'm interviewing at Goldman and Morgan and IBM and so on. And you know what happened then? I got my superpower. You know why? Because I realized I wanted it so much more than they wanted it. And I go through like major interviews that day. I think it was on the 9th one I get invited to 9 West 57th. And the CEO basically is waiting for me in his office. I think that they forgot about me and another candidate was sitting on a bench, you know. And I stand up, Joanne Siciliano is the assistant, and I say, I just want, you know, Mr. Fullwood to know I'm here. And I'll stay all night. I just want him to be aware of that. I get invited into his office, great office. Central Park, 38th floor. I look over his shoulder as I'm going into the hearth of that doorway, and I realized I wasn't in for an interview. I was in for the fight of my life. Because if I get the job, I change the trajectory of my life. We have a great meeting, and at the end he says to me, Bill, this is very interesting. Really enjoyed meeting you. You're a very passionate young man. And then you know what he said? The HR department will be in touch. You ever hear that one before? And I said, Mr. Fullwood, I don't think you completely understand the situation, sir. And he looks at me like head tilted, what's this kid up to? And I said, I never broke a promise to my dad in 21 years. And I guaranteed him I'd have my employee badge in my pocket tonight. Now he's really tilting. And he said, Bill McDermott, as long as you haven't committed any crimes, you're hired. I said, I certainly haven't committed any crimes, so you sure? And he goes, yes. So I walk around the table.
But those people at 7-Eleven, you put them on.
I walk around the table, and I kind of bear hug him a little bit, place him safely back in his chair.
That's how you...
I shoot past the receptionist. I go down 38 floors. I'm now on 5th Avenue, I run to 6th Avenue, and then you had to put quarters in phones. Very interesting time. Seems like a million years ago, right? Call up my mom and dad, and I said, Mom and Dad, break out the Korbel. We got the job. And for those of you that don't know, Korbel is like the worst champagne in the world. But it is Long Island Cristal.
What would you have done if you hadn't gotten that job? Would you have gone back to the deli and done that?
It's a great question. You know, a lot of people say, would you have opened up a chain? Would you have done things like that? I never wanted to anything other than lead. And my enjoyment in leadership is running organizations with lots of people and doing very, very exciting things. I believe strongly in the power of innovation. I love the software industry more than anything in the world. I'm doing my dream job. So I wanted to be in a big company. I didn't want to be an entrepreneur opening up a chain of delis. I admire people that do that. It's just that wasn't my, goal.
Let's jump forward a little bit.
Sure.
By 2014, you were CEO of SAP.
Mm-hmm.
How did that come about? Because you spent some time as a co-CEO, and this is a German company that never had an outside.
Right.
The founders ran the company.
Right.
Why did they trust you with that job?
It's a really important question. Trust is the ultimate human currency. And that's what I said in my book, Winner's Dream. It really is. In the end, the ultimate human currency between humans is trust. I came in 2002 into the Americas as the CEO of SAP America. SAP America had missed 24 quarters in a row.
Why?
I beg your pardon?
Why? Why did they?
The company globally had a very good brand and a wonderful product. But in America, they had like 5 CEOs in 6 years. There was a lot of turnover. In the Valley, there was tremendous innovation going on. And many of the best people just lost confidence in the American operation and left. So what you had left over was mediocrity. But the biggest issue was they lost the view of where the customer needed to go. And everything became about the product. And if you have a product looking for a problem, there's a real issue with the way you're running the business. What I try to do is build a great management team, people that had an orientation around audacious goals and a love for people and a desire to do amazing things for the customer. And the only way to pull that off is to have an outside-in view of the world. And at that time, we moved from a product-centric organization to a solutions and value delivery organization. It didn't matter if it wasn't solving a big problem for the customer and their customer. And it didn't matter if you couldn't quantify the value it delivered to the executives trying to run companies. So that change led to 70% growth. We went from number 3 in the enterprise application software industry to number 1. And we pulled that off in about 15 months. And the organization kind of went on a growth tear that led to the worldwide field job and then ultimately the CEO job in 2010 and subsequently the sole CEO job in 2014. But here's the idea. Here's the big idea. You'll all remember the financial crisis of 2008, right? Or at least if you didn't live it, you read about it. 2009 was like a slow recovery, and then 2010, I come in as CEO, and at that time, analyzed the situation very carefully. So we were the number 1 company in business software, also in analytics. But as you know, the market was going to evolve very quickly, and this idea of digital transformation was at its early stage, but it was coming like a tsunami. So we knew big data. That's why we invented HANA. We knew that the ERP would have to be based upon an in-memory database that handled structured transactional data and had analytics on the same platform for unstructured data. And we knew that elastic cloud computing was absolutely the future, which is why we built a strategy around the line of business cloud and the business network, because the network of the network effect is what's driving massive value, trillions in value in the global economy. And at that time, we conceived this strategy over a 2-week period and then began to execute it and have been doing that now for, believe it or not, 10 years, Frederick.
Still the same strategy
It
came up
evolved.
with?
It has evolved, but it is basically on the same parameters that we composed then. But here's for all the entrepreneurs out there. We had $110 billion addressable market in 2010, and that's a great market. But if you spend your time enjoying today and focusing on what you used to be, you're likely to miss tomorrow, and you're likely not to focus on what you should be. And by doing that, we increased the TAM from 110 to now 400 billion. And that's not counting the business network, where we have over $1 trillion US traveling through that network. So the idea of the idea, from my perspective, is do what you're great at, stay to your core, but look for ways to expand the perimeter in the interest of solving big problems for the customer so they can better serve their customer, which brings us to the next phase of the strategy, which we're on now.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about expanding the perimeter.
Yeah.
You just spent really big money on Qualtrics.
Yeah.
Well, over $8 billion. That's serious money for a company that wasn't actually making that much revenue at the time. Why do that? What does it give SAP?
You know, one of the main things in the business of leadership is judgment. As we went on a bit of a shopping spree for line of business cloud and business network cloud,
Why did you go on that shopping spree?
Because our customers needed us to. If you look at our business, in 2010, we had 0 cloud revenue. In 2023, we're talking about a 15 billion cloud business. 2024 could easily be 20 and well beyond in the cloud. So had we not made those decisions then, strategically, you would say to yourself, man, what would have happened? Because today, 80% of our revenues come from businesses we weren't in 5 years ago. Things have changed, and they're changing really, really quickly. I tell people all the time, change is like unbelievably fast. We all feel it. But remember, folks, the world will never move this slow again. So that's the key. In terms of Qualtrics, here's the idea. If you think about the economy we're in now, we're in the experience economy. The idea of creating great experiences for people, this isn't just about software and technology. This is about the human experience. Whether you're serving employees in your company, making their life simple and better, or you're solving problems for your customer and their customer, it has to be simple, and the experience has to be beautiful.
Is that true for all SAP products today?
Well, let's take it one step at a time. Of course not. But let's
Good,
take it
because
one
I've got
step-
some examples for you.
Of course not. But let's take it one step at a time. So with Qualtrics, the idea was SAP has immense amounts of operational data. We run the biggest businesses in the world with 450,000 customers running SAP. We know what's going on. I call that O data, or operational data. What everyone needs to get in touch with is X data, or the experience data, the things that really matter to the customer. When you can combine your X's and your O's, and you can do that on the SAP platform, you can fundamentally change the world. So that was the idea of Qualtrics, and that idea is fundamentally changing experiences for people. I hope you agree with the strategy, and already the signs are transformational. So if you think about the idea of Apple, and their acquisition of Next, think about how that transformed Apple and brought Steve Jobs back to the company. If you think about EMC and their acquisition of VMware and how that changed that, and now Dell Technologies. If you think about Facebook and Instagram, Qualtrics is to SAP what those M&A moves were to those wonderful companies. And I believe this is the new frontier.
That's pretty
I
bold.
believe that. Totally.
So you're basically betting the company on Qualtrics?
No, the company isn't bet on Qualtrics. The future is bet on what the customer's customer is going to need. I believe this is the elixir to serve the customer. We're financially successful enough that it's not a bet the company, but it is certainly a growth strategy to keep SAP as the fastest growing business software company in the world, which we are right now.
You've grown from a market cap of, what, about 40 billion to 150, depends on the day right now,
Yeah,
market's
152
volatile,
today.
100 say that.
Not that I'm watching these things.
But you are.
Of course. You should. You should know what's going on at all times, in real time.
Right, there's some CEOs who would say, I'm not paying attention to that.
They should pay attention. You know why? A lot of people count on you to pay attention, whether it's your employees, which all of our employees now are shareholders of the company, or it's shareholders, or it's just customers. You understand how it works. They want to win, and they want to do business with people that are winning. So winning is fundamentally something that you have to pay close attention to. It is not the in-process measure of success. That's what leaders have to do. But it is an R measure that is a scoreboard. So I would defy to say a baseball manager, a sports manager, at the end of an inning isn't watching the scoreboard. I would certainly hope they are.
So another 4 or 5 years from now, do you want to be at 300 billion?
I believe strongly that since we have already quadrupled the market cap of the company in this 10-year window, I think that there's no question that'll happen probably sooner than later. But the more important thing is, we have quintupled the number of customers we're serving. And that's the metric that I enjoy the most. To have a happy company, you have to have super inspired employees, super loyal customers, and ultimately, how do you maintain them? Innovation.
Sure.
And then this empathy across every employee in the company where their mindset is focused on the outside interests. What's going on with those customers and their customers? How is that ecosystem feeling? That's why we love the startup community so much and have put so much into it and warmly welcome anything that we can do with all the innovators in this room today. Because our company, just like any other company, doesn't have all the answers. It's how we put it together in solutions that really matter.
All right. As you're doing that, can you do me a favor?
I'd do anything.
Can you fix Concur, because it's just so horrible to use?
Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. And I'm very happy if you feel that there's something we can do with Concur to make it better. And that's part of having empathy. If someone says something that you don't necessarily want to hear, that's the time when you should pique your interest and really listen, learn, and do something about it. I do want to say, in fairness to Concur, since you mentioned it, I've heard great things about Concur too. So whatever your issue is, I'd like to take that up with you and solve it, okay?
All right, let's do that backstage.
Thank you, Frederick.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Good being with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're still talking back there about the merits of Concur. Okay, quickly, there was some really great storytelling just now by Bill. If you are interested in checking out a transcript, you can do that by checking out otter.ai/TC Enterprise. And now, please sit back and enjoy our next discussion about how Kubernetes changed everything with our panelists. Brendan Burns, a distinguished engineer at Microsoft. Tim Hawkin, a principal software engineer at Google. Jim Beta, a principal engineer with VMware. And Aparna Sinha, a director of product management at Google, with our moderator, Ron Miller. Thank you.
Everybody. Welcome, everyone. Kubernetes, the open source container orchestration tool, was born inside Google in 2014. You guys, I'm not telling you anything you don't know. It was open sourced in 2016, and today it's the fastest growing open source project. We have the distinct privilege to have these 4 individuals here to discuss Kubernetes with us, 3 of whom helped develop it in its earliest days, and the 4th who helps guide Google's version of Kubernetes today. So Joe, let's start with you, since you happen to be next to me.
Here we go.
Why do you think it's become so popular so quickly?
Well, it's been 5 years, so, you know, there's
That's
quick
pretty
and there's
fast,
quick.
yeah.
I think there's a lot of factors, and I think, you know, any time you look at a project like this, I don't think there's any one explanation why something succeeds and fails. I think right time, I think, you know, Brendan likes to say that based on the experiences at Google, we kind of, we knew how all the, you know, we had the picture on the front of the puzzle box, right? We had an idea of how all this stuff fit together. And I think, you know, just community, both in terms of sort of the wide set of folks that have contributed, but also, you know, we were able to get like all 3 major cloud providers on board with Kubernetes. And so being able to bring all of that together was a big part of the puzzle too.
I mean, I think also the job of developing software had just sort of reached a point where it was too hard. Developing an operating software is too hard. So there's a real like need. There was this very, very strong need. I think success is partly all of the things we bring to the table, but also was just the strong developer need that it could fit. There's still a lot more work to do there, though.
Yeah.
I think it spoke to the problems that people were really having. It brought them a new abstraction that was much more pleasant to use. And right time, you can't outweigh the cost or the benefits of being at the right place in the right time with the right ideas. But I think, yeah.
Yeah, I would say, building on what Joe said, definitely with the heritage of Borg from Google, that allowed us to stand on the shoulders of giants. But beyond that, I think the community actually really invested in making the project stable, making sure that there was a conformance program, that it had longevity, and the architecture of it was modular so that there could be an ecosystem that evolved around it that, provided business opportunities for many companies.
Yeah, including yours. But you mentioned like you had the kind of head start, right? Because you were doing it inside of Google. But it must have been a huge challenge to kind of create this take it from an internal tool to a more general application where people didn't have a team of Google engineers to rely on. So what was that like?
Well, I mean, I think it was a clean room re-implementation, right?
Yeah.
It was inspired by, but not. It was built from scratch and built with public cloud in mind. Joe and I were both working on public cloud. And had been thinking a lot about how people learn to use tools and how you bring them into that world. I think we were also super lucky, and someone who's not here but was really instrumental early on, we were super lucky to have the Red Hat folks join us and bring in that, like, hey, the real world looks like this kind of experience that they brought to the table. And Clayton Coleman in particular and others were really instrumental in I think, making it approachable. Yeah, I think I taught CS101. That helped too.
Yeah. There was a lot of skepticism inside of Google early on with Kubernetes.
Oh yeah.
A lot of hey, we got Borg. Why do we need this? I don't think Google then, and I hope the Google of today is changed. Really recognized the gap between how Google operates, what kind of infrastructure they need, and sort of what does the rest of the world need?
Right. Exactly.
What does it need to be successful there?
Yeah, I think early on there's a lot of focus on like scheduling as a problem, and honestly, it's like the least interesting part of Kubernetes. It's like how do you empower developers is the most interesting part.
I think a big factor is the interaction with the user base, which really led to many of the enterprise class features. So, we had a lot of feedback that we needed a more robust storage interface. Then we had a lot of feedback that we needed a security story, which is now much better fleshed out. Also feedback that we needed a bare metal story. So those are some of the areas where users have directly contributed to the project being applicable.
And
yeah, from the very earliest days, when you look at what Kubernetes was, it was focused on the cloud experience and trying to meet customers and users where they were with what the software they were doing today, like focused on off-the-shelf open source software, had to work sort of unmodified. And these were very different than the sort of things we do inside Google.
Right. So you mentioned that it's more secure, but when I was in Barcelona in May, I was hearing about issues with container security. There was a lack of maturity there. So I'm wondering, do you guys think do containers have a security problem, and how does the community deal with that?
Security is a journey, not a destination, right?
It's not a binary thing.
Yeah.
You have it or you don't.
Do we have a problem? No, I don't think we have a problem any more than Linux has a security problem, right? Is it as good as it could be? No, of course not. There's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of people doing really interesting, innovative work, trying to throw up new barriers, a lot of people approaching it with very different perspectives, which I think is fantastic. We'll continue to iterate on this forever until Kubernetes is no more.
Yeah, I think as Tim said, it was a purposely integrated system, which is in some ways a little different than other people run across. So we run into environments all the time where, for example, only certain people have privileges to create a load balancer. Well, you can't create a Kubernetes cluster that doesn't know how to create a load balancer. And so now suddenly by deeply integrating with the cloud, you've forced people who maybe had security by separating worlds to sort of deal with the fact, hey, a developer actually should be able to expose something on the internet, and how do we make sure that a developer can expose something on the internet safely?
Right.
So it definitely changed things. I agree with Tim. It's not a problem. It's just there's differences.
I think any engineering system, there's trade-offs, and I think that you take a different approach and a different threat model when you're building like a public cloud and you're inviting sort of hostile actors to come run right next to other workloads, versus when you're building something for an enterprise and you're worried about like two development teams stepping on each other's toes. And I think that there's different solutions for those different problem spaces. And then I think the other thing is, one of the things that has made Kubernetes successful is that it's very, very, very flexible. And I think it's similar to the Linux kernel in that case. Like the Linux kernel runs on everything from like a cell phone all the way up to like a mainframe. And it's an incredible piece of technology that it can actually work in all those situations. Kubernetes is very similar in some ways in everything from public cloud to on-premise to edge to, people are doing other crazy things with it. And with that flexibility comes a lot of choice. And that means that there are ways to run it insecure. There are, that's part and parcel of the flexibility of the system.
I think, Ron, if you look at where Kubernetes is being used now, it's being used in financial services, it's being used in retail, it's being used in highly regulated industries. And so the security aspect is key. And I think we've made a lot of progress over the last 2 years in terms of the security roadmap. I mean, there was a time when it was ABAC based, and then there was RBAC, and that was kind of the first step. But there's been a lot of progress made since then. And users are able to use it in highly secure environments.
So in terms of you with Apptio and you with your flavor of Kubernetes, do you think the vendor ecosystem that's building up around it, is that addressing it in ways that maybe the general open source project hasn't, or how do you see it?
Specifically security?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the modularity, the extensibility of Kubernetes is an opportunity for people to come in and say, I have ideas at this layer or this layer or this layer, and I can approach the problems in different ways. And you can see there's a really robust ecosystem of companies doing security and a million other things with Kubernetes through the extension mechanisms that we've built and are continuing to build and will continue to build, so that they can build out that ecosystem. We knew from the beginning, we had this conversation very early, for every dollar that a cloud provider makes on Kubernetes, there's got to be $100 in the ecosystem, right?
Yeah, the ecosystem development was very purposeful, and I think it's great. I don't think it's a criticism to say that it's good that the ecosystem is developing solutions to these problems. It's intentional. We want to put the hooks in the right place. Even open source projects, like the open source projects that we're working on around policy with the Open Policy Agent, they come in through admissions controllers. They don't link directly into Kubernetes. They come in through an extension hook. That's purposeful, right? Because it means that that thing works. I don't have to go and talk to every cloud vendor, every Kubernetes install to make it integrated into their platform. It just works with this extension hook that's already there.
And there is an evolution. I think certain things have become standard, like role-based access controls are standard. There are certain security defaults which everyone uses, and then there are areas that are still evolving, like what do you use for network policy? What do you use for other types of service policies? That's area that's still an area of innovation.
I mean, I think part of it is, even though 5 years is a long time, 5 years isn't a long time, right?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. It's been a blur.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So one of you just mentioned the ecosystem and how that helps. I think it was you, and which leads really neatly into my next question. So thank you. As Kubernetes has increased in popularity, it's given rise to this ecosystem, including your company, which was sold to VMware, and and all of these different flavors of Kubernetes, like your company's version. When you create these companies on top of that base open source project, how do these companies help reduce the complexity of somebody just kind of downloading that base project? How do you get people going where maybe they couldn't?
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a whole bunch of flavors in the ecosystem, right? Some of them are, a logging or a monitoring company who can come and say, hey, look, take this YAML file, install it into your cluster, and every developer has searchable, logging. You didn't teach the developers deploying the application anything. You just said to the cluster administrator, to one person, install this sort of daemon onto your cluster, and things like that work. I think we're also seeing an explosion in sort of the consulting ecosystem as well, as people want to, because Kubernetes got sort of combined with cloud transformation of these companies, and it's more than just Kubernetes. It's how do we do continuous delivery? How do we, shift left in terms of error detection? So I think it's a wide variety of ways the ecosystem helps.
There is a little bit of a push-pull between the project and the ecosystem. I think there's some things that it's worthwhile to actually have stuff built into the project, or at least closely associated with the project. And then other times there's an explosion. I think security is a great example of this. Like I would be, so we're investing heavily in this, standard ways of installing Kubernetes. There's a gazillion ways to do it, but we want to essentially have a bunch of standards, toolkit there. We want to make sure that's more and more secure as we go, essentially drive, better defaults there. And so I think when we look at it through the view of the ecosystem, I think we want to make sure that there's a consistent base that everybody can build on top of, and there's efforts like conformance tests to really drive that. But then I think there's a lot of room for folks to sort of build experiences on top of that, either, vendors doing it or companies actually sort of building their own internal platform.
And I'll say, too, from the beginning, we tried to not be everything to everyone. We've been pretty clear about what we wanted Kubernetes to do and to not do, and we called it the swim lanes early on. This is where we're going to be, and outside of that is safe for ecosystem to go and do things. We've moved a little bit over the years as we see this cluster turnup is a really common problem. So we adopted tools like kubeatom to make things easier, and probably will continue to extend in smaller ways. But we know that there's room on purpose for people to build up and around and below the system itself.
Yeah, I think it was around the end of 2017 that the leads got together in the community and decided that we need to define a stable core, and that core would be kept whole and stable, and that's what the conformance is defined around. But then beyond the core, and so I think of it in two axes. There's the axis of secondary layers, the services layer, the developer experience layer. We talked about CI/CD. Those are all areas where multiple companies can build experiences and can build products. And then the other axis is really sort of specific for particular verticals, solutions that are meant towards financial services or retail or certain other verticals.
But a lot of what you're talking about here is the base product and then how you can build on top of it. But what I'm trying to get at is more like some companies don't have this extensive engineering team, right? They don't have these resources internally that they can kind of draw upon. And then some vendors fill in that space and say, we're going to kind of take away that complexity of the base product. And so how does the ecosystem kind of come in that point and help these companies that may be a little less technical? They might not even be technology companies.
I think that's where vendors come in, and I think as you look at where folks are building businesses around this, it's really, we talk about, they bring opinion. They bring this curated view of like, hey, if you use this set of projects, maybe with a little bit of proprietary stuff mixed in, you're going to have a good time. And I think, bringing that opinion, bringing that sort of, that roadmap for how these things go together is one of the places where a lot of vendors do add value.
Right, and I think, with a managed service, like the Kubernetes service that we run in Azure and any of the clouds, it's also doing that, right? Like, we don't just sort of take the latest bits and flip them up.
Sure.
We test it, we make sure that the upgrade works, we understand what's necessary to do the upgrade, pay attention to the community to know, hey, there's a new flag, you need to set this or whatever. So I think that's part of it, and then I think also part of the thing you see with like Cloud Foundry repurposing themselves on top of Kubernetes is to say, for some people, it just makes more sense to come in at a PaaS layer, right? And to come in, or functions, like, I don't know, there's like 19 different implementations of functions as a service on top of Kubernetes. Sometimes it just makes sense to go with someone and use them to provide a easier developer experience.
Right.
And I mean, if you think back to where Linux was in, like, say, circa 2002, right? Linux was 8 years old at that point. There were 500 Linux distributions that you could get. Some of them you had to download the bits and compile them yourself. Some of them were pre-built. Some of them even had UIs. Most of them were written in TK. And over time, those things have gotten easier, and sort of some of the lower players have fallen off the map or been consolidated. I think we're sort of at that stage now with Kubernetes where it's still a little harder than it needs to be. I think there's opportunities for the core project to get simpler, but I also think the real opportunities are in the ecosystem. And you can see already really creative projects coming out of the ecosystem of how to streamline Kubernetes. How do you build the whole system into a single binary if you want to run it on your Raspberry Pi? And those sorts of projects are really creative and interesting, and they're not part of the core system, and they probably should never be. And that's, I think, the real power of the community and the ecosystem.
Yeah.
So, okay.
I was talking to a VC a little while ago. They're like, okay, how do I pick which Kubernetes companies to invest in?
Yeah.
And my answer was like, I don't know, like we already sold, so there's nobody left. No, it's not. No, my answer was that like if you want to look for the investment opportunities, look for the things that Kubernetes enables. What are the things that you can do that you weren't able to do before because we now have this up-leveling of technology in this platform? So I think, all of us would be saying that like, one of the themes in the Kubernetes community is like we want to make Kubernetes boring, right? Because good infrastructure is boring. It's not something that you lose sleep about. And so what that means is that the excitement then moves up the stack.
Yeah. Yeah, I think success would be that it becomes like Linux, that it powers the many other products and many other systems.
Yeah. So in terms of, if this is still complex, where do you see room for reducing that complexity and making it even easier for, again, these companies that are not Google and they're not even a technology company, they're just companies trying to take advantage of something like Kubernetes?
Well, I mean, I think, as I said earlier, managed services for sure, right? Or an on-premise person is willing to manage it for you. That's a baseline, right? You have to have. You don't want. I think we went through this phase, much as with the Linux distributions. We went through this phase where there were people at the company who really, really, really wanted to run their own Kubernetes, and be the admins and back up the etcd and all that stuff. And like, I think mostly people have realized that's a bad idea because like I talked to even the big companies and they're running 10, 15 clusters, and my teams are running tens of thousands, right? And so we're just going to have more automation. We're going to have more like mechanism behind it. Right?
Right.
So I think that's a big place. But then I think also these vendors and the stacks that they bring on top, that's important too.
Honestly, I think the management of Kubernetes, if you think about who are the users, especially moving into the large enterprise, those teams have other fish to fry. They have other business goals. They have developers that want to write, cutting-edge applications that'll actually move the business forward. So as far as managing of Kubernetes clusters, I think that is something that ideally is automated, through a cloud service or through some other partner that you're working with. Certainly our approach has been to build more of a end-to-end product on top of it, on top of our service, adding what we call Anthos, which adds service management and that developer experience on top.
So if you guys were looking at the startup community, you talked to investors, you were saying, what would you like to see startups building at this point, to push that forward, to push these kinds of, issues that still exist, and clearly, there's no such thing as a perfect project?
Well, I think that the biggest thing for me is that Kubernetes is great for operators, but it doesn't do much for developers. It does almost nothing for developers. And so we have to fix that, right? Like, and that's the biggest
the larger
area
ecosystem.
The larger ecosystem. Yeah, I don't mean we as Kubernetes, but I think we as the computing industry have to fix that because it's just too hard. Like, we don't do anything to help you build a larger scale system, and it's just too hard, and people don't know how to do it, and they build bad systems.
Tools, visibility, debugging, introspection, the things that software developers do day in and day out, right? Like if you spend 10% of your time writing code, you spend the other 90 debugging it. And Kubernetes it's not a thing for that yet. Right. And so I think that there's lots of opportunity there, and I'm eager to see what people are doing there, especially in the logging, monitoring, tracing, telemetry business.
Yeah. So I would say that one of the things that made Kubernetes successful is that it is a toolkit of things that you can put together. I mean, it's like essentially a Lego set, similar to the way that cloud is a Lego set. And I think what we find is that we need more types of Legos that help us build up. And I think we have seen folks that aim at developers, and they provide that overall experience, the big plastic toy, right? We haven't actually seen anybody complete the picture of like, let's do Legos all the way up. And I think that we're getting there, and I think that it's, we're We're figuring out what the right shapes of those pieces are to really recreate that sort of all-in experience. But it's hard work, and there's a lot of explorations. And I think this is one place where, we talked about early on with Kubernetes, with the history of Google, we had that picture on the front of the box. We had that map. And I think in a lot of ways we're off the map now.
Oh, yeah.
And so, so we're, as a community, we're having to actually figure this stuff out in some ways for the first time. Whereas, early on with Kubernetes, we kind of already had a game plan in mind.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's akin to the development of object-oriented programming languages, or even programming languages in the first place. It's like we kind of understand the problem, and we have some sense of where we need to go, but we're really out in the jungle.
Yeah.
I think there are two areas of innovation that stand out, especially as Kubernetes becomes more popular in the enterprise. So there's certainly the developer experience, but there's also the scalability of it. And so we've been working a lot more on multiple clusters. We found that every customer has many, many clusters, and there are very good reasons for having multiple clusters. And how do you manage services across multiple clusters? That's an active area of innovation.
Yeah, that's for sure true, and that's one of the reasons why we did centralized policy management, so that you can manage a policy for all of your clusters from a central place, have one policy that gets blown out to every single cluster you have, because my observation is the same thing. And I think that's something that surprised all of us, was that we were used to these giant big iron giant clusters, and the average cluster size is not giant.
I think there's an evolution of the cloud space, though, also. I mean, I think at one point, several years ago, everybody thought we were going to end up with like 3 big worldwide computers, right, with big clouds. And I think we're finding that reality, especially when you talk to real enterprises, is more complex than that. There were these forces pulling things together to cloud, and now there's all these forces that are sort of sending it in opposite directions, like GDPR, data sovereignty, edge, risk around single vendors. So like a big part of what I think folks are looking at Kubernetes for is a way to actually start bringing consistency across a very, very complex infrastructure ecosystem or infrastructure landscape.
Right. For sure. I think the consistency message is really a critical message, that people come to us all the time, whether at Google or at Kubernetes, and say, I've got these disparate worlds and I need to find a way to bridge them. I don't want to teach my people how to do everything twice.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
One of the things that surprised me at KubeCon is, and I've gone to a couple of them now, is the number of ancillary projects that have sort of developed around the main Kubernetes project. And it seems to me, not as a developer or an IT person, but as somebody observing, that the more you get into this, the more you need these ancillary tools. And you didn't realize that, or maybe you did. And I'm just wondering, when you were thinking about this as you developed it, did you sort of foresee that there would be all these ancillary cloud native technologies that would have to develop?
I think that was honestly the experience inside of Google.
Yeah.
I think when we talk about Borg, which was the Google system that inspired Kubernetes, you ask different teams inside of Google what Borg is, and you'll actually get different answers. You ask the Borg team, and they're going to give you a very narrow thing. You ask the Borg SRE team, they'll give you something else. You ask the average Google developer, they're going to throw in everything in the kitchen sink and call it Borg, right? And so I think, looking at the evolution of all the sort of ancillary tools that sort of got made to make the sort of the Google infrastructure system successful, it was pretty clear that we were going to see that happen, and more so, I think, in the open source ecosystem.
Yeah, I always felt that you won or lost on the ecosystem, right, as a project, because there was competition in the early days, and that ecosystem was critical. Taking people who are willing to bet their business on your thingy was critical. But I also think you look at Linux, like Tim was saying, how many packages are there in Debian? Thousands, right? Every single one of those is its own little software project, right? So that's just the way computing and open source works.
And everything kind of one thing leads to
it's
another.
the bazaar. The cathedral and the bazaar is sort of like the canonical example at this point, but it is the bazaar. It's a lot of different people doing little things.
I'd say for sure it's yes and no. Like, we knew that we wanted this ecosystem to have 1,000 flowers bloom. What we actually got was like 25 billion. And now we're sorting through which are the good ones and which ones are not the good ones. And it's very
in some ways, who are we to say?
It's organic. It's happening, right? It's this sort of Cambrian explosion of ideas. People talk about the adjacency of the possible, right? Like, we didn't know what we could do until we got to this step.
Right.
And a whole bunch
well,
of
that's what it seems to me, as like looking at it, each kind of leap forward creates this need for some other tooling that it just wasn't there, and then somebody creates it.
Exactly. and then that opens a new door, and you step into that room, and
like an
there's new
onion.
doors there.
But it's also solved a whole bunch of problems that are no longer in need of solving, right? Like nobody thinks about how to distribute their binaries around the world anymore. It's a container image and a container registry.
Right.
So I think you do have that explosion of new stuff, but you also have these problems that are now done, right? And that's good.
Yes. Yeah, I think the modularity led to the ecosystem. I think it was by design. I actually think that there's another layer of ecosystem that is yet to happen in Kubernetes, which is like using the Kubernetes pattern or the Kubernetes API style, the declarative API and the controller. It's not really a T-shirt style. It's a style that's associated with Kubernetes that other projects can adopt.
Yeah, it turns out we did something we didn't really plan to do, which is define a whole new framework for building APIs.
So I have a kind of complex question. We only have 1 minute left, but how do you see serverless and Kubernetes working together?
Yeah, that's totally coverable in a minute.
All right, so I'll just say, these are not either or, these are and. I think, one of the, talking about those Lego bricks and being able to actually sort of build up, I think serverless and a lot of and serverless is not one thing, it's probably 3 or 4 different things or even more, but those are some of the building bricks. One of the things that I think when people look at Kubernetes, they want to be able to do these things like serverless, but then, now I have to do something where I'm doing some long-running math. It doesn't fit in the serverless. I don't have to go back to raw VMs to do this. I can actually drop down to something that's much more approachable.
Right.
And so I think it's going to be part of the solution, not an either-or type of thing.
I think the interesting thing when we started building serverless container infrastructure, raw serverless container infrastructure into our cloud, what was interesting to figure out was that Kubernetes in its core, in its code, is deeply addicted to machines.
Yeah.
Like there's all kinds of implicit assumptions that are baked into the code that assumes that machines are there. It will be interesting to see how we tease that apart because I don't think that most people want to see virtual machines in the future as a concept. So.
I would love to hear you guys, but we are out of time. Thank you so much for a great discussion. I really appreciate it.
Thank you
for having us.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next we have a sponsored innovation break. Please welcome to the stage Alyssa Bergman from Adobe Systems, Jay Das from Sapphire Ventures, and Sanjay Kumar of Geospatial Media. And your moderator is Nicole Helmer from SAP.
Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This session is talking about the evolving data landscape given the change of data with societal scrutiny, regulatory pressures, and the enhanced desire from the enterprise to personalize and leverage the data that they have. I'd like to first introduce our panelists. We have Alyssa Bergman from Adobe. She is their Chief Privacy Officer and brings more than 2 decades of privacy experience from the legal sector as well as the entertainment sector. We have Jay, who is President and Managing Director of Sapphire Ventures, brings experience from a long line of successful investments like MuleSoft, like Square, like Alteryx. He sits on the board of DataRobot and a dozen other successful ventures. And Sanjay, who represents Geospatial Media, which is a geospatial media and communications company based out of India, but he also advises a number of public policy organizations globally, including the U.S. National Geospatial Advisory Committee. He just returned from a trip to DC with their latest meeting. Please welcome our panelists.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it's been about a decade now of us talking about data as the new oil. Every company has been rushing to monetize their data assets, to understand their data assets, and to learn the different ways that they can use them. But with issues coming up in the papers, like scandals and the misuse of personal data, or the advancing of a number of regulatory procedures around the world, including GDPR, but dozens of others in dozens of other countries, we're seeing a shift. The topic of our conversation today is to discuss how that shift is going to play out in enterprise and startups over the next 10 years. I'd like to open it up by asking the panelists, what does it mean for data to be okay for a business to use, and what distinguishes data that is and is not acceptable? I'll start with you, Elisa.
Oh, okay, great. It's interesting that you use the phrase data is the new oil. We at Adobe say trust is the new currency, and we really think it's important to think about putting the user at the center of the equation. For a long time, we've had a saying of say what you do what you say, don't surprise the user, and you ask about what data you can use or what data you should use, and these notions of privacy are very personal, very different culturally, generationally, so it's really important to put the user at the center of the equation. So I think what's right for certain business models and certain users all really depends on context and being transparent and really thinking about trust as that currency.
Yeah, well, we live in a data economy, and somehow data politics is as well today. So it's a very, very important topic because it has a lot of economic and political value. It attracts a lot of uses as well as sometimes abuse. So I think that primarily we have three types of data which we can categorize. Data A, which is being collected by the governments for delivering governance and citizen services. And the category 2 of the data, which is being collected by national security agencies, and this includes a lot of behavioral and other informations as well. And the third category of the information is that which we are collecting for the businesses and consumer services. And I think that, in view of the debates around data sovereignty and data localization, which is a national issue, the data which has professional, attributes is available in the public domain, and a lot of innovators can make use of that information. The problem comes up when you're talking of the personal attributes of the information. And the businesses which are collecting that information with the consent to be used is fine, but the moment they extend that utilization by sharing and distributing to another companies, that's where is the real problem, and I think it's an issue which should be attracted to the data policy and ethics both.
Yeah, look, for us, it's always you're looking for opportunities to invest, right? And there are entrepreneurs on this in the audience here. So, as soon as I think there is this whole debate about what do you own, what do you don't own, how do you, trust and provide that, trust to your consumers and to your customers. There's a business opportunities here, right? So we kind of look at it as, yes, there were some business models that have been built based on kind of people sharing their data freely and not realizing what they are doing. But now the environment is kind of changing, and so we are actually looking at as investors as potential opportunities on how you kind of solve these problems that have now cropped up with this evolution of what people think is okay to share and use without notifying the actual owner of data.
So each of the three of you mentioned a kind of common theme, if I can point it out. You mentioned that trust is the new currency, so it's about making users aware of how you're going to use the data. Sanjay, you said something very similar about consent and making sure that people have given consent. And then Jay, you mentioned that it's important that people trust the system and that there are new business opportunities built on trust.
Yeah.
Governments around the world are eager to make sure that that is protected, right? It's one thing to say that it's a business's responsibility to do those things. It's another thing to put in place regulations. All of those regulations, like GDPR, have that kind of component. I'll go to you, Elisa, but do you think regulations like GDPR or like its Indian equivalent or Brazilian equivalent or any of the dozens of others that are being considered, one here in California, actually protect consumers? And what is it that people need to understand about those regulations?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's a super complicated issue, but I think underlying a law like GDPR, or frankly all of the laws that are being considered around the globe and here in California is the longstanding, what we call fair information practices. And these underlie all the privacy laws in the United States and all of the laws globally. And it's really common sense, like I said, saying what you do, doing what you say, being transparent, giving choices, some levels of controls, protecting the data. These have long been rich inside history when it comes to privacy. So I think we're seeing that happen globally. I think it is good for consumers because it's getting all kinds of attention by conferences like this, senior management. Really excitingly, we're starting to see seismic shifts. Enterprises want to choose other vendors who have high marks on privacy, and we're seeing competitive differentiators in that regard. Consumers want to deal with companies who they like their privacy promises on. There's a lot of big tech companies who are making big bets on privacy, and so it's really becoming a cocktail party issue, a board level issue, and just really something that everybody cares about. So I think those laws and the continued focus on it is all good for the consumers.
Do you think that there are any aspects of it that aren't good for consumers?
Of the laws,
yes,
particularly?
Regulations such as GDPR.
Yes, there are some unintended consequences of various laws, and the devil's in the details, if you will, of the implementations. And I think privacy, it's really important to strike the right balance between protecting consumers and responsible use of information, and really responsibly unlocking that power of data for real innovation.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the regulations are at the initial stages in this field at the moment, and it's very, as I said, that's a very important topic. It's on the attention of every national governments, and GDPR is not necessarily the best to start with, but it is the most comprehensive act which has come up, and it is just the beginning, and I think other nations are learning. I am a big critical and appreciative both of GDPR. In some extent, it has really brought a kind of trust in the consumer's mind across Europe that, hey, there is the government which is trying to protect our interest. At the same time, it has, some of its provisions are over-exaggerating, like third-party liability and things like that. So I think we'll get there. It's a good initiative, and other nations are trying to follow some of those learnings. So yes, since it is such an important topic, I think the public policy and regulations will be in place, and I think with the time we'll evolve and deliver better.
Well, there's also the challenge is that it is going to cause some of the business models that we have kind of gotten used to not being able to be there anymore, right? A lot of people like to read everything for free, but then that means that people can't advertise to you. Like, how do those media, the outlets who survive on advertising survive? Right, so there are certain things that I think people haven't thought through the business models, and also how some of these regulations are actually implemented is not very clear. Like if you read some of those regulations, it is very unclear, like what is it that you're supposed to do. And I'm sure that all of these things are going to get settled here, probably in the US in court, and then in Europe, probably in EU or somewhere like that's just going to be dictated. But by the time everybody figures out what is the right way to implement the GDPR, whatever California is trying to implement, technology will have moved on, right? There will be like something else that will be going on, and just like we feel that the regulatory environmental laws do not kind of protect you, by these, the new laws get implemented, the technology we will have by then, I don't think these laws will be applicable to them. So it's always like a catch-up that you have to do, and I think eventually you kind of have to have companies who have the ethics to kind of say that, look, we are going to do the right thing with our customers' data, right? So that is fundamentally that has to be done and created this ethics within enterprises.
I'd like to pull on that thread a little bit. So it's the company's responsibility to use that data ethically. As an investor, you're evaluating different businesses. What is it that you look for in their processes or in their practices or the way that they talk about data that helps you to distinguish that this company gets it and this company doesn't? Or where are the red flags that you might look for?
So look, I think when we invest in companies, we try to invest in management teams that we think are going to do ethical and do the things that are honest and so it is very hard to evaluate when we look at a company what they're going to do with their customer data, but or how they're going to treat diversity, or and people, what is their environment of work environment like, right? So for us, it's all about if the culture and the management team are all saying that, hey, we want to do the right thing. Sometimes we might take a wrong step, but we'll fix it. So that is very critical for us to actually see that, hey, the management teams are focused on building companies that are ethical and does the right thing for their customers. Right.
Interesting. From a governmental perspective, Sanjay, are there different ways, different nuances that governments are thinking about the use of data? One of the things that I think has been most interesting in the nuances is the data localization aspect. So GDPR has a provision in which data can flow outside of Europe, but the regulation being considered in India, as I understand it, might limit that data to stay in country. How is that going to play out in the global stage as this war over data kind of evolves?
Well, I think we have to accept this fact that data is a very powerful tool today, and in a kind of security situation or the war situation or any kind of business, data is playing a big role. We all experience that, how the cyber war is around. So the national governments are very, very conscious of this fact, and then the data sovereignty, data safety, and data localization. Because it's an asset. Data is an asset. So you want to host your asset in your territorial control. And that's where the national governments are, their viewpoint is this. But at the same time, I would like to say that, that's a very valid point of view. But the same, you look at the global, globalization of business. So for businesses, there has to be right of provisions for, making use of their data and hosting the data, and with some kind of protocols where those businesses can, take care of those requirements of the national governments. But that's where we are heading to. I think most of the governments which I talk to, they are very conscious of the fact that they want to have a control or territorial control on the data houses.
Adobe being a huge multinational business, how are you looking at the flow of data across countries for doing the type of innovative work that you're trying to achieve?
Yeah, it's a great question. As I talked about before, too, there's different cultural attitudes towards privacy, different legal regimes that you need to be thinking about, and we're mindful of all of the laws globally and all of the different consumers who represent that data, and really supportive of the free flow of data. And we really have a baseline set of principles that we apply to all of our data, like I spoke about the fair information practices, and we do think that the protections flow with the data. So we apply that base level of protection and are mindful of the various laws that travel with the data.
Does it change the way that you have to structure the company if data can't flow out? Let's just imagine a scenario where data can't flow out of India. The data collected in India must remain in India, and all of the analysis and all of the work must be done in India. How does that change the business practice if that sort of thing comes up? Would that be very disruptive for you? Is that an opportunity for new businesses to spring up in those countries, or how do you think that would play out?
Yeah, I think generally speaking that would be fairly disruptive to businesses because the free flow of data is so very important, and you'd have to have replications of servers and duplications of work and effort and those types of things. And you've got data latency issues and law enforcement issues, so there's a long list of legal issues and technical issues you'd have to sort through to address some of those requirements. So we think the better approach is to apply fair information practices, think about the free flow of data, and really make sure that the protections flow with the data.
Jay, do you see that there may be disruption in this industry, or how are you investing in businesses that are tackling the clear and present question of data flows, and data privacy, and all of these questions?
Well, there's a bunch of startups that are doing, focused on enabling people to provide GDPR, right? That's like a regulation that happened. There are several companies that are trying to enable larger enterprises, to see that they're not violating GDPR, right? By trying to look at where the data is flowing and where the data is stored and things like that. So there is definitely opportunities. And then like we also think about, as you build as entrepreneurs, build their new startups, the way they are going to build it and scale it from an infrastructure side or from an analytics side is going to be very different. Because as these regulations take hold, people will realize, okay, these are the best practices. This is how I need to build a global company. And there's going to be tools and software that will be needed to provide that kind of support for these global companies, right?
Yep. I think we're going to see, and I don't think anyone would disagree, that there's going to be an explosion even more than we've seen today of new data with the Internet of Things, with autonomous vehicles, with perhaps the enablement of 5G to spread that data more quickly. Do you see that, Sanjay, I'll go to you on this, do you see that as affecting who owns this data? So if I'm an autonomous car company and that data is flowing back to me about where this car is and who was driving it and how fast it was going, or do you see that also making its way into the public sphere for uses like traffic management or other public infrastructure?
You have to imagine that the plethora of data which we are going to generate with autonomous vehicles is enormous. And it's going to pose a new set of challenges because the cars, which is autonomous cars, will be collecting almost every activity, what's happening inside the car or near the car. And that will be quite private as well many times. And so there is a debate going on around, how do you deal with that? But there is a larger issue that how does several manufacturers share the data? And then it's not only your car which will collect data about yourself. Other cars will also collect data about you. And this is going to be a serious issue. And I think the public policy officials are really being challenged by how to create public safety, liability, legality around this kind of business. And in my opinion, this debate about data privacy ownership it's still at a very early stage. I would like to say it's still at a very early stage, and we are moving slowly towards maturity of the data business. So that maturity will actually take away a lot of nuances around automatically and got some kind of rules of the game in place. And I believe that that's opening a huge amount of business opportunity and businesses which are more responsible businesses. I think that coming days it's not going to affect adversely. It's going to be affecting or rather creating more positive atmosphere for the business.
Amazing. Yeah. So we've talked a little bit today about it's the business's responsibility to build trust into their data pipeline and that regulations aren't necessarily going to keep up. We've talked a little bit about the value exchange between consumers and businesses and the way that that might need to change with different business models. The freemium may no longer work if advertising isn't necessarily plausible. We've talked about the change that the geopolitical world might experience as data may or may not flow between countries. If we had to wrap it up in just a couple of words each, what would you say everyone needs to be thinking about and doing in their businesses to be prepared as this situation evolves? I'm just going to go straight down the line, starting with you, Elisa.
Okay, well, I'll end where I began, which is really we think that trust is the new currency, and thinking about privacy as really a customer experience issue, and that's really the way to go for everyone, I think.
And I think for businesses, right, not only for entrepreneurs, that there are always business opportunities. And there's always, people who have already started businesses that they have to really think about how to solve these issues. But I think also on a personal level, you kind of also have to think that how much of your data is actually used by governments and things like that. Like if you go through UK, right, you get basically a picture of you gets taken every, 5 seconds or some really crazy statistics, right? So, your data is already out there, and what happens with that?
Well, I would say that data is at the core of our living. So let's make it a conscious effort to share what we need to share and make use of the data and build our business models.
Amazing. Thank you all for your time this afternoon. Excellent conversation. And that's it. Cheers.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Hi again. How's everyone's energy level? All right. Okay, so right now in the break room, we have a fantastic presentation from SAP's Chief Designer and Futurist, Martin Wazowski, on how to stay on the cutting edge of innovation. Again, second floor forum. Right now, we're going to talk about how AI stakes its place in the enterprise. Toward that end, please help me welcome our panelists, Marco Castellana, an executive VP and GM at Salesforce, Jocelyn Goldfein, who is a managing partner with the venture firm Zeta Venture Partners, and the CEO and co-founder of Reality Engines, Bindu Reddy. They're talking today with TechCrunch's hardware editor, Brian Heater. Thanks.
All right. This is kind of the part of the day where I think the energy really starts flagging for people. Everybody's eating lunch. You've had your
I just
your
drank a Rockstar, so I'm
energy
good.
drink.
Yeah.
So we're going to keep the energy high. Unfortunately, we've got I think one of the more, I mean, I'm a little biased, but one of the more fascinating topics of the day today. We're going to be talking about AI. So I'm going to start with you, Marco, since you are closest to me. What are the biggest pain points for getting enterprise companies to adopt AI technology?
All right. Well, the biggest pain point is that a lot of companies don't even know where to get started. You know, they want to use this cool AI, machine learning stuff, and they don't even know where to start.
They literally like come to you. I heard about this AI thing.
A lot of times.
Hook me up.
It does happen a lot, actually. And yeah, because I'm with Salesforce, and so a lot of times I do meet with a lot of large established companies, and I always say to them, it starts with the question. What is the question that you want artificial intelligence to answer? And if you can start with that, if you have a concrete question in mind, then you can get past that pain point. But a lot of people get hung up there. Absolutely.
Great. So let's start on a positive note. What are some good examples that we're seeing right now in the world of enterprise companies doing AI right?
Good examples. For me, a very good example of doing of companies of a company which has done AI right is Capital One. It's one of the more I would say AI-first companies. Of course, if you think about the AI leaders, you're thinking about the FANG companies, right? And then there are companies like Samsung and Capital One, both of whom have spent a lot of time trying to focus on AI and also kind of infusing AI into pretty much every part of their customer experience. And so if you look at both these companies, Samsung and Capital One, they've infused it into supply chain when it comes to Samsung, and into banking in a really good way when it comes to Capital One.
You guys have anything to add to that?
I think another one that springs to mind is actually another bank, which is American Express.
Mm-hmm.
I think that for good reason, the financial services companies were amongst the first. They were doing machine learning before it was cool, at least for fraud detection, and occasionally for high-frequency trading were some of the first really commercial applications of machine learning before it, when it was really still too expensive to be much good for most other uses. And so it's maybe not a surprise that the banks are a little bit ahead of everybody else, other than big tech.
So why is finance such a great place to start for AI?
They got a lot of data.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that data is often clean. I mean, I think the big obstacle, I think Marco's 100% right when he says sort of the big obstacle to getting started with AI is knowing what you want AI for. It's a technology. That's like, well, how should I, let me get started with software.
So
where should I use software, right?
It's a solution in search of a problem, as they say.
So that's step zero for sure. But once you actually have a problem in mind and AI is a good fit to solve it, the first thing you need is a lot of data. And data that's in the right format, data that's clean, data that's consistent, and data that's reliably, has a reliable pipeline so that as more data comes in, you can absorb it and consume it. And that's where, frankly, most AI projects start and founder right away. And so I think that banks kind of have a leg up because they have a ton of data, and in the case of financial transaction data, it's pretty clean data.
Yeah. I mean, in the case of banks, when we're talking about these very large and, in most cases, very old institutions, you're finding that, in spite of the large bureaucracy there, that they're able to be pretty nimble when it comes to adopting AI?
Yeah, the funny thing is, banks have been doing data science, and insurance companies too, have been doing what we now call data science all along. They used to call them actuaries, or things like that. But these regressions that they used to run before and stuff like that, that's the foundation of what we now know as machine learning. So we call it all this sexy stuff now, but it's the same thing that they've been doing all along.
In other words, I'm not sure they actually, your question is, have they been faster than everybody else? I don't know if that's true. I think they just started earlier.
Yeah.
But but some of them certainly have been fast.
Yeah.
I think Capital One and American Express both deserve the shout outs they got for that.
Yeah, I guess the question is kind of, they've been doing a good job of getting out of their own way when it comes to adopting these technologies.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume that a very small percentage of people actually in the audience today are actually work for banks. So what are some of the kind of low-hanging fruits beyond that we're seeing out there in which AI is being deployed?
If I could take that one first.
Sure.
marketing and marketing operations. You know, if you think about like somebody who's totally not a bank is the Indiana Pacers, you know, the basketball team.
I mean, they do generate a lot of money, but that's
and
where
they generate a lot of
stops.
money and they generate a lot of data. But a lot of their data scientists are focused on the basketball, right? Not so much the marketing operations, but they're, you know, they apply. I mean, they use one of our products to apply a relatively simple question. If I send you an email, are you going to open it or not? Because I shouldn't send it to you if you're not going to open it. So the question then was relatively clear. And in marketing, because you use these systems that automate your marketing operations, it tends to gather up a bunch of data in a relatively clean and straightforward way that AI can answer those questions pretty quickly and cleanly. And so marketing is one place where a lot of companies that are not banks often get started with AI successfully.
I actually think the other one, very close to marketing, is personalization, right? It's almost obvious. If you think of the two biggest AI systems in the world, I think of YouTube and the Facebook newsfeed, actually. And so when you're thinking about customer experiences, you know, you instinctively know that if you personalize the customer experience, you will have some sort of an uplift, right? And that more likely than not translates to higher revenue. So and companies love growth and revenue. So personalization, I think, is a really key AI application.
It's interesting. So essentially using machines to offer the human touch.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm a venture capitalist, so we always think of the world in terms of theses. And sometimes something we look at a lot is, when is a market ready to adopt AI? Some of it is about AI, the technology, being ready to solve the problem. But a lot of it, in fact, we think even more of it, is about whether a certain market or buyer is ready to accept the risk of AI and the risk of, like, you know, not necessarily a binary guaranteed yes or no answer. Like if I write an algorithm, it will spit out a yes or a no at the end of the day, and it will be right or wrong. AI is a lot more fuzzy. It's a lot more probabilistic. It's going to have a confidence interval. And so you have to, when you turn a decision over to an AI and not to a human being or a rule, you have to accept a world where it's now fully automated, but it's going to be wrong some of the time. The safest, least risky place to start with that was in a lot of these consumer applications like personalization. When Netflix recommends a movie, if they're right, awesome, I watch more movies, Netflix wins, their customer wins. If they're wrong, you know, oh well, I'm no worse off than if there hadn't been a recommendation. Same with when we built the Facebook newsfeed, you know, so we thought, right, like if I get the cat photo before the baby photo and that's what you wanted, then great. And if it's in the wrong order, well, it's still better than random order. So I'm not doing any harm. That's what we were thinking in 2010. I don't know. The world may prove that we were wrong about that.
You're speaking as somebody who has some experience with Facebook.
Yes. My first big project at Facebook in 2010 was adopting machine learning for the newsfeed ranker. So that was a great introduction to the company and to the world. As we enter enterprise use cases, which are of nature more risky than consumer use cases like that, more is at stake. Sales and marketing are a natural place to start because there's all this upside if I make your marketing programs more effective, but not too much downside.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of downside for banks. There's a lot of risks for banks, right?
There's a risk in approving loans, but if you're just still looking for fraud, if I find more fraud, great. Like if I'm creating a lot of spurious alerts for then that's not so awesome. But it's not the end of the world if your bank calls you once in a while to say, hey, was this fraud? And it wasn't, right? Yeah. Like as a customer, you feel protected when that happens. So fraud was a natural first use case. Same with high frequency trading. I mean, it's similar to marketing. If it works better, it's great upside. Usually they can set it up so that the downside's very capped. And so that's true, I think, of enterprise adoption of AI, is that people are prone to experiment first in places where it's sort of a convex, you know, if it works out, it gives me a bunch of upside, but if it doesn't work out, I'm not any worse off than if I didn't try it. Maybe I'm out the time and effort on the project. I think we are now entering the place where AI is more trusted, and we're starting to see people being really willing to use AI for more significant functions.
Yeah.
We're seeing manufacturing start to use for yield optimization. We're seeing retail start to do merchandising and forecasting. You know, I'm sure Bindu can talk about all the different use cases of her customers. So. And then I think there's some really interesting applications out in front of us that are pretty high risk and high reward, like human health, climate change, you know, and so those are, you know, it's a race, I think. And I think that the technology will be ready maybe a little before society is ready to adopt it. Maybe that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think what Marco was alluding to at the beginning is that all of these, probably every single company right now is kind of champing at the bit to implement it in some way. So there's no lack of interest, but what are some examples where the technology hasn't really caught up? What are some examples where it's just too risky to attempt to implement AI? I'm
going to start with something which is very close to my heart, forecasting, right? I'm not going to say it's risky. It's more, you want to think about it in I would say a thoughtful and a smart manner. A lot of people, especially a lot of manufacturing companies and a lot of like retail companies, love forecasting because you want to be able to plan ahead. You want to be able to forecast exactly how much of what item you want to stock in what fulfillment center. You want to be able to figure out exactly how much raw material you need. And usually, the promise of forecasting things, right, is you know exactly how your business is going to go. Who doesn't want to forecast, right? But in a lot of companies come to us and talk to us about, hey, I want forecasting and I want it to be 100% accurate, you know, and that's not going to happen. Yeah. And error bars of even 30 or 40% are very, very common. So how you implement the AI and how and how you like actually work it into your process is going to be really important. Yeah. So I would say that's something which, while people are really stomping at the bit to like kind of go and implement, you want to think twice about how effective your forecasting algorithms are and how much data you've got.
Yeah, and I think key to that is, and one of the things that I know that Bindu, your company is working on, we're working on it with Einstein as well, is telling you why. When we make a recommendation, when we're making a prediction, in many cases we have to tell you why is it making that recommendation, and that need for the why is proportional to the weight of the decision. If it's like fraud, like why is your bank calling you about your card? It doesn't matter, right? It was a legitimate charge. Who cares, right? Versus like, why are you making this medical diagnosis? Yeah. That's on the far end. We're not doing that with Einstein, by the way. But in any case, that's a very heavy decision. Or like judicial bail setting decisions, also not something Einstein is doing, by the way. But those are very weighty decisions, and that AI system had better tell you exactly why it's arriving at that recommendation.
So again, getting back to this idea that this is clearly something that everybody wants. I mean, it's obviously legitimate technology, but it is very much a buzzword. I think this is actually a question specifically for Jocelyn. What are you looking for in an AI startup, and how do you weed out the fakes? How do you weed out the nonsense?
Well, I mean, I think fakes and nonsense. I mean, there's some of that in any business. Sure. I think you just weed
You don't
through
think that's especially the case with AI right now?
No. Well, I think what there is right now there's so much interest and demand for AI. Especially from investors, that I think it creates an almost overwhelming imperative for every startup to try to find a way to position themselves as being AI relevant. And what a lot of startups try to do is just say, well, here we have this great software and it solves this great problem for customers, and AI. Well, we're going to collect this really interesting data, and we'll be able to do some AI with it down the line. And lots of them may be right. That may prove to be true, but AI is probably. But if AI is somewhere out there in their roadmap, then probably AI is not central to the value proposition they offer customers. So that's a big filtering function for me, just because for my firm, I'm not just there to invest in any old startup. I'm there to invest only in AI first startups. So that's a filter I can apply. It can be a good company, but if AI is not central to what they do, then I'm not the right fit as an investor. I would say the other thing that is a little bit clear is when a startup talks to, when you ask them what the AI is going to, sometimes you're talking to somebody pre-product and they're telling you about what they will build or what they will do with their data. When they start describing to you something that a human could do if they had information like that, and it sounds more like a management consultant than it does like a machine, then I also know that I'm probably not dealing with somebody who knows how to build what they're describing. Because I wish our industry had landed on a different term than AI. It makes us all think of science fiction, open the pod bay doors, Hal, and of sentience, and that's not what this technology is. I like the term machine learning much better. I mean, it's really statistical analysis. The machine doesn't understand in any meaningful sense of the word. And so I think that's actually like a pretty common tell of founders who are trying to be AI-ish without being someone like Bindu, who actually really is an expert.
You don't want people thinking of HAL 3000 when they're doing their bankrolls.
Or Terminator, yeah.
No, right?
Bindu, so same question, but to kind of flip the script. I mean, you were on the other side of that table. You are constantly talking to VCs about your company. I guess this is a very broad question, but how
Worst part of her job.
Yeah. How do you convince them that what you're doing is viable?
So it's a good question because right now, to Jocelyn's point, and I think to your point too, there's a lot of noise in the market. So whatever I say, whatever, right? I go to a VC and I say, hey, we're doing X, Y, and Z. We're working on enterprise AI. They literally tell me there are 100 other companies who are doing the exact same thing. So how do you convince them? I think there are 3 aspects to convincing them, right? The first thing is technology. You have to have some technology, ideally, which you can actually showcase. So if you're at a stage in a startup where you have technology which is actually like outperforming and generating value for customers, if you can prove that, if you can say, here are my 2 or 3 customers, and here is my technology which got applied in these use cases, that's fantastic. So that there is value there. The second aspect of this is, at least in our case, we are doing some AI research. So actually having AI research and original work which can be vetted by peers, that's obviously a really good sign. And the third aspect, if you don't have any of these 2 things, which sometimes you don't because you have to raise seed funding, right, in a lot of cases, that's when you're going back to your past and basically saying, hey, here's what I've done as a founder or founders, and here's why I think what I'm going to do in the future is going to be successful. So you're going to have some proof points to convince these investors.
So I'm going to leave this open for everybody because I suspect I can get some distinctly different answers from each of you. But what are, at this moment in time, what are some key opportunities for startups to get involved in the space?
I can go first. But my favorite opportunity really is enabling enterprises with AI. Right? If you look at the FANG companies, I like calling them FANG companies because obviously they've had astronomical growth. I mean, it talks to their stock, but they're all AI-first companies, right? And they've adopted deep learning. And if you look at a standard enterprise, they're very far from adopting it. So companies which enable these enterprises to adopt AI and democratize AI, I think that's a huge opportunity.
I would say the real opportunity for a startup is sell the solution, not the technology. Don't sell the deep learning or the algorithms or any of that stuff. What do you actually do? I mean, are you predicting churn? Are you putting up a chatbot or some fancy natural language thing? Do that and integrate it to tools that people are already using today, like Salesforce. Don't just be in your own little atomic land over there. That's where the opportunity really is to actually sell some artificial intelligence, some machine learning that actually works and does something that somebody can understand.
I'm glad you're going last, Jocelyn, because I feel like you're best positioned to answer this question.
I was just like, oh my gosh, I couldn't agree more with both of them. My venture capital firm literally exists to invest in startups who are enabling enterprises with AI, and I couldn't agree more with Marco that you do that by starting with the problem, and AI is a means to the end of solving it. Maybe I'll go the opposite direction and go really brass tacks and nitty gritty. Something I'm very excited about right now is the way we can use AI to manage data center infrastructure better, sometimes called AI ops. But I just think that the complexity of the substrate that underlays all technology that is being served to the world today is exponentially expanding. It's too hard for human beings to manage, and if we can use AI to better manage the infrastructure itself, then it's a force multiplier for every other thing that we want to do with technology to serve the world.
Okay, so one final question, real quick. Leave it open to any one of you again. What's the best way to go about hiring AI specialists? In 30 seconds or less.
Easier said than done.
Already know a lot of them and be an AI luminary that they want to work with.
Honestly, I will say, we're Salesforce, so we have a lot of developers already, and we bring a lot of people from elsewhere in the company. And a lot of people are really excited to get into this world, and they're really ready to get there. It's getting easier and easier to do. So you don't have to hire a deep learning expert to do deep learning. People can become that. And so hire
smart
full
people.
Stack engineers, hire smart people, creative people. Yeah.
I would agree with the training thing because it's impossible to get so many experts. So you want to train them, hire a couple of experts, and hire smart people whom you can train.
That's great. We're out of time. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to take a short break right now, but please do come back for another discussion on the customer experience, a fireside chat with Andrew Ng, who I know many of you know, and a talk on quantum computing. Please be back in your seats by 3:15. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage TechCrunch Silicon Valley editor and Enterprise MC, Connie Loizis.
Hi there. Hi again, everyone. Okay, so this time before we jump into things, if you have questions about how to make money in the enterprise space, and we're guessing some of you do, we have two VCs from Sapphire Ventures and Zeta Venture Partners who are going to be talking to you in the breakout room in about 15 minutes. And they can sort of talk to you about some of the metrics they want to see. But starting right now, we are going to be talking about the trials and tribulations of experience management with our panelists, Adobe Vice President Amit Ahuja, Qualtrics Chief Experience Officer Julie Larson-Green, and Peter Reinhardt, who is the CEO of the Customer Data Segment Platform Segment. And they are talking today with the indefatigable Ron Miller of TechCrunch. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. All right. Get yourselves comfortable. And
Thank you.
You want some water? Sure. All right. So, good afternoon. How's everybody doing out there? Hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. Every customer deserves a great experience. I think we can all agree on that, right?
Exactly.
But as we gather more data about our customers, the sources can be fragmented, and pulling that amount of information together to build a coherent customer story can be pretty difficult. So today we're going to discuss how this can all come together to help achieve the ultimate goal of delivering a meaningful experience for the customer, however you happen to define that. And I know you all define it differently. And just the makeup of our panel shows how broad this subject really is. So welcome to you all. So we're going to start off with you, Amit.
Great.
The browsers are suddenly making it more difficult to track users, right? So I'm wondering what impact this will have on your customers' ability to gather data moving forward, and their ability to understand their customers better.
Yeah, no, it's a question that comes up a lot, and I would actually say it's broader than just browsers, right? If you look around the whole landscape, I think clearly privacy is at the center of so much discussion, as it should be. So whether it's GDPR, whether it's laws being passed in California, whether it's tracking that Apple's implementing in Safari, there's a whole bunch of changes always happening. So I think there's kind of two aspects of it. Number one, from the Adobe point of view, privacy is first and foremost, right? So everything we do through a brand is all about how do you put privacy front and center. And to some extent, you're right. That will impact whatever data they collect. But they have to do it in a way that every consumer knows exactly what's being collected, and they understand all the implications of what's happening there. But I think more broadly, yes, there's limitation of scope. But if you think about it more broadly, I mean, the amount of data signals coming out in general is exploding.
Sure.
Right. So yes, if you look at this browser implementation, or if you look at that, but if you just look at the world we're living in and all the signals that our customers are exhibiting, whether that's through now an Alexa home device, whether that's through your Tesla car, whether that's you walk in a store, whether that's through a mobile app, I mean, it could go on and on.
Right.
Just the sheer amount of that continues to explode. Right. And so I think the challenge, what we're trying to solve, and I think a lot of us on stage are trying to solve, is how do you bring all that data together? Again, privacy-central first, but how do you bring that data together so that a brand can create the best experience?
So, I mean, and I'll get to you guys. It's not going to just be a conversation.
This is just me and him.
This is just the two of
That's
us.
fine.
You guys can just leave. But how do you do that? Because I mean, I don't know. You guys have probably been to Europe. You know, you open the browser. It says, you know, you have this. And if you're like me and you open 25 browser tabs, every time you open a site, you get that GDPR warning. And it's just like you glaze over after a while. You don't really think about it. So, I mean, in a small sample, somebody who doesn't do a lot of, you know, searching or surfing, as we used to call it, how do you kind of deliver that message that they have rights, you know, and that they should be using those?
Yeah, so it's interesting. Again, it comes back to what I said a little bit earlier. I think you have to deliver it in a way that consumers understand, put it front and center, and it's a lot about education, right? So a lot of times, I think to your point, I think sometimes consent's hidden. Sometimes people don't understand what it means. People browse, they glaze over. I think there's a huge opportunity, and we're seeing a lot of it happening now, where people are saying, hey, this is what it means, put more front and center, and make it very, very clear. Right, and I think if you do that, and if we do it in the right way, the consumers come along for the ride, I think everybody wins.
Right.
Yeah.
So Julie, your company looks at this from a little bit of a different angle. Instead of collecting the information from external sources, you go right to the user, right?
Right. We do a little bit of both.
Yeah. So how are they using that information that they gather with Qualtrics tools to kind of improve that experience? That's kind of the goal of all this information gathering.
Right. The way that we think about it is we define the category as experience management. So if you're here earlier and you saw Bill talk, it's really about understanding all the things that your company does to create an experience for customers. And that really starts with employees and the culture you create, the kind of things that how they feel about what they're doing and what their goals are about being customer obsessed, or whatever your cultural goals are, show up in the products and services that you create. And then the customer experience is ultimately the collection of employee, product, brand awareness, how they feel about your brand, and then customers. And that can come from the information to understand those things can come from explicit surveys that you do for people where you ask them questions. It can come from social media. It can come from anywhere that you can glean, how people feel and what behavioral signs you can take in. And then we do analytics on top of that to help you understand the drivers between things, and then ultimately what to do to improve.
So again, as somebody who's like on their computer almost, all day long, and I'll get those kind of signals like, do you want to answer a survey? And usually my answer is no.
Right.
So, but you obviously need that information, and some people must respond. So how do you kind of motivate them to do that?
Sure. It depends on what's in it for you as a customer. And I think what we've, the value exchange has changed over time. So giving you a 5 or 15 or 20 question survey is not really the way that people are going to take that time and do that.
Right.
But making it easier and simpler as you're browsing, for example, being able to take a quick, did you like this or did you like that, a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Those are all surveys. And so reinventing the notion of survey to be much broader about getting input that helps you with what you're trying to get done, not just helps the company with what they're trying to get done. And then creating that relationship with you and having it personalized to the way that you like to be contacted or the way you like it to suggest to the system how that can be a better experience for you.
I know personally, like either I usually respond if I'm really mad or I was really happy with the experience.
Right.
You know, one or the other. If I'm in the middle, I'm just you know.
Well, and that's why getting it from different sources. So what you say after a good or a bad customer experience, like right after the transaction, might be better or worse than what you tweet later,
right?
Or what you tell other people on social media. So being able to capture all aspects of, in the moment, post, or even like what's your intent before you go in there. And then Bill talked a little bit about the operational data side of it, of not just looking at how do people feel, because that can be an indicator of future success, if people like your products and are interested in what you're doing. But you also have to look at the more lagging indicators, the operational metrics around, did they buy? Did they enjoy it? Did they come back? Are they repeating? Are the employees more engaged? Did your engaged, happy employees really result in happier customers?
Right. So Peter, I know your products kind of help pull the data together. You kind of have the data pipes, right?
Yep.
So, what is exactly the goal of all this data gathering that you're helping your customers do? What are you trying to help them achieve?
Yeah, so at a high level, what our customers are trying to achieve is either drive analytics or better marketing automation or better marketing campaigns. But if you think about sort of why they even need this data piping in the first place, look at a company like Dollar Shave Club, for example. Very sort of simple business unit, simple set of SKUs, simple product, growing like a weed in that sort of one dimension. If you think about an enterprise, like many of you, it's very complicated. You've got many different business units. We have one sort of multinational CPG customer that I was visiting last week in the Midwest, and they've got hundreds of brands. They've got half a dozen CEOs, half a dozen presidents, a bunch of business units underneath that. So managing all the customer experience across all these different business units, all these different brands, all the different matrixing of how those things fit together, incredibly complicated and not the sort of infrastructure that you want to maintain internally to break down the data silos that then allow you to deliver a good customer experience on top of that.
Yeah.
So Segment comes in to help stitch all that together.
How does that work? I mean, how can you take something that complex and pull it together in a way that makes sense at all?
So for a small startup, they implement Segment to collect data on their website, their mobile apps, their servers, their payment system, their CRM, et cetera. And they usually do that in a couple days. In the enterprise, it does take a little while.
Right.
But they can roll it out across all those brands, one website, one mobile app at a time.
So, it's all well and good to have all this data. I mean, the idea is, as you mentioned, is to get it into the hands of the business user and, let them use it. But how do they make sense of that data when there's just so much of it? Do you want to start?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to. Well, I think Peter said it really well. So I think a couple things. Number one, you're absolutely right that we talked about the amount of signals, the amount of data is exploding, and I think there's multiple use cases to use that data, right? So there's a use case around analytics and reporting, and how do I make sense of this, and how do I use it for, to go optimize business processes or all of that. And then there's clearly activation. Hey, I want to be able to take this and automatically change an experience, right? Whether it's an email campaign or an advertising campaign or whatever it might be, use it automatically and deploy that to the touch point of some type of customer experience. I think the key point, which you're probably alluding to a little bit, or at least the way we look at it, is the systems that got us here won't be the ones that get you the future, in the sense that the sheer amount of this volume of data, anything that was done manually is just not going to work. Right. And so I think, we talk, a lot of people say AI, ML, like it's a buzzword, but the reality is it's true, right? You need to be able to take this data in, you need to be able to apply modeling and predictive thinking to it, and then using that intelligence, then go apply it. It's the only way you're going to make sense of the sheer amount of data and actually be able to drive these optimal experiences. That's my thoughts.
No, I totally agree. I think one of the other things is when you can use AI or ML to go and figure out what's really going on in the system, it also helps you really understand the data in a way that you can't do it by manually reading it. Correct. So for, say, employee experience data, you've probably all taken those surveys where you fill out how you feel about working for your company, and there's a verbatim section where you can type in comments on your manager or anything else. So, the olden days, what did you do as a leader? You got back all the answers, you looked at the scale, and then you immediately text search for your name and all those comments to find out what people are saying about you. And that clouded your judgment about what you were really seeing. And so with the tools, with the analytics, as they're understanding the text and sorting and gathering and filtering and correlating and collating and let you know what really is going on and what the drivers are. And so your own biases are kind of taken out of it, and you can really understand what the drivers are for engagement, customers, employees, or whatever. And so it's really important that you have tools and you can have real-time measurement too. So it's not a static measurement that doesn't change very often. Something like NPS, you can really find out what's happening on a very quick turn basis, and you need tools for that.
I have a slightly different perspective maybe than sort of AI/ML, which is that for most of our customers, the tricky part is actually getting the data ready for AI/ML.
Yeah.
And I was actually at a business review with one of our Fortune 500 media customers a couple months ago, and they've been wanting to do AI machine learning for a long time, but data was never in that format. We're rolling out sort of a new feature that puts data directly into Parquet files, which then becomes something that machine learning team can just run with without a lot of data munging. And that was, for them, a huge breakthrough, that they would actually have all the data in a format that they could use. It was clean and consistent. Like, that is where 90% of the work comes in, and I think that's where we see most enterprises struggling today.
And the other place I think people struggle is on the hypothesis of what they actually want to learn. It's like, so when you talk about using ML, it's not that you just dump a bunch of data in and see what happens. You actually kind of have to have a hypothesis about what you want the outcome to be and what you think you're driving towards, and then you can check against whether you're really doing what you think you're doing, and closing those experience gaps where you may find things you didn't anticipate, but more often than not, you're measuring something you're already looking for.
It is just to build on Peter's point real quick. We did I wouldn't call it a survey, but we met with a lot of companies, and this question of, hey, what's that? It wasn't a survey. But to exactly your point, it is true that if you go and talk to these really, really expensive data scientists and PhDs and algorithms who, we recruit out of Stanford and MIT, and these guys are geniuses. I mean, truly, they're geniuses. And you go ask them how much of your time, exactly your point, is spent on just getting the data ready, it's 80 to 90%.
Yeah.
So you're actually, I completely agree with your point. Before you're going to do that, there's a whole, call it data wrangling, calling it data stitching, whatever you want to call it. But I agree, it's a huge challenge. And we're paying very, very smart people, right? They're not actually able to do what you're paying them to do. And so that's a huge unlock. Right. We want to go.
My favorite quip is that they spend 80% of their time munging the data and 20% of their time complaining about it.
That's right.
That's totally true, especially when you're getting it from different sources and it's not coming in all normalized. Yeah.
Yep.
So in terms of, let's dig into that a little bit, though. In terms of, obviously, I think we can all agree that AI and ML can help the data glut problem, but how? How does it do that? So how is it going to help people understand the data and get to that point where some of that automation is happening and things are becoming clearer for people in terms of, what they're seeing?
Do you want to start?
Okay, I'm happy.
I think it's the same thing. It's that 80% of time that people are dedicating to just trying to organize it
But not just, I'm not talking about just the data scientists here. I'm talking about like the end users. When you get back down to the end user and you get beyond the data scientists and how the AI and ML is actually helping them, by having that underlying technology.
Go ahead.
I'm happy to give my 2 cents.
Sure,
Let's make it really tangible, right? So let's take an end user who, again, I'm familiar with my world, who might be in charge of email campaigns, right? And let's say this end user is sitting there saying, okay, I have this. My job is to get more people to click on my emails, right? And I want all my consumers clicking on them. Without AI/ML, their world is, okay, I got to go create and figure out, I'll do some lightweight A/B testing, but I'll figure out what to put in the subject line, right? And it takes a long time for them to get tests back and to figure out, and then, hey, I'm going to put some rules around it if this user came here, and then what do I put in that subject line? I think that to make it very practical, what that user can now do is, ideally, whatever system they're using has built-in AI/ML capabilities to say, hey, we've actually been looking at the data for you, right? We've been looking at how people respond. We've been matching that to a whole bunch of independent variables. And based on that, we recommend these subject lines, right? So it completely changes the efficiency and productivity and ideally the ROI of what they're doing. That's just one example. But that's how you make AI/ML usable to that practitioner.
Right.
Right. And make it practical, right? Is how do you give these services that you don't have to be the data scientist, right? But you can be anyone. Everyone's trying to figure out how to go optimize something in their job. So how do I use the AI/ML, build it into the capabilities, the workflow that you're used to, and then effectively make you do your job better?
Right.
That's one idea.
Right. So like the text analytics I was talking about before, you read in the text, and the system understands and sorts and collates the content, and then comes back and tells you these are the drivers for customer engagement in these areas. These are the topics that came up during it. Would you like to sort and filter? And then you can compare segments of users against topics that they talked about, and then you can use the computing power to go and do that, so you're not doing it manually.
Sure. You talked a little bit about this at the top, about privacy, and privacy is central here. We now have GDPR. We have the California Consumer Privacy Act coming online. I've been told there are dozens of such laws in some stage of proposal. All of your platforms were created pre-GDPR. So how do you comply with these privacy laws? And when the products weren't even created, when you had to think about that?
Well, think about privacy from the very beginning. With Qualtrics, thinking about gathering data from people, and you have to be respectful of what data they want used and what data they don't want used, what personally identifiable information is in there. So the system already was thinking about that. And then as these new things come in, HIPAA compliance, FedRAMP, GDPR, the list goes on. But you have a system that you can understand the data and prevent people from seeing things that they shouldn't see, or erase people if you need to erase people.
The one comment I would say is, and to your point I raised at the beginning, I think if you take a huge step back, so first of all, I think GDPR, all these things are goodness. I actually look at it as how do we bring consumers in the right way along on this journey, right? And I'm all about how do you give more visibility, more consent, more education. We talked about that. That's one side. If you actually look at the brand and enterprise side, they are struggling. Right? They're sitting there saying, oh my God, I got GDPR coming. I've got all these different systems. I've got California. So they're looking at it from a point of view of just, hey, help me.
Right.
So it's actually interesting because everyone tends to look at it, I think a little bit the way you're framing it too. It's like, hey, there's a massive headwind. There's actually a huge tailwind here. Right? And I think there's a huge opportunity to be a brand, which again, I think we're trying to do, and go to these customers and say, hey, let us help you with this. Right? And our principles are aligned. Right, our principles are aligned on how do we make sure the consumer has the right experience, that they feel they're trusted, that you know them, but do it in the right way. And how do we, that's our responsibility, to build and navigate the systems in a way that it helps you, do all these things in the right way. So that's kind of our lens on it. And I think there's a huge amount of opportunity if we do this the right way.
Right.
Well, I'm thinking about XM, and you're thinking about, today, all the data that you're gathering is in different silos inside the company. So the sales team has the customer data, the marketing team has the brand data, the HR person has the employee data. And so even inside the company, if you can collate that all together, there still has to be who has access to that data, who can see the private employee data as well as the sensitive sales data. And so that's what the CXO, my role at Qualtrics, is that role to be able to be in the C-suite and get access to that kind of data for our company and be able to make sure that all the things are going right and we're paying attention to all the privacy and security rules around that.
There are a lot of CIOs and CTOs who I think see GDPR and CCPA as just sort of another thing that dropped in their lap.
Right.
It's like, oh man, we've got to deal with this now. But in reality, I was talking to a CIO last week, and he actually had a very clever perspective on this, which was he said, this is one of the, never waste a crisis.
Right.
And this is a huge opportunity for us actually to go drive a digital transformation. Yep. We've always wanted to go back and clean up all of our first-party data infrastructure. We've always wanted to go back and put in place good tools and build the right pipes to handle all this stuff. And we've never had the political willpower necessarily internally to go get it done. And so now all of a sudden there's willpower from the board on down to actually go build this correctly because it's required. And so in his eyes, and I think this is genius, never waste a good crisis. Let's go get it all done. Let's go do the digital transformation. Let's go put in place best-in-class tools. And let's make these pipelines not only GDPR and CCPA compliant, but sing for all the business purposes that we've always wanted.
And then data's cleaner, more performant. There's all kinds of benefits
all kinds of
from
benefits.
That. Mm-hmm.
So I think you can see it as an opportunity.
The more acronyms, the more budget he gets.
Exactly.
So we talked about privacy. Let's talk about security. So we're talking about a lot of data here, right? I mean, and if somebody were to get a hold of it, it could get pretty ugly pretty quickly. So what's your plan if data leaks, when data leaks, to plug that up and do what you can?
I guess want to go first.
You guys don't want to take.
I think security obviously is something that all of us are facing, right? The sort of attackers out there are getting more sophisticated. They're always on the prowl. I think the question is how you respond when it happens, how you deal with it quickly, how it matures you as a company, how you take it down and ensure that you're constantly getting better in that access. And so I think that's our philosophy.
And I think
I think everyone, I think at Segment, and I assume both of you, when you store as much customer data as we do, it's something we take super, super seriously.
Yeah. And I think it's also about transparency. When something like when something like that happens, it's exactly, Peter, how do you handle it?
Right.
And are you transparent about what happened? Are you transparent about the implications?
You tell customers.
You tell, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's where you can.
Yeah. So we probably have a bunch of startup founders out here. So I'm wondering if you were advising these startups about how to protect data, what would you tell them, as they build the product from scratch?
I mean,
think about it from the beginning.
Yeah, think about it from the beginning.
Prepare.
Again, I don't think that's anything new, but I agree. I mean, security, privacy, all these things are critically important. So from the very beginning, architect your systems, think about what that means, think about where it's going, right? And I love the way Peter said it, the mentality around how you think about it, right? Make sure you bring in people that think that way, right? It's all about transparency and treating people the right way.
Test your hypothesis.
Yeah.
Look for angles on it.
Anything, Peter, that you would advise?
I mean, for startups that are just getting started, you can get surprisingly far, I think, with encrypting your databases, getting permissions right, and multi-factor auth and SSO, to name a few.
Exactly.
So we got about 2 minutes left, so I want to ask one more question of you guys. We've all dealt with horrible customer experience, right? We all can tell horror stories about when things didn't go well, and I've had this kind of thesis that we have all this data, right, and it's all sitting in databases, but it doesn't do any good if the person on the ground who's dealing with the customer in person doesn't do anything with it. How do you get all that information to the right person so that when they're dealing with the customer, they understand how to do it correctly and not kind of blow the whole brand?
This is actually the biggest failure mode that I think we see when we come in to sort of help a company stand up good customer data infrastructure, is that they previously had a data lake project of some sort. Yeah. And so there's a big technology team that's been assembled to put all of the data into a data lake. And maybe it's a Hadoop cluster or whatever. And all the data's in there, everyone's thumbs up. And then there's like this moment of silence where everyone is like,
now what?
And now the business people are going to write Java queries. That's just not what happens, right? So I think, to your point, often the data does get into one of these clusters, and then the question is, how are you actually going to activate it into these downstream systems? That's the problem that we try to solve, but I think there's a number of approaches to it.
I would take I agree with all that, but I would take a maybe even simpler approach to it's about the culture you create.
Right.
And whether the people in your company think the way you want them to about how important the customer experience is. If they are gold or valued, the values and the way you treat your employees informs how they're going to treat customers. And so, you look at somebody like Disney, they don't even call their employees employees. They're cast members. And so that feeling that you give them of you're a cast member in a show and in an event and in an experience informs how they act and react. And then the data and being able to personalize it for the individual that's having the experience, that it only makes that better. But you have to start with what your values are.
Right. So we're just out of time, so we're going to have to leave it there, I'm afraid.
They said it better than I can.
All right, let's thank the panel, please. Hi, everybody. Thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next we have a sponsored innovation break. Please welcome to the stage Max Wessel from SAP, George Matthew from Kespri, and your moderator is James Allworth from Cloudflare.
Hi, everyone. very excited to have a couple of very interesting panelists on here to talk about overhyped trends. George Matthew, who is CEO and chairman of Kesbury, an aerial intelligence platform for drones, and Max Wessel, who's the chief innovation officer at SAP. So guys, overhyped technologies. Let's just start right off with it. What do you think the overhyped technologies are right now? George, you want to kick us off?
Sure. Well, I guess, Max, you were being a little naughty inviting a drone CEO on stage to talk about overhyped technologies. So I think we're at a point in the market where there are certain technologies that are reaching scale and adoption. When I was in the data analytics business more recently at Alteryx as the president before coming over to Kesbury, it was amazing to see how much evolved, particularly in the last 5 years. And at that point, big data was still very hyped. Right? And now you look at the scale, which Tableau just got bought by Salesforce. Alteryx has now reached $9 billion in market cap, and you're seeing that come to full fruition. I think when you look at some technologies like even where the drones are today, right? I mean, the Bloomberg article came out last Friday to talk about how much was invested into the drone market and what has been the return around it. I think in reality, in all of these cases, there is these moments of markets being overhyped. They correct themselves. You go through that trough of disillusionment, and as Gartner says, you come out to the slope of enlightenment. And every market goes through that. So we're seeing that right now, and plenty of opportunities in the market, including blockchain, including drones, including a number of areas, particularly around synthetic biology. But all those will come out the other side, creating enormous amounts of value, in my opinion.
Max?
Yeah, we were chatting about this earlier, and one of the things that I think is most important is you have to think about it in terms of timeline. Overhyped is a function of when something will hit, sometimes whether it's going to hit at all, but in a lot of spaces, and I talk about this with our teams that are working on, for instance, quantum computing, that there is a huge amount of foundational work that had to happen in infrastructure and tooling to allow you to go into big data, harness large disparate data sets, cleanse them, make it usable, such that we can have the amazing innovation that we see right now at the application layer. But there are trends that we talk about sort of universally right now. For instance, with quantum, where there's a whole lot of hardware innovation that has to happen. Low-level technology innovation has to happen before any of the kind of groundbreaking security, application, simulation work that is going to come out the other end. And I think if you take that lens, what's much more interesting to me is understanding not necessarily whether something has merit in and of itself, e.g. blockchain or quantum or whatever it might be, but what are the parts of that story that aren't going to hit in the next 5 to 15 years, right? What are the things that people are rushing like lemmings after that require foundational innovation to happen before they're real?
Yeah. So it sounds like timing is a big part of it. I feel like a good way to dig into this a little bit more is to take a historical lens. I guess, speaking personally, I came of age in tech during the dot-com boom, and there were a lot of very skeptical people about some of those businesses. And at least on the business side, that skepticism was warranted. But at the same time, you see the seeds of some of the largest companies in tech being sown right then. And a lot of those businesses that people were being skeptical of back then are now actually pretty successful businesses. Like, what can we learn from looking back?
From like some company that ships books around?
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I think that, you know, the best stories seem transparent when you're looking backwards, but some people actually do have a 10-year Tesla master plan. We can talk about the legitimacy of the next 10 years, but I think the 10-year master plan was pretty powerful, and I think Amazon, with what they've done with distribution infrastructure and how they've built something kind of greenfield for the next generation, is really important. What I see from those examples of what worked and what didn't work was in companies that appreciated what existed and what needed to exist before they could take the second and third steps, right? I had to prove that I could sell an electric car to a high-end market and that I could get it past a certain distance threshold before I could mass produce the thing. I had to, I mean, it's running a mission to the moon. You don't send your first rocket up in a manned mission with the intention of landing somebody on a lunar face, you do stage testing of how you're going to get there.
Ladder up to the moon.
That's right.
George?
You know, it's funny, James, you mentioned e-commerce. So I happen to have started my career in originally e-commerce in the mid-90s. So I was part of a company back in those days called Fort Point Partners. We had actually built some of the largest scalable e-commerce systems in the mid-90s all the way through the dot-com boom and bust. So Best Buy, Nike, J.Crew, Martha Stewart. Like these are all the sort of dot-com entities that we had built from a brick and mortar standpoint. But Max has a point around timing, because back then when we had built those large-scale infrastructures, there was no application servers out there. BA didn't exist as an application server, ATG. And certainly now you see this kind of complete package solution with what Shopify offers in the market, and it's absolutely killed it. So we were initially doing that in consulting. We actually had to pivot when the dot-com bust had occurred, and we built a landing page testing automation solution. Again, probably no one would have ever heard of. It was called Offermatica. Offermatica got bought by Adobe, right? And, well, actually Omniture, and Omniture got bought by Adobe. And that's still landing page testing targeting inside of the Adobe suite. And it actually turns out it's just a question of timing, because the stuff that we had built back then, Optimizely went on to build a massive company out of not more than 3-4 years later. So I think this concept of both timing and fundamental infrastructure and when it comes about is really important when it comes to thinking about when you can actually catch the wave. Yeah. If the timing is off and the fundamental capabilities of the infrastructure are not there, you're going to miss it, or you're just going to be too early.
Yeah, and you bring up this in another point in that's really important, which is in the late 90s, we had 270 million people connected via low bandwidth to the internet, and now we have 4.7 billion primarily with high bandwidth. I mean, even the low bandwidth mobile connections we have today are high bandwidth relative to what we all used to get online with, right? And the expansion of market also sustains businesses at different kind of levels of complexity and specification. So you couldn't imagine building a Shopify for the 270 million people, of which maybe there were 10 million shoppers for all products globally. Right. But you can do that en masse today. And this is where, when I spend time looking at the trends and the technological changes that may or may not impact SAP specifically, right? What we're focused on in a big way is understanding, is the technology going to work at all? Yes. Or is it, fairy dust and magic? Is it going to work now? Does it require these foundational pieces? And then can the market possibly support it today? And all of these things actually matter when you're trying to make a bet. And for the folks who are here, who are startup founders, who are thinking about putting blood, sweat, and tears and years into something, you really have to consider not just is what I'm working on inspirational and transformative, but is it going to be able to sustain itself and its impact?
Okay, rubber hits the road. Let's double click on this. We have questions of timing. We have questions of foundational pieces. You're an operator, you're an entrepreneur, you're an investor. How do you know when is the right time or what is the right approach? How do you guys think about that?
So I have a simple way of starting to frame this now. I think that the companies that use today's technologies to solve yesterday's problems do incredibly well and create a disproportionate amount of outcome in the space that they're in. And what I mean by that is if you look at some of the situations where you try to go race ahead and go adopt technology that isn't quite ready yet, try to go after a market that isn't quite there yet, and you try to build a company for the long term, you might eventually get there, but it is going to be a journey and a half, right? It's interesting for me personally because when I joined Alteryx from SAP in 2011, it was a pretty interesting moment because we had actually acquired Business Objects. I was part of the team that acquired Business Objects. I ended up running a big chunk of the Business Objects BI business. And so we saw this massive scale around the business intelligence tooling in that market at that moment. But this little tiny company came along called Tableau. And Tableau was actually doing something different for visual analysis and dashboarding that no one ever saw in the business analytics space prior. And we knew at that moment that there was something there, even inside of Business Objects, that there was a fundamental disruptive moment. And I just happened to think about that moment at that time and say, well, what's happening to follow that fundamental disruptive moment, which is, well, the data prep, the data blending, the predictive statistical algorithmic modeling needs to also follow those users. And literally that was the thesis of initially SAP investing into Alteryx, and then of course Alteryx achieving the scale that it did. So when we look at those moments, it always has to be about like, yes, the journey is hard. It was always going to be hard, no matter what startup, no matter what mid-stage, no matter late stage company you're involved in, the journey is always going to be hard. But have you at least figured out some level of structural tailwind to support you to make it through the journey?
Yeah. I would interpret that as nothing is new, right? We do this, we have many of the same itches over and over again. And you can see it in technology. You can look at the history of how different markets evolved and what was the thing that we needed to solve for data governance in the legacy BI world that we're solving now. But you see it again in industry after industry, right? You think about what Instacart's doing right now around promotions and advertising, and it was like trade promotions is well understood in the grocery industry, but Instacart can create meaningful margin for a business that Webvan was not able to do because they figured out that they're going to monetize on the eyeballs, on the advertisements, on the TPM side of it, not the delivery side of it. And it's just understanding what was being solved for in the last paradigm and what will have to be solved for in order to sustain it moving forward. And that means everybody who's building a company has to be a historian.
Let me give another really fun example that's happening right now to chime off of what Matt said, what Max said. When we look at this market around RPA, robotic process automation, right? What's been fascinating is there's been this market for business process outsourcing forever and a day, right? And it's been out there, and frankly, some of the RPA technologies, particularly in terms of optical character recognition, being able to integrate that to a process automation experience, those were also out there. But why did it matter right now? Right? It turns out that a lot of BPO companies got very fat and happy, right? And they were charging insane amounts of dollars for being able to outsource business processes at scale. And the RPA vendors came in and said, well, can we provide software for you to do $100 million of BPO for $10 million of software? And fundamentally disrupted every single BPO opportunity out there with software.
And so this is an interesting tangent because you also have this trend where in the Valley, we became obsessed with applying deep learning to many of these problems, right? And you looked at enterprise software and you had every new company was AI and ML applied to this. And I believe there are interesting technologies in different RPA solutions, but the reality of it is this is not the most advanced thing in the world.
Not at all.
Right? It's understanding the problem that you're solving and applying technology that makes sense to that. And this, again, in our pursuit of overhyped technologies, right? You can become in love with the story of the technology and not necessarily focused on the problem anymore.
Interesting. I like that framing, but I actually want to take us on a slightly different tack for a second. Like, you can get overhyped technologies because the timing is wrong. You can get overhyped technologies because, the fundamental pieces aren't in place. But you can get overhyped technologies because, like, this thing is a dog, one form or another. I need to pick on something to bring this to life, but I remember back maybe 10 years ago, Second Life was this big thing, and you had all these companies investing in it and creating islands or whatever. Obviously went nowhere. Is there thoughts on how to it's one thing to get the timing off, but thoughts on how to avoid going into one of these things that's just a black hole?
Well, I will push back on your Second Life analogy because I think that
I'm going to push back too, but we'll see where Max goes on this.
I feel like MMOs are a thing.
You took my words
right.
out. Yeah,
so it's possible for a play on a market to be wrong and still the market and the overall trend to be right. But I think to your point, there are plenty of technologies that really, you saw the hype happen and it didn't go where you expected. I'll say openly, what was it? 4 or 5 years ago, everybody if we had this conference 4 or 5 years ago, everybody here would have been talking about IoT. And not IoT necessarily the way you might be looking at it now, which is standard sensors, standard deployment, ways of getting new feed. But everybody was talking about like these new sensors that were coming out and how things were going to get into different use cases, and you were going to transform every industrial process. And no one looked at what the infrastructure was in place and how you were going to deploy these things. And you look now 5 years later and you have a heavy services play. So there are lots of people who've applied technology to automate business process in oil fields, wherever it might be. But a lot of the companies that were out there shipping like out-of-the-box IoT platforms, it was something that may have worked in a lab, but if you looked anywhere else in the world, it was clear that it wasn't going to work the way it was being described.
So I'll give you an example of this since you mentioned the IoT oil field example. So without naming the super major that Caspry's happened to be working with right now, the image video processing technology within Caspry right now is actually being applied to an undersea robotic rover that's collecting 9 terabytes of undersea pipeline footage, where we're now analyzing and processing where are the fishing nets, where are the rocks, where are the motion deviations, where is the sand impeding the progress of and the health of that pipeline, where is the corrosion detection. In fact, the corrosion detection module is an ML model that the super major built, and they're deploying on the Caspry cloud infrastructure. So notice in that entire discussion, I never mentioned the word drone. It actually turns out that the same ingredients, the same technology that started Caspry from a drone standpoint is now being applied for the scaled out video image processing from the super major sending us the data of the undersea rover footage. And so I think in many of these cases, we get upset when the technology isn't quite there at that moment and just killed it. Second Life being a great example, right? Well, guess what? Second Life generated an entire generation of MMOs, right? My daughter plays Fortnite like pretty much every day. I gotta like grab the iPhone, the iPad out of her hands, and it's because it is for companies like Second Life existing in the first place that was even possible. So I think that is something that we always forget. When I was at Salesforce, Mark Benioff and Parker Harris used to say this all the time. It's like, it's pretty impressive how much we end up completely overestimating the things that we can do in a year, but we end up underestimating the things that happen in a decade. And it's so true, right? And that happens over and over again, particularly in this sort of concept of overhyped technology.
We're getting close on time, but I feel like that's a pretty nice segue into looking out into the future. The technologies right now that you think that are at risk of being overhyped, but you're excited about looking out 10 years?
So I am very excited about what's happening in, so this is going to be an anti-enterprise pitch because normally like you're ostracized for this opinion, but I think middleware and application development platforms are going to see a resurgence that you haven't seen in a long time because, the ability to connect, whether it's using an integration platform as a service, whether it's using something as simple as Zapier or whatever it is, I think the ability for us in 10 years to be able to create somewhat complex applications is going to be quite high. Today, I can barely get a Microsoft Flow to work to get my email depositing a file in OneDrive, but I think 10 years from now, that is really going to be there, and you're going to see the enterprise landscape change pretty dramatically because of it.
Yes. George?
So I'm going to go outside the enterprise world. I happen to have had an undergraduate degree in neurobio, so it's funny to see computational and neurobio come back together again 25 years later. When I graduated, that was a useless degree, but particularly to go into anything related to technology. But now to see synthetic biology and specifically the movement around CRISPR, I don't know if you caught the news even like 2 weeks ago, they've now figured out a way to apply CRISPR not to edit one gene, but to edit n number of genes simultaneously. So we are right at that moment where you can now see all kinds of opportunities for both just expressive gene interpretation of what you can reduce as far as the amount of like imperfections that happened genetically speaking in the genome, as well as the possibility for all kinds of synthetic biology opportunities that just haven't even opened up again. And that's happening in the next 10 years without a doubt.
Super cool. Well, I think we've done our part to add a little bit of hype on a panel about overhyped technology, which I feel like is a nice way to
But
put it.
notice we managed to get through the panel without talking about some specific things.
Yes, yes. Very good. George, Max, thank you very much. This has been great.
Thanks a lot, James.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Well, next we are very thrilled to be introducing to our stage Andrew Ng, a leading researcher and scientist in AI who you may know left Baidu a couple of years ago and has started a number of AI-related projects, all sort of with the intention of making AI more approachable. Talking to him today is our reporter, Lucas Matney. Thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, nice to see all of you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. You seem like an awfully busy guy. You know, there are a few organizations, a few courses, a few startups that all kind of have your name with them. So I'm curious, starting things off, where are you most operationally involved? Like, what's your day-to-day look like?
The rise of AI means that there are a lot of things we need to do to help it reach its full potential. So these days I'm spending most of my time at 3 organizations. Landing AI is helping large companies jumpstart AI adoption. So if you come from a large company and you want help figuring out AI, that's what Landing AI does. AI Fund is a startup studio that creates new startups from scratch. Everything from coming with the idea to validation, MVP, hiring the initial team, capitalizing, launching on. And then deeplearning.ai is our educational arm. So a lot of individuals, if you want to learn about AI, learn the techniques of deep learning, or if you're non-technical and want to understand what AI is and how it may affect your business, deeplearning.ai produces educational content, often working with Coursera, in order to teach people about AI. I hope that with these 3 teams, Landing AI, AI Fund, and deeplearning.ai, we could build many pieces of the ecosystem we need to help AI reach its full potential.
So of those 3 orgs, like when you wake up and you're looking at your to-do list, which I imagine might be kind of long, which of those organizations has the longest list day after day, you feel like?
I'm probably spending most of my time spending a lot of brain cycles on Landing AI right now, which actually is one of AI Fund's portfolio companies. But one of the things I'm excited about is, because you know my background, long ago, sometime back, I built the Google Brain team, started and built the Google Brain team, which helped Google become very good at AI, and then also built the AI group at Baidu, which helped Baidu become arguably China's greatest AI company. But if you look at what we, the AI community has done, we've transformed software internet companies like Google and Baidu, and many others, Facebook, Microsoft, and other software internet companies. I think the next phase for AI is to go and transform all of the other industries as well, everything from manufacturing to agriculture to retail to healthcare. And so that's what Landing AI hopes to do.
So you left Baidu 2 years ago. In that time, what have the trends or kind of changes in the enterprise AI scene looked like?
I think it's all been up and to the right.
Okay.
If you look at the most recent AI index, great report, I think the number of jobs in deep learning increased, I think, 35-fold over a 2-year period. And this is a reflection of companies wanting to hire more people in AI and deep learning. And we see this demand as well with the deep learning courses we offer through deeplearning.ai and Coursera. Or if you look at maybe a more questionable metric, CB Insights had this wonderful chart showing the number of mentions of AI by CEOs on earnings calls. And the chart kind of looks like that, and whoop. And I have no idea if the number of times CEOs mention AI on earning calls is indicative of anything.
Could be a negative trend. Buzzwords, toss them out there.
But I think maybe the one thing it does indicate is the rise in enterprise demand for AI services.
So, you mentioned a few industries that Landing AI was focused on. Why is manufacturing such a big early focus?
We started in manufacturing, and I think For example, we do a lot of work in visual inspection where rather than using human eyes to check if a smartphone has a scratch or if a compressed canister has a leak, you could use computer vision and a learning algorithm to do that at greater reliability. And this is helping factories inspect many different things, manufactured objects for scratches or leaks and so on, and improve yield and quality. But beyond manufacturing, doing a lot of work also in agriculture and healthcare. And as one example, doing a lot of work with a agriculture machinery company to take traditional agriculture machines, that were not very smart agriculture machines, to try to put sensors onto them and to optimize how they perform using machine learning. So won't it be cool? Oh, and this is what we're working on. If the same farmer, same field, but put in a smarter machine, can optimize the planting and the yield of the same farm. I think this can help drive farmers' productivity, help farmers that otherwise may not make that much money, help them get a better living, and also optimize the environmental effects of how we produce agriculture.
So, I mean, there are obviously a lot of AI SaaS companies out there that have been, getting started. Why did you see the space and feel like you needed to, co-found one yourself?
AI is a SaaS. One interesting thing about AI is I don't think of AI as a lot of applications of AI cannot be implemented as a SaaS service where you swipe your credit card and then use it, and then your company is now AI enabled. In fact, one of the biggest misconceptions, one of the biggest misunderstandings I see for a lot of CEOs for AI still is that the impact of AI on many industries is strategic rather than tactical. And because AI is still so new, maybe I'll explain this using an older example of the internet instead. There were a lot of CEOs that thought, hey, the internet is a big thing. This was many years ago, right? Five years ago, maybe 10 years ago. And maybe says, hey, I got a website. I got this internet thing covered. But that just was not true. If you look at companies that learn to use the internet properly, for example, UPS and FedEx, is not that they build a website, is that they re-architect a lot of the logistics data flow using the internet, and this is fundamental to the way they do business. Or companies like Microsoft and Apple. Microsoft and Apple were not internet companies. They were founded, operated, made tons of money before there was even such a thing as a modern internet, but they transformed into internet companies. So the internet has had a strategic impact on these companies, ranging from things like FedEx, UPS, Apple, Microsoft. And I think AI will also have this type of strategic impact on many industries. And what I mean is that the way you compete, the way you create value in the future will be different than it is today. To use one more example, look at what Uber did to the taxi industry. The internet enabled that, internet and mobile. And so it wasn't that if you're a taxi company, you build a website, then you got the internet covered. No, what happened was the internet and mobile re-architected the nature of the industry, the way you compete, how you create value, how you build a defensible business. And I'm seeing early phases of that now with AI also coming in to have a strategic impact where we're re-architecting the nature of different businesses. Companies that embrace it, that have a correct vision of the future and build the pieces they need will survive or even thrive. And companies that think, all I need to build a website. And now maybe my website needs a little, TensorFlow plugins. I can have whatever. Those companies, many of those companies, I think will perish. So I think I'm starting to see more CEOs get smart about this. But how we are re-architecting different industries is still being sorted out. And I have a clearer view of some industries than others.
If you're not, a company that's investing in research heavily, or you're not a tech titan, but you're a medium to large size enterprise, is it worth building out your own AI engineering team, or should you just be using one of these, startup services?
Yeah, for the large enterprises, it's clear. I think every large enterprise probably has the resources and must spend those resources to figure out AI from a strategic and a tactical point of view. For the medium-sized companies, it is a bit harder. But I think that to the extent that AI could have a transformative impact on how your industry is structured, I think it is incumbent, even for for many medium-sized company CEOs. And actually, I'm not sure what medium-sized means. I think if you're $1 billion and up, you better figure this out by market cap. If you're $100 million, you maybe have only a little bit of resources to think through what is AI. Recently I met a company with about 2,000 employees, and they told me that they were getting, it might have been overkill, but they told me they were getting every single one of their 2,000 employees to take AI for Everyone, which DeepLearning.ai offers on Coursera, because they wanted every one of the 2,000 employees, including, everyone, engineers, product managers, receptionists, marketer, recruiter, to know enough AI to think through. This might be overkill. Maybe not every company needs to do this, but I thought, wow, this will make this company incredibly thoughtful about how to navigate into this future.
Interesting. Okay. I think there have been a number of trends recently. It seems like some of the AI startups today are relying pretty heavily on human labor as to train some of their systems. Do you think that this is a trend that's going to continue for the next few years? Just employing thousands of people to train this data is being a part-time human in the loop going to be like a career for a while?
Yeah, I think that. Until you've been on the insides of an AI team, it's hard to understand how insatiable our stupid learning algorithms are for data. So I think the need for massive numbers of labels will continue and quite likely even grow for the foreseeable future as AI continues to infect more industries where there isn't as much data. In terms of developments of AI, one example, I think, the software community, we spend a lot of time figuring out how to manage code, right? So we have, really clever ideas like version control. And it took us a long time to evolve from, CVS to Subversion to Git. And we have a lot of software engineering processes like code reviews and Scrum and Agile. I think the processes for managing data are still much less mature. So how do you version data? How do you share data? How do you manage, what do you keep on the cloud? What do you run on your laptop? What if some of your data is... Oh, this is one of the things that you never do in academia, but you do all the time on practical projects, which is edit your test set, right? In academia, you download a test set, you're supposed to evaluate against it and publish a paper, you don't mess with it. But on practical production projects, we find all the time that sometimes the test set is mislabeled or wrong, and you just go and edit the test set. But how do you deal with that data, and what are systematic processes for editing the test set? I think that the maturity of our tools for managing data is much lower than the maturity of tools for managing and editing a code. So I think that's another important direction that I think the community will go in.
Where do you feel like the next deep learning breakthrough is going to happen?
Closely related to data, one subset of deep learning I'm very excited about is the rise of small data, or sometimes also called low data. But a lot of deep learning was driven by the software consumer internet companies, companies like Google, Baidu, Facebook, and a few others. And consumer internet companies have tons of data, hundreds of millions or maybe billions of users, and they generate a lot of data. So the previous wave, or the current wave of deep learning, a lot of the algorithms were designed for when you have massive amounts of data. If you look in other industries, for example, agricultural machinery company we're working with, we could collect data from a dozen farms easily, but there are not 100 million farms that we could go to collect data from. So what is a learning algorithm that can work, even if you have only data from, a dozen or 20 IID farms? Or manufacturing. If you're trying to tell if a smartphone has a scratch, you do not have 1 million pictures of scratched smartphones, because fortunately no factory has manufactured 1 million scratched smartphones that need to be thrown away. So can you get your algorithms to work only with 10 images? So one of the cutting edges of deep learning that I'm most excited about is the rise of small data. And due to advances in deep learning, things like transfer learning, one-shot learning, few-shot learning, data augmentation, data generation, I'm seeing, actually also self-supervised learning, I'm seeing exciting progress on this. And one of the things that my teams at Landing AI and AI Fund have done is spend a lot of time thinking about small data, because the ability to get a deep learning algorithm to work, even with 10 training examples, that allows us to break into a lot of new industries where you just do not have, 1 million or heaven forbid, 100 million data points.
Are you going to end up having to rely on human contractors kind of parsing through some of that stuff when you have even less training data?
Let's see. We do some labeling ourselves, with some with contractors and some in-house with our own team.
Okay.
And I think we do a lot of things that, and I think one example, we do a fair amount of transfer learning where we use various data sets, learn representations, and then transfer it. But often it's the details of those algorithms that then make a huge difference to the final performance.
Mm-hmm. So switching gears pretty heavily here. You worked at Google in the US and Baidu in China. I'm curious of your thoughts on kind of the AI race between the two countries and what advantages you think that China might have.
Why are you asking only about China advantages, not American advantages? Right?
Well, we'll get there soon.
I think the AI race is a misnomer. Much as the rise of electricity benefited all nations, and I think today I'm very happy that Singapore has a great electric grid, and the fact that people in Singapore have can keep the lights on all the time, it doesn't make us in the US any worse off, and maybe we could learn from how they run their electric grid. They could learn from us.
They can both learn from you.
No, they're doing my best. But I feel really privileged to be able to learn from many communities around the world. I mean that very sincerely. I think the China internet companies are very close to market, very good at going to market. I think America still has an edge in basic research. But I would say really to people of both nations, or really people of all nations, I think we're at a point where all nations should learn from all nations. By the way, fun fact, Jeff Dean tweeted out several months ago that we're now at 100 archive papers per day on AI. And this volume of research is not generated by any one country, it's generated by the global community, and all of us just learn from, the whole world.
So when we're talking about learning, from everyone, obviously China has a national strategy in terms of how it's rolling out AI. Should, other countries have a strategy like this?
I think that many countries should have a thoughtful national strategy. And one of the things about AI is it's still so immature that there's still room for many nations to have a big role in this future AI-empowered world that we're building. Frankly, one of the mistakes we made with the last technological disruption, the rise of the internet, was I think we created tremendous wealth. But we also contributed to wealth inequality. A lot of wealth we created was concentrated in Silicon Valley and in Beijing. One of the things I hope to see with the rise of AI is for, we will create a lot of wealth, that's very, very clear, but for this wealth to be fairly shared. And I think part of that means making sure that we have many centers of AI around the world rather than, concentrated primarily in two places. So I hope that many nations around the world will have thoughtful AI strategies so that they can build powerful AI capabilities, focusing on maybe solving the national problems where I think many countries can be competitive, right? Can do unique work that are harder to do in Silicon Valley and Beijing if they're supporting their own local industries.
Where are you looking to invest? I know that you were in Colombia recently.
So in addition to our California team, we also have a team in Colombia. It's one of the places that I think has a lot of momentum in AI, and I'm optimistic about building there. But more broadly, I was in Taiwan last week where I was visiting a nonprofit AI lab and seeing new models of innovation, and I was in London back in April, and I think that there'll be many opportunities for a lot of countries to build up their teams. I'm very excited about the Colombia team, but I would encourage all nations with some resources to think through an AI strategy and how to invest.
So a quick aside on the AI fund, are you actually investing through that right now?
Yes. So the piece of the ecosystem, right? Landing AI helps large companies become good at AI. AI Fund builds AI startups from scratch. So we're a startup studio, and right now we are building 10 companies in parallel. Two are publicly known, which are Landing AI, which is a portfolio of AI funds, as well as Wobot, digital mental health care company run by my friend Allison Darcy, plus 8 others that haven't been announced yet. But at AI Fund, we, our team and our friends and partners brainstorm many startup ideas, and then our associates team will select ideas to work on. We're very good at falsifying ideas. There have been ideas where, we will work on it for 2 weeks and then kill the idea. So we're very efficient at falsifying ideas. And it's usually only after the idea has reached a relatively high level of conviction where with validated customer demand, kind of maybe built an MVP, validated that it's technically feasible, that we will then bring on a permanent team, founding team, CEO, and then also inject capital. We'll fund the company in order to have it go forward. One of the myths we tell in Silicon Valley is that whenever there's a disruptive technology, it's always the startups that win, and that's just not true. With the rise of the internet, there were startups like Google, Facebook, Amazon back in the day that did well. There are also incumbents like Microsoft and Apple that did very well. So I think these two pieces, AI Fund and Landing AI, try to do these two complementary things where we take advantage of this very disruptive technology to both go after opportunities that are more efficiently done as a startup and go after opportunities that are more efficiently done by helping large enterprises transform to become AI empowered.
Interesting. So wrapping stuff up, I'm personally interested in this. Obviously, U.S. consumers and Chinese consumers kind of have different expectations of user privacy. And after running an AI program in China, how did your thoughts on privacy shift?
I think that the gap in expectations is narrowing. I think that recently, things in China change so quickly. It's wonderful and sometimes very terrifying. But recently, there were a few data breaches in China that were publicized, and this is actually causing many Chinese consumers to have a greater desire for privacy. So I think some of the things we see in the news, it changes just in a matter of weeks or months. I think the gap in expectation is privacy, while there is still a gap, has been narrowing somewhat.
Do you think between working at Google and Baidu, your thoughts on your own privacy pretty much maintained?
Yes, boy, not many people know this. I am very careful with my personal data privacy.
Okay.
And I do many things that I know many other people do not do with my own data.
Are you hiding your faces from the facial recognition cameras?
Actually, that I don't care about.
What do you care about?
I think that, without naming companies, I think I put a lot of thought into which are the companies that have access to my data, and make sure to, use encryption in all the places where it seems prudent to do so. My laptop does have that little, sticker thing over the webcam, and I think I try to be very thoughtful about what are the digital devices in my environments, and what if something happens to one of them, and how to make sure that reasonable amounts of security and privacy is maintained. Now
great.
you know.
Okay, great. Hey, well, thanks so much for the conversation. I appreciate it.
Thank you, because those are.
Great.
Thank you, guys.
Guys, we're in the home stretch. We hope that you'll stick around and have a beer with us at the end of the show. In the meantime, we are now going to talk about quantum computers, which, of course, are a ways from fulfilling the full promise of their technology, but there are plenty of companies that are right now experimenting with what's available today. And we're going to be talking about that with our esteemed guests, including the Director of Quantum Hardware at Intel, Jim Clark, Jay Gambetta, who is the principal theoretical scientist behind IBM's quantum computing effort, and Krista Savore, the general manager of quantum software at Microsoft. Talking with them today is our hardware editor, Brian Heater. Thank you.
I think it's great that we're coming out right after an AI panel, because AI is finally at a place right now where most people have a rough idea, a vague concept of what it means, and we're not quite there with quantum computing yet. So who wants the extremely easy task of explaining quantum computing in 30 seconds? Who wants the honors?
Any one of us.
They're both looking at you.
Give me an elevator pitch for quantum computing.
Quantum computing uses the principles of quantum mechanics, which most people don't understand.
So far, so good.
To do things that a classical computer could never do, and for certain applications. And if you were pitching it to someone at Intel, you would just about stop there. Intel is actually across semiconductors, quantum mechanics are ubiquitous with what we're doing every day. And we're just harnessing those principles to accelerate our compute power in an exponential sense.
Okay, so let's start with some real-world uses. What are the first immediate use cases that you see in the world for quantum computing?
So the killer application for quantum computers is in the space of quantum chemistry, for example, and materials science, where on a quantum computer we can study reaction rates and reaction pathways, which enables us to start to help design industrial catalysts. And what this means is we could help design, better solutions to carbon capture, right? Help combat global warming. We could design better solutions to fertilizer production and help minimize, the dependency on natural resources like natural gas in those processes we use today.
Would you like to follow up?
So I agree with Krista. The chemistry is probably one of the first. To me, I think it's always everyone wants the killer app.
Sure.
I always look at it as we stopped thinking about simulating simulating quantum physics. So we don't really know the power because it just was too hard a classical problem to do. So I think just getting us the ability to start to look at these and start to think about things in a different way, we can explore anything that requires on quantum. And the other areas that we're particularly interested in is just using large matrices to explore different types of things and they can be done on a quantum. So I agree with Krista. Chemistry feels like the right one, but I think the real one, it's not known yet.
Maybe a better way of sort of re-asking that first question is, given these particular examples, why is quantum computing best tailored to solve those problems?
Yeah, so I think that's a better way, and in my view, and I'm pretty sure Krista will be the same, is chemistry is just hard to represent on a classical computer, because you're trying to represent the laws of physics, quantum physics, and that representation usually results in an exponential blow-up. So we just cannot represent them. So this gives us a way of representing them with a much more efficient way.
Right. Yeah, so when you're marrying, right, a system built on quantum mechanics, right, that has that natural representation intrinsic to that hardware, matching that with a problem that requires that representation is ideal. And quantum chemistry and materials science are two areas where that representation match is really key. And so quantum computers can really, they promise really great speed-ups, billions of years speed-ups in those types of problems.
Okay, so that actually leads well into the next question of time frame. When are we looking at, what's a realistic window for these first applications to start appearing?
Well, so
we'll meet back here and hold you to it. So
yeah, so for those applications, you really require what I would call a scalable commercial size quantum computer. And of course, we're not there yet with the devices we have today, but we're establishing that pathway towards such a quantum computer. I think what's exciting though is that on that path towards that scaled quantum device, we can have quantum impact right now, today. And so as we've learned about these algorithms for, say, quantum chemistry and materials science, as we've dug into quantum algorithms in general, we've learned new techniques that enable us to bring those solutions forward on classical hardware, and we call these quantum-inspired algorithms. So I think it's also important to realize that we have quantum impacts today, right, coming from the inspiration of quantum, enabling us to have speed-ups right now, even without that scaled quantum hardware.
So I'm hearing 5 to 10 years from a lot of folks when it comes to actually, these being useful in our lives. Is that still
fair.
about right?
That's fair. If you take a look at the history of semiconductors, the big inflection points have taken place on a 10 to 12-year time frame. The first transistor was 1947. The first integrated circuit was 1958. The first microprocessor, the Intel 4004, was 1970. So these big inflection points that change the world don't happen overnight. And so I think it's safe to say that 5 to 10 years for a quantum computer that's going to change your life or mine is probably quite reasonable.
So I want to kind of drill down on some of those specifics as far as the roadblocks right now. What is the, everybody agrees that it's realistic. As you said, we are seeing some applications of these right now, but what are the major hurdles that companies need to overcome to get to that 5 to 10 year point?
So I have a similar view to Krista. One of the biggest hurdles, and which puts the error bar on this number, is how much error correction is actually needed. So if you say, like, we got devices now at IBM, we give you through the cloud up to 20 qubits. That number will cross a point very soon that will be beyond what you can simulate. That will happen within a couple of years. If you go with the codes that we currently know in the community, there's a lot of overhead to keep pushing those error rates going down. So in a few years, we'll get to these devices, which we can't simulate, and we can now start to explore how do we make these applications work on realistic devices by using ideas from quantum information theory to push down the error rates. And so that puts this huge error bar on this time. I'm comfortable with this number because this is for sure where will be the period which will be way past where we can simulate, where we can explore these applications and reduce these errors through mathematical techniques.
So this is the point in the panel where I kind of turn everyone against each other. Why is each, obviously all of you are from very, very venerable companies. Why is each one of them uniquely suited to bring that breakthrough?
I'll start. We're really excited about what's known as a spin qubit in silicon. These spin qubits in silicon, they look very similar to a conventional transistor. And instead of flow of current, we trap a single electron and we manipulate that. Intel makes 400 quadrillion transistors a year. That's one transistor for everyone on the planet per minute of every hour. That's a lot of transistors. So if we can harness that knowledge and our manufacturing prowess to bring a qubit system like that, we think that that's an advantage for us from a commercial perspective.
Chris, I think Microsoft's taking a kind of unique approach to the space. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so our approach is different from the other two approaches represented here today. We're working on what's called a topological qubit. And it's really with this commercial scale quantum computing system in mind that we are investing in this topological qubit design and topological based system. The idea here is that by really developing a qubit that is more resistant to errors, we will be able to scale more rapidly and have less overhead in terms of other resources in the quantum computing system required to reach full scale, to do the types of problems we talked about at the beginning of our session.
But it seems like everybody is essentially kind of on a similar timeline right now. Obviously, IBM got a bit of a head start. You've been working on this for a while now.
Well, yeah, so we started in quantum information right back in the beginning with Charlie Bennett asking fundamental questions about what does it mean to use quantum in information theory. Yeah, so our approach, we're doing an approach, and my belief is building things. So we build out things. We've been pushing superconducting qubits. And this approach is nice because it also is equivalent to all the fabrication techniques we do. It allows us to lay out. At the moment, there are lots of challenges, I think, for all different types of hardware, but this is one that allows us to explore what we can do with these. We're on a path to keep pushing the quality of these devices. We're going to double their effective power each year.
So again, we're attempting to approach this within the context of enterprise. So is now the time when companies should really be thinking about this technology and preparing themselves for it?
It's a few things. First of all, let's focus on, if we set 10 years as a goal, we need a few things to happen. First of all, we need to develop the workforce. And so we need, through the National Quantum Initiative Act, we need to develop the next generation of programmers, the next generations of scientists that will be able to operate these quantum computers. At the same time, we're starting to see, in the customer base, we're starting to see people ask, does my problem map to a quantum computer? So they don't necessarily need to start a full-fledged program, but they need to start enough to know that when the technology arrives, they'll be able to harness it. So it's not too early to engage.
Yeah, along those lines, we have several companies that we work with enterprises right now, who we work with in co-developing solutions for, for their hard problems. And as I mentioned earlier, we can actually deliver impacts today, right, using quantum-inspired methods, and that paves the road for impacts from the full-scale quantum device. So when you have improvements coming from quantum-inspired algorithms, this comes with the promise of having even further speed-ups from the quantum device. And so enterprises are engaged today, and I think it is time for companies to understand what this technology can bring to their organizations.
I agree. So we're engaged with enterprises. We take a different approach. We're trying to work out from their domain expertise and our fundamental quantum algorithm expertise, how do we bring these two together? It's a great time because we can bring our theory, we can bring their expertise, we can bring our systems, and we can try what they've done. With multiple companies now, we've done joint publications showing how their use cases perform on our hardware, how it will go forward, and it's the right time. We like to say getting quantum ready.
Yeah, obviously everybody wants to be ahead of the curve. What can companies do in-house to prepare their staff for the technology?
I think what Jim said, getting educated, understanding, getting some intuition for how this does, because there's a different model of computation. It doesn't work the standard way. Applications that you had will map differently on a quantum computer, so understanding what can be done, working with multiple different companies, working with scientists to see how these things apply. Just learning and experimenting with machines that are out there or with the simulators that they have access to.
Right, there are tools, right, that companies can use today to already start learning about quantum solutions and quantum impacts they can have for their business. We just came, the previous panel on AI, right? Many companies are learning about AI and machine learning and how that can be brought to their business with tools. For example, at Microsoft, we have the Quantum Development Kit and Q#, which is a quantum algorithms focused programming language. You can already start programming quantum algorithms. You can simulate those algorithms, which enables you to start debugging those algorithms, profiling, optimizing them. You can also resource estimate, so you can understand, for a problem that you're thinking about, how big of a quantum computer might I need? How many qubits? What's the, how much runtime? And so you can actually use the tools that we open sourced in July to start studying and developing quantum algorithms today. And that's a great way for companies and people at companies and developers in general to start engaging with quantum now.
I think there's an interesting question here too. You alluded to it a little bit earlier, but of actually educating the workforce, not just within companies. I'm curious what each of your individual companies are doing on that end. I mean, are you taking a proactive approach to make sure that the U.S. workforce is competitive and is ahead of the curve for this technology?
So this is actually one of the areas where the three companies agree. We've all been active in the National Quantum Initiative Act, which was signed by the President last December. And what you're seeing actually in the past few weeks is sort of as appropriations get released, is you're starting to see actions by the DOE, NSF, and NIST, and their goal is to stimulate the workforce. So I think this is an area where there's a lot of room to grow, and tends to have not only support from companies such as us, but on Capitol Hill it had bipartisan, bicameral support signed by the president. These are things that you just don't hear very often.
Yeah, I feel like when we're talking about the U.S. workforce being competitive, we're often kind of chasing current problems. What role can the government has it played, and what role can it continue to play in order to make sure that we remain competitive in the space?
Well, continuing to funnel funding in this direction for the development of curriculum, on-the-job training opportunities, fellowship, and of course, research, continued research in the various technologies. Quantum information sciences is a broad field from which we will see many, many positive impacts. Quantum computing is one area. There are also quantum sensors, quantum communication, right? Quantum algorithms we spoke about. Lots of avenues here where the government can continue to help bolster a future quantum economy here in the United States. A big one is curriculum development as well, and enabling more on-the-job training. And Microsoft, for example, is partnered with universities to help bring curriculum forward in this space, as I believe the other companies here are as well. It's super important that we educate towards STEM in the United States, build that at the undergraduate level and even younger, not just the graduate level as well.
Are there real-world examples of universities that are currently doing a good job of this? Is there, if I'm a university student right now, can I get a degree? Will I be set on the right path?
I think so. I think
Yeah,
there are multiple universities that are doing a good job teaching quantum. I know, like Microsoft, we are also partnering with a lot of them to take our tools that we're offering for them to use to work on. I see. I think the US has a lot of great universities. I think MIT, Maryland, they're all really making quantum information a core part of their work.
And what's a good example of of a company right now, in the enterprise that's doing a particularly good job of educating within and getting themselves ready for this technology?
Well, we have several enterprises we're working with that are doing just that. So I can give those examples. For example, we're working with Willis Towers Watson, which is a brokerage and solutions company, working with them on portfolio optimization. We're working with Dubai Electricity and Water Authority on energy grid optimization and using quantum solutions in these spaces. And more recently, we've announced that we've had a partnership with Case Western Reserve University, where we are able to, in partnership with Mark Griswold and his team there, improve MRI scan speeds by 3 times and bring about 30% higher accuracy, better image precision for MRIs, which now unlocks the ability to do better medical diagnoses, the ability to detect things like cancer, multiple sclerosis, epilepsy very, very early. And so these 3 examples, they're engaging now around quantum, and they're seeing quantum impacts today.
So what actually can be done? What can be done in the quantum space right now? Again, I feel like those are some good examples, but again, we're talking about these further off things. So if you do sort of want to sit down and get familiarized with the technology, what does it look like in 2019?
Well, right now, I think out of all the companies, the only one that has devices available is IBM. You can go there and work and just start using them. Krista mentioned 3 companies. We're partnering with many like JSR, JPMC, Mitsubishi Chemical. They're all interested in understanding. I don't like to call them toy problems. They're beyond simple toy demonstrations. They're not at solutions. We need a nice word for starting to get complicated enough that you can explore how things will scale, how errors will affect it.
So it's more about familiarizing yourself with the technology versus solving one of these big problems?
Or more understanding, in the future, we're going to need to understand when it's going to be important, how these problems will scale as I make them larger, and getting a good grasp of how it's going to work as the technology continues to improve.
How to map the current problems to a quantum computer. You can begin to do that with small systems or with small simulators.
Great. So again, we're talking about these larger companies. Again, obviously, all of you are from really large companies yourselves. What are some of the opportunities we're seeing in the startup space right now? What can a smaller company do to actually get involved in this technology, and what problems can they solve?
There's something like over 100 startups in the quantum computing space, and these have been documented. The space is a little inverted to some new technologies, and there's relatively few in the hardware space and more in the software application space. And some of the smaller companies in the startup space are actually building the infrastructure for the hardware, whether it's dilution refrigerators that we need to cool our samples, or even just the wiring or interconnects that we need to communicate information. It's a myriad of skills that they have. I would say that the startups tend to be more heavily weighted for the top of the compute stack.
So in our experience, we have a good relationship with a few startups as well. There are a lot of people from quantum information background are interested, can I come up with ways where I can take a circuit, compile it into real hardware, get rid of some of the noise either by some techniques, and then they're offering like a layer that allows you between your hardware and your use case to try and make that application or that circuit you want to run work better. There are, as Jim said, there are many up in the top looking at the application space. I think there's a lot of great ones that are starting to get down at the bottom and add. So we're forming the ecosystem, and there's many at different levels.
And we've partnered with several different startups. One in particular I'd like to mention is 1QBit, a fantastic startup out of Vancouver, Canada. We've partnered with them to bring about new libraries for quantum chemistry so that users can get in and start to work with quantum algorithms for quantum chemistry. They can try variational quantum eigensolvers and more types of algorithms using a library that we've co-developed. So there's great opportunity for industry and startups to really work together to bring about new solutions.
So it's sort of at a point now where it sounds like one of the primary roles of startups is really to lay the groundwork for the technology that's to come, to create kind of a support system to what all of you are individually working on.
I think they have to be part of the ecosystem, and as this explores, you're going to have enterprise companies, you're going to have startups, and how this all goes together and how it mixes with, as Jim said, the NQI and government labs. It's all going to, in the next few years, start to mix, and we're going to see a real ecosystem emerging where we're building bigger and bigger quantum systems, working out more what can be done, and putting it together.
Obviously, we're all really friendly when we're on stage, but in certain ways, you are competitors. I'm wondering how much synergy there is between the companies, in what ways you are working together. It does seem everybody is kind of working toward a common end, again, perhaps taking different approaches, but are companies working together to further the technology?
Well, many of us kind of grew up together in many senses, right? Quantum computing has been born out of a research and highly collaborative culture, and we continue to want to see, in open sourcing the software, to openly publishing much of the research. That's really about knowing that to get to our end goal, we need to work together. We need to have partnerships between industry, startups, government, right, academia. And so, indeed, I think having that open lens will help us advance faster to our goal. Right? This is a life's passion and a life's work for many of us, and we want to see that delivered for our society, for humankind, to help solve some of the world's most challenging problems.
I'm going to disagree a little bit. I think that we're not working well enough as a community. If you take a look at something like the Semiconductor Research Corporation, SRC, they will focus on transistor technologies that are 10 years away in a very collaborative manner. We don't have something equivalent like that in quantum computing. There is a territorial nature right now. I think one of the goals as the government gets involved is to bring us together so that we don't fall behind as a nation compared to some of the other countries on Earth that aspire to do great things. So the opportunity is there. We need to follow through.
And there are consortiums forming now of that very nature,
So
which is bringing groups together.
I would put myself somewhere between the two.
Great.
I think we like Microsoft, we're very open and we put our stuff out there. I think at this point in time, we're starting these small systems. As these things become full-scale systems and you need to integrate different parts, you might have quantum amplifiers that are built by other people that get to integrate. At the moment, there's still, I agree that IBM builds our hardware, Intel is building their hardware. They're similar, they have similar fab, but they're not enough that we can really do things together. In the software space, I think over time, we'll realize there will be unique connection points, and we'll be able to. We have to work out other ways that we can jointly work out how we come up. Like, I like to think we're building the compiler now, and I don't want to use that word too much because we're not ready for a compiler. But a lot of people come in and they'll build different types of parsers, optimizations, and if we can get some synergy between that, I think we'll kick off. But it's only just sort of starting.
Great. Well, we are sadly out of time, so let's all meet back here in 5 to 10 years, and we can talk about how things worked out.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Hello again. So before we close out what's been an amazing and instructive day, we are going to have one more conversation, this one about something that I'm sure many of you in the audience can relate to, which is how to overcome the data glut. We have with us today the co-founder of Snowflake Computing, Benoit Dagville, the CEO and co-founder of Databricks, Ali Ghodsi, and Murli Thirumala, the co-founder and CEO of Portworx. And we also have a special interviewer today, which is Alex Williams of the New Stack. Thanks.
Hey. All right. Hey, everyone. How you doing? Hi, I'm Alex Williams, the New Stack, and let's just do a quick introduction. We have Benoit Dagville of Snowflake, Ali Ghodsi of Databricks, and we have Murli Thirumala of Portworx. How are you all doing?
Super.
Well.
Awesome.
Murli, let's start with you. I mean, one of the things I really want to help do here is help people understand what are the differences when we think about data management. And this whole concept of data glut, you know, what does that mean to you? And I'm curious because, you know, one of the things that you really deal with a lot, Murli, is the people who are in the DevOps space and how technologies are really adapting to new application architectures using containers, for example. And so you're really working, you know, with these enterprise companies out there and trying to help them transform to some degree. And I think then there's a different perspective that the two of you bring. So perhaps, Murli, why don't we start with you and just talk a little bit about what it is actually Portworx does?
Sure. So Portworx is a container kind of data platform. So what we're really doing is doing an extending Kubernetes so that we can do storage and data management for Kubernetes, right? So essentially, if you think about sort of a layer cake of what customers are trying to do, let's take a customer, for example, like T-Mobile, one of our best customers. They're taking a lot of the iPhone kind of and iWatch new information and onboarding customers onto a platform that's built on containers. So they're taking their onboarding software, and that's running in containers. It's being orchestrated with Kubernetes, so the containers themselves are being orchestrated by Kubernetes. Now all of that data needs to be managed and orchestrated, and that's the role that Portworx has. So we kind of sit as an overlay on top of existing storage, but what we're doing is ensuring that all of the data SLAs for performance, for high availability, for backup, to ensure disaster recovery is all being managed so that those applications can always be running and ensure that data is always available.
Murli, I want to transition now to Ali, and what Murli was really talking about is how you have to think about data in a wholly different way. It's like this new kind of thinking about data. It's always there. And Ali, I know at Databricks, you guys talk a lot about the way data is used to transform. How do you think about transformation of data, and what are the requirements for it now? Is it batch, which is kind of like just taking data in increments and then being able to transform it into something that you need? And then there's streaming, right, where you can just kind of stream the data all the way through. What is your all's take on it?
Yeah, that's a great question. It depends on the use case. So what we do at Databricks is we basically enable companies that have massive amounts of data, way more than can fit on like a machine or 10 machines or 100 machines, and we enable them to do AI and machine learning on it. So it depends on the use case. So for instance, Regeneron is a big customer of ours. And what they've done is they can actually build a big database of the genomes of all their patients. And they also have a big database of all the diseases that the patients have. And then use machine learning and AI to find out what are the gene sequences that are responsible for those diseases. And they can actually develop drugs then to attack those. This particular use case, it's much more batch-oriented, right? It's like massive amounts of data, and they really want to find that genome that's responsible for that use case. We have another customer, which has actually a chat application that they've built, and they want to, in real time, using AI, be able to detect if, for instance, if there are pedophiles on the network that are pretending that they're 14-year-old, but they're not, and that they want to do in real time. It's really important that they can capture those people. So that's a different use case. We support both. So it kind of depends on the use case. But more and more, we're seeing real time appear in our customer base.
And Benoit, Snowflake, it's a lot about the data in the cloud, isn't it? I mean, what we're seeing just is this tremendous generation of data, correct? I mean, we have machine data, for example, that's just being, coming out of, for instance, application developers who are using monitoring technologies.
Or, applications are generating a lot of data themselves, weblogs, IoTs, sensor data. So, and this data is really, has two base challenges. One is the volume. It's a humongous amount of data, petabytes, many petabytes of data. That's one, challenge. The other challenge is the structure of the data. It's not simple table and columns. So this is called big data. So the challenge of big data is very real. And if you want a company to be really data-driven, you need to analyze also that data with business data. So you need a system, one system, and that's what Snowflake, did is to reinvent data warehousing for both business data and large volume of big data in the cloud, so as a service. And the scale here is super important, right? Because of the volume, you need to scale, not only because of the data, but also because of the users. Every enterprise, and this is what we see from our customers, every companies, today wants to be data-driven. Like everyone wants to, act like Google. Look at data, make decisions based on this data. That means every, employees potentially of a company, will access the data system to make decisions. And the growth of data, the growth of users makes this system very challenging. So being in the cloud where you have unlimited resources is a big plus. That's why we build Snowflake that way.
So let's, okay, Ali, yeah?
Yeah, I just want to actually just agree with Benoit here, especially for machine learning and AI, which is our use cases. People have been doing machine learning for 60 years. It wasn't working for the first 50. What changed? The thing that has changed is what Benoit is saying. Massive amount of data. When you throw that with modern hardware, you actually start getting superhuman results. So the data is really, really important. If you have those massive data sets, you have an advantage. It's the new oil. If you don't have those data sets, you're at a disadvantage.
So Murli, for you, what's the data glut? What is that data glut out there? You guys are dealing with, people who are system administrators and IT operations teams. What's that data glut that they face?
See, the part of the industry that we're facilitating is really around agility, right? Today, not only is there a lot of data, but now that data is coming at them in real time. We talked about real time. There's massive amounts of it. And really, the role of the CIO has changed. About like 10, 12 years ago, the CIO was very focused on the infrastructure in the data center. That was their baby. The care and feeding of that infrastructure, using virtualization, maybe even using infrastructure, renting it instead of owning it. So the focus from infrastructure has now changed dramatically to focusing on apps and data. Apps and data are how the new CIO is going to win and help their enterprise win. So there's different aspects of that apps and data, right? Some of the stuff that we've been hearing from Ali and from Benoit, but there's another aspect of it, which is the applications themselves are changing dramatically. Let's give you an example, right? We've got DreamWorks as a customer. So DreamWorks has people who are creating these new kind of content and new ways to process that data. They have lots of different applications, Maya and other things that do rendering. So they have people who contribute from all over the world. So in this case, it's a proliferation of data coming from different content creators all around the world. How do they ensure that all of this can come to a central place and actually that it will work? And from people who are not experts in infrastructure. Well, the way they do that is to containerize those models. just like genomics. That's another application for us. TGen is a customer which does that. And so containers allow people to rapidly make changes in their applications and deploy them instantly anywhere with a guarantee that it's going to work.
And for those who aren't familiar with container technologies nor Kubernetes, the container is essentially just a process that lives on top of the operating system, and then the orchestrator is Kubernetes that orchestrates all those containers so you can move code around very quickly and then call on the data.
Exactly, Alex. So in a way, you are containerizing your application and making that very mobile and portable, right? Then comes Kubernetes, which takes multiple of these containers, which are, an application can have 4 to 5, 6, 7 containers and hundreds of users. So you have thousands of containers. And what Kubernetes does is orchestrate where those containers land. What we do at Portworx is ensure that wherever the containers land, the data is available. So we provide data persistence. Second thing is, if there's any failure in any part of the network, the container could fail, the node could fail, we ensure that the data is available and when the new container gets spawned. So it's data availability. Third thing is disaster recovery. If you can have whole racks fail, or sometimes parts of a data center fail, or parts of a cloud fail, we ensure that that data can be recovered and run instantly, and the application runs instantly. So for us, the idea is that data now is distributed. It's ubiquitous. It's real time, and it's massive amounts of data. Orchestrating all of that at container scale is something that the old storage kind of paradigm just fails to do. Traditional storage is very siloed and very contained, and what we're doing is providing an overlay on top of that that ensures that all of that can still work.
Ali, so when I hear Murli speaking, I'm also thinking about the amount of data that's created from that, right? And just the massive amounts of data that's just scaling up. That creates its own data glut. But in your world, you're transforming data at a rate that makes it manageable. How are you doing that? What is it that makes your technology distinctive in the marketplace? You are a big relier on Spark, which is, maybe you could explain what Spark is to people who may not be familiar with it. And how do you think about that data glut itself, and how do you make it something that's an asset and a value?
Yeah, no, so Databricks actually started out of UC Berkeley research, and we developed 3 popular open source projects that have massive adoption now on the planet. They're not all customers of ours, so those 3 technologies were Apache Spark, Delta Lake, and the project called MLflow. Spark project enables you to take massive amounts of data and do processing on it. And the way it does it is that it basically turns your data center into a computer. So previously, we used to use a computer to do data processing on, but the computers are not scaling anymore. So what Spark does, it just turns your whole data center into one computer. You can treat it as if it was just one giant virtual computer, and you can now process however much data you want with it. And if you want to go faster, you can just add more machines to it. And we do that in the cloud. So that's one. The Delta technology that we have enables you now to do this really reliably so that you can actually start bringing in operational requirements into it. You can do it really fast. And now you can actually connect other tools to it so that you can leverage this data that you have for applications like BI. And then the MLflow project now enables you to do machine learning with it. So now you can actually start doing AI, predictions, build models that can predict the future for you. So those are the 3 sort of technologies that we combine, and we offer it in the cloud. And the cloud is really essential to what we do. So the technology they develop is really important for us because the containers, we leverage that to actually be able to move between the clouds. And for us, for our technology to work, you need lots of data. And actually, the cloud is really the only place where you can actually go now and buy data sets. So you might have a data set, you're doing AI on it, your results are not going to be that great. But what you can now do in the cloud is you can buy data sets from other data providers, you can now combine these, and then you get really great results. So the cloud transition is really essential to what's happening here. And I think that it's kind of something that binds us all 3 together.
And the cloud is a very critical aspect, and data is moving to the cloud. You would say now most of the data is born in the cloud, not on premise. And therefore, and the cloud has, offers a lot of options or possibilities, like access to unlimited resources. So Ali was saying, now your platform is a full data center, is a full, cloud region. How to use and to leverage these resources is hard. So Snowflake is a service that allows to run as many workloads as you want. So traditionally, the challenge was if you wanted to put all your data in a centralized place. So before you can do data-driven decision, you have to have access to the data. That's the first challenge. So you were talking about Glut. The challenge is really how to centralize all the data. But when you centralize all the data, you centralize also all the queries, all the questions that you have on that data, and that's compute resources. So compute resources were becoming the bottleneck. So in the cloud, you can have independent, compute, resources, clusters, accessing all the same data at the same time, but you can scale. So you can add workload, more workloads, more use case against the same data. So the scaling of the cloud is what is really transformational. The data sharing, getting all the data is challenging because sometimes this is not your data. You need data which is not yours. It was not, created by your enterprise. So data sharing is a huge aspect. The cloud is one single platform where you can, share data. So Snowflake allows you to do that, for example. And data sharing, we see our customers you adopting data sharing more and more. They share data between them, different enterprise.
So what has been the adaptation with data among other technologies that correlate to what you provide? So I think of databases, for example. What is the transformation we're seeing in those spaces that relate to this data glut and relate to this kind of transformation of the data itself? What are you seeing across the entire technology stack that represents that?
Well, there's probably many things that different folks could come to mind, but one thing that I think is incredibly critical in today is all of the things that Benoit and Ali have been talking about are impossible to do without automation. The old, you kind of have a three kind of step thing that's transformation going on. One is just this infrastructure being on demand and being flexible and being distributed, available everywhere and in real time. But when people talk a lot about ML and AI, but really to be able to do all of those things in real time, you really need to automate all of the processes that handle that data and the applications themselves. And one of the things that I think, Benoit and I were talking actually on a different day about this, and it's kind of a crawl, walk, run world, right? People sometimes as founders and particularly somebody who's kind of selling Kool-Aid of each of our flavors, we tend to kind of talk like about a vision as if it's here now. But you customers are kind of making their way to that vision, and in today's world, I think a lot of what people are trying to do is just get the people and the CRUD out of the system so people can some of this stuff can actually happen in real time, right? And in our part of the world, that's kind of the role that Kubernetes has played, right? One of the reasons why Kubernetes is such an amazing technology is because it automates the handling of applications in a way that was never, ever possible before. You were talking about stuff that wasn't possible before. Now you can automate thousands and thousands of containers. Why? Because Google was doing it on a project called Borg, which was the internal version of Kubernetes before they open sourced it. So same way, what we're finding is that that's true for data too. Data comes in all types of forms. It's spawned everywhere. We're living in a distributed world. We have customers with sensor networks that are distributing with distributed data. And all of that needs to be moved. And providing data agility requires that it be completely automated. So automation is one of the key, I think, technologies that enable that.
So Elise, when you're thinking of like how people access that data and kind of these next generation of databases, for example, that are corollary to your technologies, what do you think of? What is it that transformation that you're seeing in the processes that the technical teams are using inside organizations?
Yeah, I mean, our view is enterprises, big enterprises, have already lots of data in different places. We don't think it's feasible to ask them to move it into a different place or change it or depending on it. So our approach has been, we'll hook into whatever data you have, wherever you have it. We're going to federate into it. Our goal is, once we hook into it, how can we democratize it so that the whole organization can actually start asking questions from the data now? So they can start asking, predict from this data set. And so we actually don't care. We're kind of agnostic where your data lies. We'll just access it wherever it is. And whichever system it is, we'll let you hook into it. And we also let you mix it. So you can have it in, a traditional database. You can have it in a modern, database like a NoSQL database. We don't care. You can scrape it off the web. We'll let you do all of that. That's what Spark really enables you to do, to combine and mix and match all the data you have. And then we enable the organization to be able to ask questions from it. So we have a lot of dashboards and, reports, things that actually make it really easy for people that are not
visualization of it.
Yeah, people who are not, super technical. They need to be able to get answers out of the data. If it's just super technical stuff for people who can program, then it won't actually change the world.
Benoit?
Yeah. So database, I think, is a very interesting concept, right? It has been there for many, many years. The new, and it has carried, there is a lot of technology that has been built around databases, like all the tools, visualization tools, BI tools. So everyone knows how to access data with database. It has been normalized with, generally SQL. So when we started Snowflake and founded Snowflake, we wanted to be a new type of database, keep the interface, the SQL interface, keeps, transaction. Transaction is very important. How you change this data, the having consistency in the change of data. If you make a mistake, being able to roll back, being able to go back at any point of time. So transactional aspect of changes is very important, and this is, bring by databases technology. But at the same time, traditional database, they don't scale. Like if you look at technology like Oracle, Teradata, this type of technology, they are single cluster. So they are a bottleneck. They don't know how to deal with big data. So having a new modern system was what we wanted to do with Snowflake. Really more data platform that has all the good aspects of a database, transactions, SQL, but at the same time that we scale and take advantage of the cloud. And that's very important. Yes, you don't want to force enterprise to centralize their data. This is true, and this is hard to do. But at the same time, data silos have really hurt companies. We see a lot of our customers that have created zillions of silos, and they have no, consistent views of their customers. Their customers' data is a little bit everywhere, fragmented. So they cannot make good decisions with data that lies, everywhere and which are hard to access. So having one single, data source, one single data platform that can scale, of course, is, really important.
We have less than 3 minutes left, and I would like to just quickly have each of you tell me how what you're talking about is a gateway to machine learning and AI. You use machine learning AI, and you use machine learning in your technology, Ali, but this seems to be we're in this kind of fuzzy stage. Would you cite it as that, or do you have another kind of perspective?
No, I think we're basically 5 years in to a complete new revolution that's happening. 60 years we've been trying to do AI, but we were doing it the wrong way. We were trying to mimic human brains and using logic and reasoning. We're 5 years into actually now using massive data sets and using statistical AI. And we're just scratching the surface. I mentioned the drugs that were developed. This particular drug was for chronic liver disease. They're amazing use cases, and we're just a few years in. So fantastic things are going to happen in the next 5-10 years.
Really?
Absolutely. I think the advent of on-demand infrastructure with automation of apps and data is really the precursor now to being able to apply AI to massive amounts of data in real time, right? We're going to live in a real-time world. Anybody who's not going to be having real-time systems, they're going to lose. The fast are going to eat the slow. So I think and the precursor of all of this is all the precursor to actually having massive amounts of AI being applied in real time.
Yeah, so I agree with that. I think I think that the fact that you have all this data and you can make decision, but the human is very slow. So you need, the machine to make sense of this data, and this is the statistical model. Sometimes you don't know what you are looking for, and the AI is about finding, correlation between, things. Say, when there are these different, data sets, it leads to this outcome, and finding that can be done by machine much more efficiently than by human being, right? Looking at data and trying to find this correlation is hard for a human brain. So AI is opening that, the automatic analysis of your data and finding interesting things that were not, were hard to see in that.
Wonderful. And I'd love to just wrap this up really quickly. We talked about the application layer and how application architectures are being transformed by container technologies. Ali, we talked about the transformation of data overall. And Benoit, I really take away from you this idea that we're talking about data in the cloud.
At scale.
I want to thank you all for participating in this interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
There you go.
Well, that's a wrap. Thank you, everyone who came today. We really appreciate you coming out to the event. Thanks to TechCrunch Editorial. Thanks to our great events teams for putting together another top-notch event. While we have you here, just one more quick reminder to look in your email accounts later today for a discount code to our next event, Disrupt, happening October 2nd through the 4th at Moscone Center. It's going to be great. We've got amazing speakers lined up, including Evan Spiegel, Mark Benioff, and many others. You will also get, for coming here, which again we appreciate, an annual subscription to Extra Crunch. It's a great new product we have for $50. It's normally $150 per year. It's a new membership program, features original research, reporting, community perks like discounts to events, et cetera, et cetera. It's great. So check it out, please do. And before we go, I wanted to introduce you to our boss, essentially, TechCrunch's COO, Ned Desmond, who has a few words to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Connie. The great show like this can't really come off without terrific sponsors, so just give me a minute to let me thank them very much. The main underwriter for the show was SAP, and we're super grateful for all of their support and for bringing their CEO, Bill McDermott, to the show, as well as contributing some really original and interesting programming designed by ASP itself. So that was really great, and we're very grateful. In addition, of course, we have some other wonderful sponsors. Our silver sponsors, GitLab, Node, and PriceFX. Our demo partners, CodeStream, Otter AI, Replex, and Segment. And our marketing partners, the Bay Area Council and the NewsStack. And just to reiterate what Connie had to say, TechCrunch Disrupt, our biggest show of the year, is October 2 through 4 here in San Francisco. And as an attendee at the show, you will have already received an expo-only pass, which gets you into the exhibit area where you can see hundreds of really interesting startups. But you should know that we also have some absolutely amazing speakers, 135 of them in all. And just to do a little name dropping, it's people like Bob Van Dyke from Naspers, of course, which has a $130 billion stake in Tencent. Cal Henderson from Slack, Marilyn Hewson, the CEO of Lockheed Martin, Dia Jolie from Okta, Evan Spiegel from Snapchat, Marissa Mayer and Ashton Kutcher as finalist judges for the Battlefield competition. It's going to be an amazing show. So you might want to consider upgrading those expo passes you get to full passes to see all of the programming. So most of all, we love the fact that you all turned out, and we hope you found the show helpful, and we hope to see you around some more. So thanks very much, and see you soon.